Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I couldn't resist, Garwood. Okay, this is why I didn't want to watch the movie. I really did not want to watch the movie. However, my husband did, and he wanted me to watch it with him. So, and I really didn't, because I knew, and I was just fine. I was just fine without YouTube, because you know what? Honestly, even I just still feel like I got something to prove up in here, especially considering the views that I've helped or the revenue I've helped to bring to YouTube and the influence that I've had on social media and more specifically YouTube, going way back. And being that Garwin, this was one of the things I was initially talking about in social media, going back to my days in the message form, me speaking in defense of Michael Jackson. This is one of the original subjects that really got me talking in social media, even before there was a YouTube, going back to the early 2000s in social media, under the same name, Lashid for you and everything. And a lot of the information that would like exonerate Michael Jackson. I was one of the main people up in here helping to present that information that people like Tariq Nasheed could use and share, just as I did with Bill Cosby. And I was one of the, before Michael Jackson even passed away, I was one of the original people going back, and I'm pretty sure Garwin can recall, going back to the early 2000s in the message forums, that sort of when people was saying I was crazy when I was telling them Michael Jackson ain't gonna be here. They're gonna end up taking Michael Jackson out. Nobody was listening to me. Nobody was hearing me on a dang on thing. Yeah, no, I did not, when I was doing everything I could yesterday, not come up in here. I was doing everything I could, because I don't want to, because YouTube, they got what they want. They have what they want. I'm looking around, I'm seeing that you've got these big black voices in YouTube. They're calling black people monkeys and having their family depicted as monkeys and primates, even though a minute ago we were upset, we were disappointed with the president calling the Obamas monkeys. But now I'm peeking into YouTube and I see, oh, okay, this is what YouTube wants. This is what they are promoting. This is obviously what our people supposedly are happy with. This is what we want to, as long as we all laughing, we want to call tethers mustard. We want to talk about tethers and mustard tethers and all of this. This is all, it's all about laughing at each other and clowning each other and all this mess and, and all this puffed up fake pride and all of that. So this is obviously what YouTube wants. And, and just trying to preserve what's left of my channels. I said, let me go and privatize them, because I see what's going on. I don't even think this has to do with exoticals coming at me. I don't even, this is some YouTube-ish. And so, and see, that's why what I'm talking about right here, it ain't gonna be seen. But being that, even if it's just 5 of y'all up in here listening, who've been rolling and been supporting the sister from the beginning, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't help it. I have to speak on this because I had wanted to speak also, be watching the docuseries on Hulk Hogan, being I was a WWF fan. So I mean, I try to squeeze that in there. Yeah, you remember my brother. Yeah, you remember it was coming at me. I didn't know what I'm talking about. I didn't know. Yeah, I'm crazy. And people still want to go with the lies. They want to act supportive now, but of Michael Jackson. But if you're truly a fan, and understand, I wasn't even that big. I mean, we all loved Michael Jackson, especially if you're of that era. But I wasn't a fan like that. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like the Michael Jackson. I was more into Prince. So I wasn't like this Michael Jackson stan like that. I loved him just as everyone of my generation had loved him. You know what I'm saying? I preferred the Off the Wall album, actually. But I can't say that I found myself listening to the Bad album, and definitely not the Dangerous album like that. But I still respected him as the greatest entertainer who ever lived, and I respected his legacy. And I never believed the accusations against him, and I may go into why that is, which in information that I've shared for years. That people may not know. So I still respect him as a brother. I didn't agree with everything, with Michael Jackson or his family, including Joe Jackson. I know they weren't perfect. I know that they were, like many of our people, brainwashed. I'm not to make excuses by ideals of white races, ideas when it came to beauty and all of that. But yeah, I seen it. I seen it. Right. Exactly. I'm with you. I still love them though. I still love Michael Jackson. But that's the thing. The point I'm making, I was not even a Michael Jackson stan like that. I was actually more Team Prince. And oh, don't let them make a Prince movie. I'm gonna really be mad. But I was more Team Prince. But that's what I'm saying. These people who claim to be these fans, like, are you really? Then wouldn't you want to know the truth? Wouldn't you want to know the truth about what may have happened if you're really a fan? And see, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is more about me supporting and defending my people. Okay, overlooking whatever. Because I remember when I was in AL Black Voices. You remember Garwin, and people were, our own people, quote unquote, black people. They didn't want, they kept on, and this is when Michael Jackson was still alive. They kept focusing on how he changed the skin and he didn't want black children. It's not. And I said, I know, I'm not saying that I approve. I totally agree with that. I'm not saying that, but I said, but that's not a reason for Michael Jackson's whole entire legacy to be just, and for us to totally believe accusations against him that are untrue. Let's not overlook the information, the evidence, and the information. Let's not just, allow him to be thrown away and thrown to the wolves. That's still our brother, though. You know what I'm saying? Just like if you may have a brother or a sister in your real life, in your biological family, even if you don't approve of everything they do, does that mean that they should be accused of something that they didn't do? And the whole legacy and everything that they've contributed that you could say was positive should be totally erased? But nobody was hearing me. Nobody cared. Even though when he passed away, these very same people in All Black Voices, now they want to give these shout out to Michael Jackson, talk about their favorite Michael Jackson song. That's why I came up in here in my early days in YouTube and had to do a video, phony Michael Jackson fans. Okay? Because really, you really love people, you support them when they really need the support, not just when they're singing and dancing and entertaining you. You support them when they really need it. You understand what I'm saying? We could talk about how he changed his skin and all that stuff. We could talk about that later. I was like, it's not the time for that right now. Okay? Yeah. But anyways, how you doing, Spirit of Justice, Garwin? Panazoid! So glad to see you with me. Yeah, I was trying to hold back because, really, I'm down with YouTube. I'm really, it's like, I can't just give up that easily, but at the same time, I can't keep complaining about YouTube if I'm still here. That would be foolish of me. That would be very foolish, and maybe the Most High is telling me something. And I said, only thing I'm sticking to is with this channel. I put my original channel on private because before they come at that channel, and I said, I'm just going to upload Bible-related videos over here because maybe maybe the Most High caused me to lose my other channel. Maybe I was with all the little selfies and stuff. Maybe it was a distraction. Who knows? I'm trying to see what the Most High is trying to tell me. I'm trying to understand my purpose, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, supposedly there's a continuation. But I was waiting for it to end. I ain't gonna lie. But anyways, going into the movie, what is it that I mainly have? I do not believe that Michael Jackson would have approved of this movie. Okay? Because what I mainly did not like. Now I knew that they weren't going to go into what I believe is the conspiracy against Michael Jackson. I knew they weren't going to go there. Of course not. And those who were controlling his estate. But, okay, yeah, and I'm telling you, I really resisted the move. For one, I told my husband, so I used the excuse also, I don't want to be saddened by it. And my husband's younger than myself. And so, me being a Gen X and him being a millennial, so, yeah, he was in his 20s. I was in my 30s when we got together. But I said, so it's probably going to be sadder for me. I'm not saying that he doesn't have Michael Jackson memories, but they're not exactly the same as mine. Like I can remember when even before the Off the Wall, my memories go back to even before the Off the Wall. My memory of Michael Jackson go back to when Let Me Show You, when he was like still with the Jacksons, and they totally skipped over that. Like. But I get it. Okay, it is about Michael. All right. Okay. So yeah, of course, the movie would also make me sad because I was expecting like they would get to the end part, but and yeah, I'm giving you a spoiler alert if you haven't seen the movie, so just let you know now, a spoiler. Yeah, right. It only goes up to 88, and it just, I don't know. I guess it's just for those who just like the music, and not even so much the. It's more the pop. You know what I'm saying? No wonder they skipped over the whole with the Jacksons because those were those really soulful songs. But at least you did get to hear some of the Old Town songs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, when they were still very much black. When the Jackson family was still very much black. I'm not trying to hear all that indigenous, native, FBA, all that stuff y'all talking. But yeah, when they were still very much quote unquote black. And I'm gonna have to, one other thing I'm going to speak on. That I feel the Most High is calling me to speak on. It is me still referring myself as black because I'm really, I don't know, it's just some things. And one of my older brothers spoke to me about that. Like, why am I still, yeah, and acknowledging that we're Yasharel. But anyways, yeah. So I didn't want to watch because for one, yeah, I don't want to be sad. But that was the main excuse I was using with my husband, but it's more to it. It's even more so I don't want to be mad. And I knew I knew there would be something that would make me mad watching this. I knew it. I expected that they're not going to go into all the conspiracy talk. If Michael Jackson taking out the Beatles catalog, I knew not to expect that. I'm not stupid. Otherwise, the movie wouldn't even got the green light. If we were to really go there, the false accusations, if we were to really go there and what they may have been about, I knew that. However, being that the family was supposedly behind this film, okay, the film is directed by Antoine Fuqua. Ain't this the same guy that's behind Training Day? Where we see Denzel Washington get shot in that behind. He gets the Academy Award the same year with Halle Berry for Monsters Ball. He gets the Academy Award for playing a really, really dirty, scandalous cop who ends up getting shot in the booty, taking one in the booty. Denzel Washington, ain't that the same guy married to Lela Rochon, who I believe was cheating on Lela Rochon or was seen with Lela Rochon? I mean, with Eddie Murphy's ex, Nicole Murphy. Ain't that the same guy? But anyways, yeah. Oh, okay. So the second part, okay, they're gonna have another part. Okay, and in all fairness, maybe I should say, just wait for the second part. But no, I know already what I see with the first part. So not only, this is what upset me more than anything, the depiction of Joe Jackson. I know that it was, okay, now first I was watched and got over my feelings about not wanting to see, because I was totally resistant to seeing the film. I felt, I don't care for these biopics now, especially if the person is still alive. Like my husband watched the James Brown biopic. I didn't watch it with him, but I have to respect my husband if this is what he wants to watch, and I have to watch it with him. But I didn't watch. He went on and let me not. It was with Chadwick Boseman. I mean, yeah, the guy that passed away from Black Panther. I didn't really care to see it, especially when the person's not alive, and I just don't trust these biopics. The last one I watched, I watched Bohemian Rhapsody, but and I watched on Freddie Mercury, Queen, and I watched the little Judas and the Black Messiah. That's only because Fred Hampton Jr. If I wouldn't have learned that Fred Hampton Jr. and his mother, who's Fred Hampton's woman, if they had nothing to do with the film, I wouldn't have watched it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. How things are being told today. I don't trust Hollywood and how they, especially when the person is no longer alive. But being that they, had something to do with it, definitely. And I know I can, kind of trust Fred Hampton Jr. when it comes to telling, on his daddy. So I was like, okay. And I'm glad I did watch that. But other than that, I don't care for these biopics now. I really don't. And I don't trust it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that too. You say it's like, boy, I can't even picture him as James Brown. No disrespect to him, but yeah, but I can imagine. I can just imagine. Yeah, and I sure ain't trusting nothing no more with Lifetime. I heard about the Aaliyah, but I tried to if it's Lifetime, But that's how I kind of felt with this Michael Jackson thing. Like, is this Lifetime? Now, I expected to see a depiction of Joe Jackson. You know, we know that he wasn't the greatest father on earth. I mean, we know that he wasn't what people want to, like a Dr. Huxtable necessarily. We know that, okay? There are things, like we were okay with the Jackson miniseries that aired when all the family members or the immediate family were still alive, you know, back in the on ABC back around 1992 or 93, like 92, the Jackson American Dream. We were, you know, even though some people, this was their first time really learning about Joe Jackson like that, but we were okay with that, you know. And we know, you know, about getting whoopings. We're black here, all right, right? But it's not like, well, white people, oh my gosh, oh, this is a beatings, so abusive. Look, the very same people who will act like, oh my gosh, Joe was so terrible. Oh, they beat their kids. Oh, but yet when it came to Trayvon Martin, who was still a child, or even Tamir Rice, they make excuses. Oh, it's beatings, it's abuse. When you're being disciplined physically by your parents who love you, that's abuse. But it's okay if you're out, let's say if you're out there doing something and the police, and even if you are under 18 years old and they beat you with a billy club, that's okay though. That's justified. That's justice. Okay? Because that very same kid could be just as easily taken out by the cops, and they will make justifications for that. Remember, with Trayvon Martin's jury, and Zimmerman wasn't even a police officer. He had no authority to do what he did. None. He had no authority to follow and stalk that kid and take his life out like that. But it was white women, mothers on that jury, the very same who would look at Joe Jackson, oh my gosh, he's so abusive. He's an abusive dad. And they were okay with what Zimmerman did and taking out Trayvon. So I'm not trying to hear it from you. And like my mama always said, if you don't get your ass whoopings at home, you're going to get them on the street. Now, I don't approve of everything that we've done. And I do know that some of these things we do, it's a result of what we've learned from our ancestors, going back to slavery, like even us referring to, you know, whipping our kids, whooping our kids, the term whooping that comes from whipping. A lot of this stuff, yes, we did, you know, that a lot that Derek would refer to as FBA culture. It is really sad to say a result of slavery, from our soul food, us being thrown the garbage to eat. You know, that's what another reason why I could not just accept what he refers to as FBA culture, because he just basically goes back to slavery. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, Janet. The women, period. The women, period. They just totally, they have this one woman, I guess, supposed to be Gladys Knight, but the women, period. They have like one little clip of like LaToya just to make her happy since she was supported. And LaToya, I see, that's another thing I want to talk about too, because I see that the family has folded. The family has folded. All right, the original Jackson clan, they have folded. And you know why? Because I think they're just so okay with, they just want Michael to be loved. This is the problem with our people. We just want, just as long as the people love Michael again, as long as white people love us again, that, okay, we'll keep it safe. As long as people, they just want their brother to be loved. This was the problem I had with Nate Parker's film, his Nat Turner movie, Birth of a Nation. He was so busy trying to get white audience. That's what he was more concerned about. The white viewers of Birth of a Nation, his version of Birth of a Nation. He was so concerned with getting them to sympathize and perhaps even empathize with Nat Turner that's why he made sure to not let us see the revenge. But he did allow for you to see black people getting their teeth pulled out. But then when it came to Nat Turner's retaliation, and I'm not saying that I cared to see all that. I'm just saying when he said, well, I didn't want to focus on that. I get it. Oh, but you can show black people getting their teeth pulled out, a black woman who had been brutally attacked and all swolled up, but you don't want to offend the white viewers. I get it. You were so busy hoping that you would get white people to sympathize with, or feel something. This is it's the same with Kanye West. Only reason he talks about, he wants the ish people to love him. He wants George Bush to like black people. This is our problem. We're so worried. We want to be loved by them. We want to be hugged. This is our problem. Right, exactly. Even though if you read any biography on Nat Turner, no such a thing happened. In fact, he said he was taught to read by the spirits. They fabricate something later saying that a slave master's son taught him to read. No, I have showed y'all older sources. Nat Turner said the spirits, or like in the, like an angel in his dreams or whatever, taught him to read. No, there was nothing. That's about him appealing to white women who like this idea of teaching and molding black boys and black men even. It was all right. Yeah, I mean, my family watched it, the miniseries, The American Dream. Oh, yeah, but now with this recent Michael movie, shoot, the women besides Catherine had no real... The sisters, I'm like, where's Rebe? They just, LaToya, but yeah, I think that she's back. They knew to get her, because there was a point where LaToya snapped out of her monarch control. And that's the only place where I will say I disapprove, where I'm most mad with Joe Jackson is that manager that he got for LaToya Jackson. But I'm going to just say that he didn't know, because it's very obvious that LaToya had been under some mind control ultra with that Jack dude that was her manager and husband. That's where, Joe Jackson definitely fumbled. But if he didn't know, he didn't know. And leaving her in the hands of that guy. But at least they rescued her. But it seemed like all they had to do was, just say the word or offer LaToya the reality show offers and stuff like that. And they was able to get to tame LaToya once again. Because if you remember some years ago, definitely right after Michael Jackson's passing, LaToya, she became main advocate for her brother and the conspiracy against her brother. Remember, she had became very outspoken, like she was making up for how she had slandered her brother when she was with that weird dude. But now, she just is tame. And she's looking, it's sad. I want to give her props for looking as great as she does, still having a waistline in her 70s, but she's looking very frail. My main issue is the depiction of Joe Jackson. Now, me watching the movie, okay, first I was now I went on and watched it because I know my husband wanted to watch it. And so first I was getting caught up in the songs and, now I wasn't alive with I Want You Back and all that. I was born in the 70s, but not quite yet born when Michael, I was born in the early mid 70s. My first memory of Michael Jackson was with the Jack, but of course I knew all them songs because my mom still had them songs, them Jackson 5 albums and stuff, So of course I knew all them songs. They still were part of my memory. Even though I remember Michael Jackson going back to Let Me Show You Where to Go when he was still with the Jacksons not long before. My memories of Michael Jackson go back to the Wiz. I started school in the late 70s. So it goes back to the Wiz and that era right before. And I remember when Off the Wall was brand new. So at first I was and I expected that, we were going to see that strict daddy Joe Jackson. I expected that, but goodness. And I'm not mad at the actor. What was his name? Coleman Domingo. He's like a Belizean descent. I wasn't mad at him. Now I will say this: that child actor. I'm sorry, nobody. Remember Jason Weaver from The American Family Dream? He was the best portrayal of child Michael Jackson. He did his thing. Hold on. What the actor? He's Jason Weaver. Give me a second, child. I don't know if they've been able to find a child Michael Jackson since then. Yeah, I guess this is him more today. Uh, let me, yeah. Now with the one that came out in the 90s, the miniseries that aired on ABC that we all watched, and then you had the Oprah Winfrey in for the few. Yeah, he was Michael. Yeah, he was little Michael, even if his nose wasn't as wide. The little young Michael Jackson in this movie, and that little boy looked light skinned, but I ain't looking at that so much. But I just couldn't. The young Michael Jackson, I don't know, they ain't been able to capture that sense. Was he somebody also of the family? The older Michael Jackson, yeah. I think that Jafar Jackson, Jermaine Jackson's son, Michael Jackson's nephew, I think he did a really good job. But they had it down. They had it, yeah, older and younger Michael. They had it. Rest in peace to the brother who played older Michael. I know he had like leukemia or something. But yeah. Yeah, they had it down. They had it down. Young and older Michael. Yeah, you say your memories go further back. Yeah. So it may be different for those of us who are older watching the movie, versus those, and of course it's gonna cause me to be sadder than my husband. Yeah. And I definitely, of course, I remember the 80s and I was a kid, Of course, I remember when Off the Wall was brand new. He was doing music videos before we even knew what a music video really was. Don't stop till you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my memories go back to when he was still kind of with the Jacksons and the Wiz. That's where my memories go back to. So, oh yeah, and I definitely remember when Thriller was new and all of that. My gosh. Yeah, was that his name? Willie Draper? Yeah, that was his name. Wiley Draper. Yeah, I know he passed away not long after that film. He had like leukemia or something like that. But yeah, they had it. But I will say that the Jafar Jackson, I think I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at the actor who played Joe Jackson. Yeah, I think that he's just as good an actor as Lawrence Hilton Jacobs, who played, Freddie Boom Boom Washington. Those old enough to remember Welcome Back, Kotter, Cooley High, Coach Cheese. Yeah, I think he was just as good, and he could have even been better. This guy now, this Coleman Domingo, but he was just playing the part that they gave him, and I was like, why is he talking so sinister though? I'm telling you, they had him like he was the devil in this movie. Like you didn't see 1 ounce of love for his sons or for Michael. Like, they even showcased in the Pepsi scene, and I really don't think it was like that. And I'm like, I wish I could talk to the Jackson siblings. If they happen to be listening, and I know they not, because my video ain't gonna go nowhere. My streams ain't going it ain't gonna get that promotion like that. But I gotta ask you, Jermaine, all of y'all who, Jackie, Randy, I don't know if Randy got anything, Marlon, was y'all daddy really was he really that bad? Y'all were okay with that? Y'all gonna tell me y'all were totally okay with that? Was he really that bad that even when Michael Jackson was burned, all that he cared about is he gonna be able to perform? That's just wrong. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, but we weren't really. I know we weren't. Yeah, I know Garwin, but we weren't really. It wasn't really. We weren't really called into like music videos. That we weren't really didn't ever understand like what music video until like Michael Jackson. It was like when Billie Jean came out, that's when I understood, okay, this is a music video. Yeah, you had clips, people performing, they have a white screen in front of them, or a green screen. But really, it was Michael Jackson. But he was like, even with the Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. I mean, we could there was dancing in the streets. They were at where were they at? They were a motor factory, marked in the Vandellas. Let me see. I gotta type in Richard Lawson. Richard Lawson. You say Richard Lawson. I think I know who that is, but you think he would? Okay, yeah, I was right. Okay, Richard Lawson. You think would make it better? What is he with Tina Knowles? I'm late. Are they dating? You see, I'm late. I see what you said. I definitely see. You think he would have been better? I definitely see what you said. Where was this? Go, Tina. When was this? I see what you're saying. I ain't mad at him. I think. Okay, I see what you're saying. They did Joe Jackson hella dirty, and what pissed me off is this end up. The whole. It was just like when I watched the Michelle A documentary on Lifetime. I don't give a squat about Dr. Dre. Do I think he was, musically talented, gifted as a producer, as a musician, as an artist? Yes, Dr. Dre, Death Row and Ruthless Records. However, I don't care for Dr. Dre whatsoever as a person. Okay, I think he was a very bad person. However, when I saw the Michelle A, and this is what I talked about, and y'all know in the video I did on that, it got a whole bunch of views. But that's back when, YouTube was allowing us to have a fair amount of views. But this is, okay, the biopic, it bothered me on Michelle A Lifetime because all that you saw was, it just jumped from one scene after another, her being beat on. I need to know why it is that you fell in love with Dr. Dre in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course they have them where they initially meet, like each other. He seems nice. But then it was like, after that, it was just scene after scene of her, you're just waiting for her being beat. So I don't think that really does the person's life justice, because in fact, it makes it look like she's just stupid. You got to have an understanding of why was she even attracted to him in the first place. At least with Love's Got to Do With It. What's Love Got to Do With It? Even though that wasn't totally telling the truth on Ike and Tina. But at least with that story, even though some of it's dramatization, as we know, at least with that story, you got an understanding of how Anna Mae may have became attached with Ike Turner and fell in love with him. Like when he said and told the story about his father's death, even though the movie don't tell the truth. It was white racists who killed his daddy. But at least it gave you where you got to with Lawrence Fishburne playing Ike Turner. It did where to some degree you could understand why Anna Mae fell in love with him, why she became attached to him, why he was likable, why even maybe Tina Turner's mama may have liked him. To some degree, it wasn't just, they just jumped right into, what I'm saying? To me, I don't think that does the person's story justice. Okay? And that's another thing too. I'm feeling, and we as Black folks, we understand. We know about strict daddies and all of that and strict parents. It's not the same like how white folks may view their dad. Like, we all have parents that may pressure us, especially if we're talking of a certain generation. Okay, we're talking of a whole different, what we may see today as wrong for parents to do, having your kids work at that's a whole nother generation. Joe Jackson represented one of them parents of he may be early silent generation, but close to GI generation, a borderline GI generation. The families that migrated from the South, what was it, from Arkansas, migrated to the North or these metropolitan cities. His family, his parents making a way. All they knew, struggle. I'm not saying that's all I'm just saying. And you got to think about it. None of them Jackson kids went into gangs. Like Joe Jackson, I'm going to share what he said. He had all them sons. Do you know about Gary, Indiana? Ain't that far. It's just a drive away from Chicago. Gary, Indiana and Chicago, very close. Gary, Indiana is hood, okay? Just like Detroit, hood. Just like Chicago. I mean, I'm not saying it's all hood. But do you know what may have happened with them boys? Obviously, the problem with Joe Jackson, only problem is he didn't put quote, he didn't put Jehovah or Yahuwah first when he knew of Jehovah or Yahuwah, because they were Jehovah's Witness. They became Jehovah's Witnesses. But obviously his priorities was, success, becoming financially stable and all of that. He was a very driven person. And that's the thing. That's why I defy the people like Cynthia G saying black men don't build. I'm going to tell you, a lot of them brothers of that generation, they definitely, the ones that didn't go to drugs or didn't go to Vietnam, or, they had that drive. And even those who did, I know from like my uncle, well, my uncle's mainly baby boomers, but I'm just saying, now my grandparents were the GI generation, late GI generation, but GI generation. A lot of them brothers had that drive, especially the ones coming from the South. They had that drive. Like I think of the many that migrated to Chicago, them older people, like the brother who he started working at the Brock's Candy Factory in Chicago. Then he formed for his family Coleman Ribs business. You had a lot of that, believe it or not, in my city, Chicago. A lot of them brothers from that generation that had that drive. Joe Jackson had that old school drive when they, saw moving to these cities as an opportunity. Okay? And they took advantage. They may have worked at these white-owned factories and companies and stuff, these factories like him working in the steel mill, but they would do their own thing. And with him, it was, he went in the direction of music with his children. Very similar to the Jets, the family, their parents came from the Tonga, from Oceania. And they even said themselves that they were looking at the Jacksons, like the Osmonds, and, and his dad put them kids to work. Just like when you look at biblical times. A big family a whole bunch of children, especially if you got a lot of sons, that actually used to mean more income, more people to work the field. And I'm not saying children shouldn't have a childhood, but we look at things a little differently. We got to understand children were mature back then. And I'm not saying that that's right. No, I don't think that you should take your child like they're only 5 years old. They should be 7 years old, playing at bars where there are adults, and you know what I'm saying? And I think that's too much for a child to be experiencing women throwing panties at them and all that kind of stuff. I do think that that's unhealthy. Yes, of course. But what I'm saying, I'm just looking at a brother's intentions. Right, exactly. James Brown, definitely. There was a reason why they called him the hardest working man in show business. And brothers back then, they knew they couldn't be slacking, and they couldn't have their children slacking. I don't know what it was that broke that spirit, which is why I made, I kind of can't help but want to explore more into when we became quote unquote pro-black. But you had them brothers that definitely like the silent generation and GI generation. They had that drive, especially if they migrated from the South, and they still have the connections and memories of the South, of the segregated South and all. Yeah, and I think we don't understand. And yeah, I'm so sorry that the father isn't as lovable as you think. You gotta understand, especially when we're talking about a black father, they could not afford to just be like the Cleaver, with the Leave It to Beaver family. They couldn't. It'd be great if you could just be like that and just give advice to your children. No, and just be there for them when they need someone to talk to, like Mike Brady. No, you couldn't. Especially if you're in the hood and in certain circumstances. This is what I was also talking about in defense of the Florida Evans character, which Tariq Nasheed does not seem to understand. I know we joking, and I get it, but you got to understand, you also need that moral compass. You got to have that mother like, no, we can't be be supportive, yeah, but it's when it's all that temptation. When there's all that, I understand. I had 4 brothers. And also they had Katherine Jackson saying something to Joe Jackson in the movie. I really don't think that Katherine would have said. I'm not saying that Katherine was this wimp. That's not what I'm saying. She was a very gentle woman and very supportive of her husband. But I don't think that she would have said something talking about, oh, Michael is the reason. Like he's the sole reason. Yes, Michael had the gift, but it was his daddy who nurtured that gift. Okay, I am what I know. Let's say if I became famous, this and that, there's no way I could not credit my mother. And I'm gonna tell you, I can tell you some stuff my mama did. And if they were to do a biopic, y'all probably think my mama was the most evil woman on the world. Did my mama whoop my ass? Did my mama cuss me out at times? Yeah, but I understood my mama. I knew what my mama. You understand what I'm saying? I know what's up. I know my mama. And there's people who want to slander my mama. But I know if I could forgive my mama with what we went through, it's obvious if I was in girls' homes, that means I ran away from home. So I felt like how Michael was feeling about his daddy. You best believe I had them feelings on my mama. And there was a time, don't get me wrong, where Michael Jackson was, was with the white folks listening, like the Barbara Walter type. You remember when Oprah was talking to Barbara Wawa? Did you ever wish you was white? There's, and black folks killed me with that. Just like even Robin Givens had to realize that they didn't care about her. She even came to that realization when they were interviewing her about Mike. And I'm not saying that she or Oprah or whoever else shouldn't be able to tell their story if these things happen to them. But I was always thinking that they care. Oh, they listen more. I'm telling you, they almost had me like that when I was in them group homes, in the girls' homes and stuff. They almost had me thinking my mama was the enemy and, oh, they're listening to me more than my mother actually am. They almost brainwashed me like that. And I'm not saying that we should accept abuse. That's not, I know y'all thinking, see, this is a Stockholm syndrome. No. And I had to find out that they don't care about me. It was just what money or whatever they could get in having me in custody away from my mother. Okay? Sometimes sad to say we got to find out these things the hard way. I totally understand my mother's brilliance. I also understand why she may have made certain errors that she did as well. Okay, now there are certain things I absolutely cannot excuse, but you ain't going to see me over getting my ass whooped now. I can take that. Actually, verbal abuse is actually more harmful to me because I know there are white kids too that they probably ain't never got a whoop in their life, but they hate their parents. I know. And probably never even got a physical whooping, but they, like I used to initially, I didn't understand on the Breakfast Club when Ali Sheedy's character said, my parents ignore me. I was like, so what, big deal. But then I realized that's a cold thing to do, to just ignore your child. That's a really cold-blooded thing. So they think that feeling that we all have, they have for their dad is the same. But don't get me wrong. You got these black kids now that's doing, also unaliving their parents. It is a different generation. I ain't gonna lie. There's certain things I don't understand. Like I never thought I'd see the day where I hear a black boy talk about his mama. Black boys' issue with their dad was mainly their dad wasn't there. If their father wasn't there, that used to be the main issue with a black boy, and not his daddy whooping his ass. But yeah, oh yeah, I was just showing that. Thanks for pointing that out. Also, one of the Ronettes, one of the Ronettes, another Ronette member passed away. Another one of the Ronette members ironically passed away. I was shown that actually yesterday, I think. But yeah, and let me show you. See, I know that Michael Jackson. Yeah, don't get me wrong. There was that point when Michael Jackson. Excuse me, got a burp. Excuse me. There was that point where Michael Jackson was talking to thinking that they were understanding and everything. Thinking that they, where he's talking about his daddy. And I'm not saying he wasn't telling the truth or anything, but we don't always have to tell our family business all the time. But we do need to have an understanding so that we can understand where we may be erring, where we may go wrong. We don't want to pass on those generational curses and mistakes and errors. I get it. But Michael eventually came to a realization. I want to share this with y'all. Okay. Fair use. Now, you remember now when there was that documentary in the early 2000s, because it was all about the takedown of Michael Jackson, for reasons you should know why. If you don't, I don't know where the hell you've been. But if you don't really know what the conspiracy was about. But yeah, anyways, Michael Jackson had a documentary around 2003. Okay, he had worked with this Martin Bashir. Then Martin Bashir put out a documentary. This guy of the what was he, of British of Indian, East Indian descent, but he was of the UK, Martin Bashir, and he tricked Michael Jackson. You know, he did this interview with him, and he edited the interview to fit a narrative of Michael Jackson being like just this weird predator who hates his father, and you know. So Michael Jackson had a follow-up, made sure to follow it up with footage, showing footage that Martin Bashir did not show. Like, for instance, a lot of people didn't notice that that Michael Jackson had a lot of black kids at that Neverland Ranch. He would go and get black kids from South Central LA, from the hood, and the mothers, and allow them to be at the Neverland Ranch for free. You know, just giving these kids in the ghetto. Because if you watch that documentary, it does give you an impression like, do you even care about black kids? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there was a lot left. Yeah, so he followed it up, and that happened to be hosted, narrated by Maury Povich. Let me make sure that you guys are seeing what I'm sharing here. Okay. So he followed it up to the things that were left purposely, Martin Bashir left out. And it's interesting, some of these people that did Michael Jackson wrong after Michael's death, it is interesting that they ended up like Tom Snedden, and you know, who's gone now, and Martin Bashir didn't get like a tumor. And I remember them like kind of joking, not saying that I wish that on anyone, but they were kind of joking at AOL Black Voices, like Michael Jackson ghost coming for him. Yeah, because it is interesting the things that happen to some of them people one by one after Michael's passing. But anyways, let me share this. This is from uploaded by MJ Media 09 Returns.
Of Jackson's complaints about the documentary is the non-inclusion of certain statements that he feels are pertinent to objective reporting.
Like when Bashir devoted almost 8 minutes to the abuse by Michael's father?
You remember when you said to me that you just wanted to run away from your father?
I hid. I used to hide.
But did not include this short and revealing comment.
He hurt me when he was little, but he's a genius. The man is a genius.
So obviously, Michael wanted that to be put in for a reason. He was upset that Martin Bashir left out. Now, he had, like what they said, 8 minutes of him speaking against his dad, but he left out purposely where Michael said that he was a genius. His dad was a genius. He acknowledged, he of course, when you're younger, you may not, quite understand. You just, this is just strict daddy. But he realized when he was older, and that's why Michael Jackson was able to make the business moves that he made, like in purchasing the business. I know that Paul McCartney wants to take all credit, saying he taught Michael the business. No, you forgot, Paul, that his daddy was Joe Jackson. His daddy knew business and understood business. Now, why is it that Michael really, obviously, because he was still alive when this documentary and the follow-up was put out, so obviously he wanted this part to be in, and he was obviously disappointed that Martin Bashir only expressed what he said about his feelings, against his father when he was younger, but Michael was disappointed that he left out this. So he wanted people to know that he still loved and respected his father. He would not have only wanted us to see the quote unquote bad. So do y'all think he would have approved of this movie, just having him depicted as a demon? It was like Joe Jackson was the devil in his life. As if Michael was just born with this talent. Joe Jackson had nothing to do with it. All he cared about was milking his son. As if Michael was just born an angel with a gift and had nothing to do with his dad. His dad just, I guess, saw the gift and only wanted to use him and didn't care about him getting burned even. That is, I cannot believe. Jermaine, I'm very disappointed. And you especially, Jermaine. I'm very disappointed that you were okay with this. I'm very disappointed. And let's go a little more in detail, just a little more of what he said. Because, uploaded by Legends in 4K remastered. A little more from the. It's hard to find this stuff now on YouTube. Because, YouTube, that's why even when you do a search on things by upload date, they don't show it like that. They just, by today. They don't let you, they want you to totally overlook a lot of these older uploads.
Yeah, I used to hide. He doesn't know this, but I walk in the room and his presence would be there and I would faint. My bodyguards would have to hold me up. And we're talking about the days of Off the Wall and Thriller. I'm not joking. And he just, I don't think how much he hurt me with love, but he's a genius. The man is a genius. At the same time, he is a genius. He really is.
But Michael, he injured you when you were a child.
You see, Michael, he injured you while you were a child. That's all that Martin wanted to focus on. Because, it goes along with this black brute stereotype. Even if a black man is in their child's life, they're no good.
Yeah, but look what came out of it.
Well,
maybe I wouldn't have the affection for the kids that I have today, wanting to help them.
some people would say maybe what came out of it was a guy who decided to change his appearance, who became obsessed with his face. That's what some people would say. You don't believe that?
No, I know me. I know what's inside my head.
When you said to me that you just...
So even with him wanting to change his face, he is not totally blaming his dad. Yes, his dad did, and that I don't approve of. Calling him ugly, saying you must got your looks on your mama. Yes, a lot of things that we've done. And I don't mean to just totally blame slavery and white racism and all of that. But I do look at this as feeling the need to humble our children. Like, remember I told y'all one thing that I don't like when I see with black parents is when you compliment a black child and the parent, like the mom or whoever, they automatically correct, oh, no, she bad or he bad. And that's one thing I do not like. Like, why do our people always do that? Like, when you compliment a child, oh my gosh, your child is so sweet. Nah, she bad. Why do we do that automatically? It's almost like it's been ingrained in us to automatically humble. Like, can I compliment your child? Now, yes, the Bible warns about pride, but at the same, that doesn't mean, and humility is a good word, don't get me wrong, but that don't mean you got to always be. Let's not get it twisted. And I notice this is something that we kind of automatically do, and feeling like we got to humble and don't let you think, I understand you wanted your child to be humble and have grace, and but that doesn't mean that you got to be putting down your child, calling them ugly, making them feel ugly. And that's like what I see with Corey Hogan with this monkey. I'm gonna call you a monkey. See that calling? I don't care. I don't give a squat about that Anton dude. Okay, because they're both, and it's really, really messed up with both of these guys. But what he's doing, Corey Holcomb is doing. See, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, if Anton, and I notice how he only calls the women monkeys and primates, and I noticed that even and it's only the darker skinned women that he refers to as monkeys and primates. This is something I noticed. No, that's a way of humbling black women. You're still a monkey though, and if you're dark skinned, you're still a monkey. You see what I'm saying? This, I'm gonna humble you, or I'm gonna get to your wife and daughter. You're still a monkey. I don't care if you put it wig. I don't care you do your hair. I don't care. You're still a monkey. Remember that. The white man says that you're a primate, so I'm gonna agree with him. I'm gonna remind you, you're still a monkey. And see, this is also, and that's the thing, because even when he was talking about the Christina Payne woman, who happens to be light skinned and mixed, notice he doesn't refer to her as a monkey. It's only the black women, and that happen to be darker skinned, that he referred. This is something I'm noticing that he throws that monkey jab at. See, and in this way, and that's the thing. So I'm like, what is it that make them look like a monkey to you, Corey? Why do they look like monkeys or primates? Why animal primates? What makes them look like monkeys? That's what I want to know. What is it? So if they look like primates, what do you think you look like? If you think that they look like primates or monkeys, then Corey, what do you look like? Oh, wait, Darlene, and I had to post this somewhere. Darlene, she allowed for Darlene to call him Magilla Gorilla. So all this is just showing a reflection of how Corey Holcomb sees himself. So I'm going to call these black women monkeys so that you don't see me as the monkey, or you don't see me as an ape or gorilla or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? See, that's about, and that's all that is. And we as Yasharel, we need to stop this. This needs to stop. But as long as we all getting our laugh on, but this feeling the need, even though, and see all that is with, that's why he laughs off everything. Corey Holcomb is one of them people, like, who pointed this out? Obviously, he was one to be easily taunted. He could have been an easy target in school to taunt. When you look at how his teeth used to look and stuff. So what I'm gonna do, because I know I dealt with a boy like this in school, in junior high. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get, so that's how he became funny. If I crack on everybody else and get you to notice their so-called flaws, you won't notice mine. You won't crack. And that's how he keeps trying to prove that he's unfazed. Even if you sue me, he's so busy. This man is nearly 60 years old, y'all. He nearly 60 years old. Still up in here telling monkey and African booty scratching jokes. That shit is, you too old for that shit. Him and Tariq Nasheed, they too old for this bullshit. You too old for that. And then this is so funny, and I'm seeing black folks. You a monkey. How original. How original. This is some straight childish ass shit. And it ain't got to be dependent on AI. Can't even be creative no more with they jokes. This shit is unoriginal and it's played out now. Wow, calling a black person a monkey. How original. How funny. And people thinking that this shit is so funny. I'm telling you, that's why I'm sick and that's why I'm disgusted with YouTube. Why am I still here? I don't know. You tell me. But I am so disgusted with, I just peeked into YouTube. This is disgusting. But we got to stop this shit. We got to stop this. And feeling this need. And see, all this puffed up pride, even with this FBA, I'm looking, Count Mustila, all this stuff, all this puffed up FBA pride, and us gunning on each other. This is all really just a sign of insecurity. And us feeling the need to humble each other and humble our own people. No, we're going to be humble. Y'all going to be humble. See, Corey Holcomb and all of them, they're trying to show they ain't phased. They got no shame. O'Shea, all of them. You will be humble. And the synergies and y'all, the vessels, all of y'all gonna be humble. You don't want to be humbled by the Most High. But yeah, we got to stop this. That's why I do disapprove of Joe Jackson. But Michael knows himself. In this interview, he's taking accountability. He don't want to keep taking shit out on his daddy because he know it's also about himself. He said, in fact, also in an interview, interview he did with Oprah, Michael Jackson, being that he was a child star and the spotlight was on him since he was a child and people adoring him for being cute, kind of like with Macaulay Culkin and then them saying, oh, he's no longer cute. The same thing with Fred Savage. They're being called cute and all of a sudden you're not seen as cute. Of course, we know Michael Jackson as a teenager, he experienced acne that caused some insecurities, but he talked in an interview with Oprah. Michael Jackson talked about how when he, I guess, was a teenager or a young man, I'm assuming he was a teenager, he said it was a woman, he said. And she had said, that's Michael? That's little Michael? Like he's older now, right? And then he said that she went, ew. And he said that stuck with him forever. And that also contributed to what became, I guess, what we would refer to as body dysmorphia, where you're thinking you're ugly no matter what. And then, all that they're doing, the cosmetic surgery and all of that, it just feeds into it. You're never satisfied. I got to correct this. No, I need to correct that. I need to be perfect. Because you got to understand, he did not have a normal life in that he was, in the spotlight, always on the radar. And people going to be cruel and honest, And he said, so it wasn't just about Joe Jackson. Okay. And he also knows himself in his own. And of course, yeah, there are things with Michael that I get, when I see how he chose to have his children. It's not just about them being biracial, but I don't even think them kids are biracial. Okay, that's obvious. Even in the case of Blanket. But and I saw the son, it looked like he dyed his hair to look even blonder, the one prince. Yeah, so there are things when I look at the whole Jackson fan, just like the clan, just like Diana Ross's family, pretty much whited out. Yeah, so I got to look at that. People have a right to be who they want to be with, no doubt. But yeah, of course, we got to look at that with the whole Jackson family. I think the only ones who may have married someone black or got black was Rebe Jackson, the oldest one. So yeah, this is something, we do need to discuss. Hey, Optimal Instincts, TKC, how y'all doing? Thanks for joining. So
when you said to me that you just wanted to run away.
But as you can see, and just listen to it once more time, he had got over that blaming Joe for everything. He got over that because he was a grown man and he had been a grown man for a long time by now. Okay, we can't be blaming our parents for every little thing that's wrong in our life. And also, he got an understanding of his dad. You don't have to agree with things to just understand. So don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to gloss over, but the way that they're trying to make it like his daddy was this total demon. And I'm glad that Michael got over that. Okay? Or got through that. Some things you don't get over, you just get through it. So I definitely don't believe Michael would have approved of this movie. And what's even worse, but let me go and play this just one more time.
Away from your father.
I hid. I used to hide. He doesn't know this, but I walk in the room and his presence would be there and I would faint. My bodyguards would have to hold me up. And we're talking about the days of Off the Wall and Thriller. And I jumped. And he just, I don't think how much he hurt me with his love, but he's a genius. The man is a genius. At the same time, he is a genius. He really is.
But Michael, he injured you when you were a child.
Yeah, but look what came out of it.
Well,
maybe I wouldn't have the affection for kids that I have today, wanting to help them.
Some people would say maybe what came out of it was a guy who decided to change his appearance, who became obsessed with his face. That's what some people would say. You don't believe that?
And if we're gonna go there and just blame Daddy, then why don't we go further back? Well, let's go back to why did Joe Jackson feel that his nose or whatever was unattractive? Where did that come from? They always want to, you know what I'm saying? We want to look at what's on the surface here and now. Okay, but where did this? But of course, we would be blaming the white man again. Okay, they want him to just blame his daddy and not take any responsibility for his own actions when it came to changing his face and this and that. But okay, then can his daddy blame him? Can his dad see? They didn't like when Joe Jackson talked about slavery. They didn't like that. That's another reason they don't like Joe Jackson, because they saw him, he just another cocky Negro. Yeah, it was confirmed he did have vitiligo. It makes me wonder. And it's definitely, it was confirmed that he had vitiligo.
No, I know me. I know what's inside my head.
When you said to me that you just...
Because really, there's an interview with Michael in the early 80s. He didn't really have a problem with his skin color. It was the acne. It was more so his nose. But something happened to him around the time, the Pepsi injury and everything, 1984. Also, if you notice, around the time of the Thriller album, this is another thing too. Remember Janet Jackson and her little bio series or whatever? That was not that long ago. She talked about around the time he did Thriller. That's when her and Michael Jackson's relationship was kind of estranged. Because before they were really, really close, always hanging with each other and stuff, she said. But something around the time of Thriller, where I guess almost like Michael was distant from the family. If y'all can remember that. If you're old enough, you know what I'm talking about. That was also around, if you remember, Michael would always be wearing these dark shades. When I talk about Mind Control Ultra and stuff. And yeah, there's some things real questionable with Quincy Jones, and not just Quincy Jones, but that's when, if you notice, around that time in the 80s, when he would be with Ronald Reagan and hanging with celebrities, certain celebrities. Of course, he'd been involved with celebrities and hanging, going way back to the 70s. And even when you look at him, there's pictures of him at Studio 54 with Yul Brynner and stuff. But when he really started, like with the Liza Minnellis and even people like Betty Davis, and you didn't really see him as much with his family besides with the Victory Tour. I think something was going on with Michael. If you also notice during that time period, hold on. Let me see if I can find a picture. Let me see, maybe Grammys 1984. But if you notice during this time period, he would be wearing the shades. And shades were in the 80s, especially around 83, 84. He'd be wearing the shades. He seemed very disconnected in a sense from his family besides the Victory, before the Victory Tour. And also I noticed that he would be wearing these jackets, like these Sergeant Pepper Beatles looking jackets. Very interesting. Now, it could have been a thing of him just copying, the British artist. But, when you think of the Beatles and you think of the connection with Aleister Crowley and during this time, and he's with Brooke Shields, and it seemed like the only other black person he was with who was Emmanuel Lewis Webster. But it's my opinion, like there's an interview with him and Quincy Jones, very creepy, that Michael also may have been under some, that's just my little theory there though. I can't say that something was wrong, and you remember eventually, what's interesting is that Jermaine Jackson, even, I don't know if y'all remember, but he had a little song in the late 80s called Word to the Bad. Kind of like a diss at Michael Jackson. Hold on, let's see if we can find lyrics. Word to the Bad. And I'm not saying this to put down Michael Jackson. I'm saying why, so there was that. And I had that period with my family. Okay, the lyrics to Word to the Bad. It was by Jermaine Jackson. And this was, what year was this? What year was this? Doggone it, they're not giving me the year. Well, they saying 1991. I thought it was like late 80s. Okay, I think they're saying 1991. Okay. Well, the lyrics, it says, what up, yo, word to the bad. Okay, reconstructed, been abducted. This is Jermaine Jackson. Don't know who you are. Think they love you. They don't know you. Lonely superstar. Never think about who you love. Only think about number one. You forget about where you started from. You only care about what you want. Don't care about how it's done. You only think about you, your throne, be it right or be it wrong. It ain't about your world. It ain't about the things that you do. If you don't care, I don't care, because you keep thinking about you. It ain't about you taking my pie you've been taking for a long time. If you don't care, I don't care. If you keep, well, I ain't thinking about you. That's really how it's. What up, yo, word to the bad. Once you were made, this verse 2. Once you were made, you changed your shade. Was your color wrong? Could not turn back. It's a known fact. You were too far gone. You know I've tried to be there for you like a brother. I care for you. It didn't matter. You always play me off. You only care about what you've done, what you want. You don't care about how it's done. You only think about you, your throne, be it right or be it wrong. Now, I know y'all, okay. I know, okay. It says, oh, no, I ain't thinking about you. Oh, no, what up? Yo, word to the bad. Okay, and then a little rap. Thinking about that pie that you've been taking from me, from a brother to another brother, hard to believe. Lost and don't know it, yet you still show it. Giving seems to be harder than it is to receive. The glass has gotten shady, time to make it clear. Clean it up, and let's start with the man in the mirror. It's sad, Mr. Bad. Ain't no mistaking it. Get a grip, because you're not far from breaking it. Thinking about the time when we used to be close. It shouldn't be past tense, because nobody knows what the future may hold, what tomorrow might bring. It's not guaranteed that you'll be spreading your wings. But meanwhile, I continue to smile, because in the back of my head, I know you're still a child. You say that you're a man, but that'll never be unless the day comes when you can lean on me. Okay, chorus, pre-chorus. Gone too far, you better turn back. I know who you are. You know where I'm at. Sad, but it's true. From me to you. Pick up the phone. Don't be alone. Step off your throne. Come back home. Okay. I ain't got no reason. Yeah, word to the bad. And you know, Jermaine, just like Michael, they had that little rebellion. That's why you think I'm saying I'm kind of a little more disappointed with Jermaine. Because you got to understand, this was also around that time. It don't matter if you black or white. And I remember about around that time, that's what we was really feeling like. Okay. Hold on. Doggone it. Okay. Word to the bad. I got no these original version. Yeah.
State attorneys general are their state's chief legal officer.
Sorry, y'all. And can y'all believe on this channel though? On not this channel, but this channel is supposed to be hidden. But can y'all believe that paying YouTube Premium? They got me with the okay. Just so y'all know that this is real. Okay. It didn't go anywhere. And then there was that, oh, this is about Mike. It's obvious it's about Michael. You said Jermaine was the hater in the family. Well, I don't want to go into that, but yeah, it's obvious LaToya was under some mind control ultra with that ex-husband, that handler. Okay. Michael's pretty tall though. But how you doing, infamous Marty Mar? But what I'm saying though, I do think that there was this time period. The reason I'm pointing this out, because I do believe that there was this time period where Michael was kind of like, you would be more likely to see him with these, white celebrities. And supposedly he was also hurt over Diana Ross getting married to Aaron Ness. I don't know how true that was, and like they show him clips of him at the award in 87, yeah, they believe in that Dirty Diana really was about Diana Ross. And yeah, and they some people believe that's why he started even more so clinging to Elizabeth Taylor, but supposedly he was, I'm not going to say that I believe that she actually messed with an underage. I'm not going to feed into those rumors on Diana Ross. But yeah, it is obvious that he did say in the interview, crushing on Diana Ross. But maybe he felt hurt on that. I don't know. But there was that period. It did seem like Michael Jackson was very definitely distant from his family. And you would see him with, celebrities you would not expect an R&B artist or pop R&B artist, black pop R&B artist to be hanging with. You don't expect to see like, who's another? You don't expect to see like Rick James hanging with Betty Davis, even if he may have been with Linda Blair, but you don't expect to see that, Yeah, I'm trying not to feed into that because there are people trying to say that she may have, had sexual relations with, and we don't need another scandal against Black folks, especially if it can't really be proven like that. Yes, I don't really feed into, if Diana Ross is, obviously he was crushing on her for whatever reason, and it's belief also that he had strong disapproval of her, or he was hurt. It was said, that he was hurt by her marrying, but he had to play it off, marrying, Arness. No, I really though, I did not want to come. It's just that I was so irking, and that's why I didn't want to even watch this movie. But yeah, but I'm not trying to say this to diss Michael Jackson. I'm not trying to feed into family beefs. What I'm saying is that Michael Jackson, I definitely believe, came to a realization that his family, and more particularly his father, was not the enemy. And I'm speaking this because I know, as a person who was in girls' homes and ran away from home myself and had issues with my mother, I came to realize that my mother was not the enemy. And I realized that my mother was genius. Yes, my mother had erred, had flaws, but I realized that my mother was not the enemy. And I think about how there were, I'm going to say, white people in my head trying to make me see my mother as the enemy. Okay. My mother was a very conscious, brilliant woman who was also a woman who was also a product of this system. She was also a product of, and there was times where I saw my mother and my family is, not saying that I ain't never kissed no white people behind, but it could have been seen where my mother may have saw me. Like, remember I talked about me being in the girls' home and my mother I couldn't go on weekend passes. And that's what kind of almost in a way led me to getting pregnant when I had my one child, because of me sneaking out of the group home, having somebody lie, a friend of mine lie and say that they were my mom. Because my mother would not take me home on weekend passes. Because my mother had this, me being in the girls' home and stuff, she had this feeling like either you with these white folks or you at home. My mother was very strict about it. So in a way, my mother kind of saw me as being a traitor to the family, in a sense, with me running away and being in the girls' homes and stuff. But it was, my family was falling apart. And I didn't know how to deal with it. And I was young. But the thing is, I had to realize my mother was not the enemy. Okay. Yeah. So there are certain things I understand. I talk about these things and I'm passionate about these things for a reason, and I understand the impact that drugs and different things like that and poverty and all that had on my family. And I know why these generational curses and what they're about. And this is stuff that I do want to talk more into. Like I just had my brother, ironically, to call me, one of my older brothers, and he was questioning me on why am I still referring to us as Black people. And this ain't about jumping on the coon train now. Don't get it twisted. Okay. But I understood where, me understanding we're Yasharel. And this was surprising that one of my brothers would call me saying, because this is something I've been thinking on, in us breaking these curses. But I'm not going to lie, I've been wrapped in Black pride myself. And I understand this ain't about dissing melanin, but I'm going to talk about that in another video. I'm going to talk about that because I do feel that I'm being called to speak on certain things. But yeah, but let me share also. So like I said, Michael Jackson, he would not have wanted his father talked about like this. You got to understand. And even Farrakhan talked about almost like the whiter Michael's skin was getting, the quote unquote blacker he was becoming, or in the sense he was becoming. And that's why Michael was no longer quote unquote safe. See, in the 80s, he would be with Ronald Reagan presenting him an award, and he was seen as safe. Okay. But there was a certain period. When did Michael Jackson no longer was this safe Negro that they felt okay with him, with Brooke Shields and all that? It really started, the beginning was around the time he purchased that Beatles catalog. Okay, that was the beginning, his business awareness. But that was just the beginning. Okay.
He's a genius. A man is a genius. At the same time, he is a genius. He really is.
But Michael, he injured you when you were a child.
Yeah, but look what came out of it.
Well,
maybe I wouldn't have the affection for the kids that I have today, wanting to help them.
some people would say,
and it's good that he's trying to, and I'm not saying to make excuses for anybody quote unquote abusing you, but he is trying to find, you understand. But they wanted him to stay angry and see his father as the enemy. Like they just want us to, as a people, to just keep taking things out on each other and not really seeing the ultimate enemy.
maybe what
Y'all think whipping our kids are so wrong. Okay, where did we get the idea of whipping our kids, for instance? But nobody want to go there.
came out of it was a guy who decided to change his appearance, who became obsessed with his face. That's what some people would say. You don't believe that?
No, I know me. I know what's inside my head.
See, he said, I know me. I know what's inside my head. So everything, just like I can't blame everything in my life on my mama, he understands. Like he's taking responsibility. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's taking responsibility. And also, this is from TV1 TV. I'm sharing this. I may cut off the screen somewhat. I got it sped up a little bit. Now, Tito Jackson, rest in peace to Tito. That's what I wondered too. It's interesting him passing before. Now, supposedly he had a part in this film, but he passes before it comes out. Interesting. And he didn't seem unhealthy because didn't Tito, wasn't he also released music and stuff? But anyways. Tito Jackson says Joe Jackson had his reasons to be strict. Okay, you see him here, D.L. Hughley. I'm not quite sure who this is, but this is shared by TV1 TV. I may cut off half the screen, but I got it sped up a little for copyright. I'd appreciate you pressing 1 if you can hear this loud enough, clear enough.
It's in the news, like people talk about, Joe and how he raised you. Did you feel any level of resentment? Did you think that was unnecessary or just what you needed?
What I say about that is people can say what they want. I know my lifestyle. I respect people. People respect me. And my father was strict, but he had his reasons. You didn't think that those reasons were unreasonable. Oh no. I mean, come on, we're all black in here, just about.
Just about.
I like to show this. Yeah, what you said with it. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm Juice. Right. They want us to forgive our unalives, but not forgive our parents. Right. Exactly. And that's a funny thing. They want us to look to the past and blame somebody else when it comes to our parents or our own people. But yet, they don't want us to look any further back. You know what I'm saying?
He looks like a manager.
Now, come on, we know what
these were unreasonable.
Oh no. I mean, come on, we're all black in here, just about.
Just about.
He looks like a manager.
Now, come on, we know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Our parents didn't spare the rod, man.
Right.
You did something wrong, you were scared to go home.
Right.
So that's just the way it was.
And that's I always thought, like, look, I can't
slow it down. It's just I think I got it sped up just a little too fast, and I want y'all to hear what he's saying.
That man, I wasn't in that household, but I can say this: your name is written in the stars, and you have to have, to some degree, some level of appreciation for what got you there.
Absolutely.
So you were appreciative of it.
Oh man, I've always said way back in the day that I think that my father did a fantastic job. I think he's one of the greatest men. And today a lot of men need to learn from him. I
think so too.
Yeah, because
I'm glad he went to the bar just father. That'd be crazy. But, what's very funny?
Even though he should have said that, being that they were friends with the DeBarge. And I remember though Jermaine Jackson in the interview talking about how the DeBarge kids, he said, they was ghetto. He said they was tearing stuff up. Like at a hotel or something. It was Jermaine, it was some. Was it well, they would say how the DeBarge kids, but that's kind of me, them saying that. Yeah, but let's see if they would do something on the DeBarge daddy. If they have something to say about him, because he was a real monster. See if they do a film on him.
No, I'm glad he went to the bar just father. That'd be crazy. But, what's very funny? I have a family. I have a family of 4, and you talk to all of our family, and they will have a different interpretation of the way that they were raised, and a different interpersonal relationship with the same house, same food, same. But you would think we were raised in 4 different houses with 4 different sets of parents, because everybody has an idea and a interpretation of the way they were raised that doesn't have. You could have the same situation and interpret it a different way.
Yeah, that's true. Me and Jackie probably and Jermaine got the blunt of whatever it was that we, in about time Michael, Marlon, and Randy and Janet came along, he was pretty tired.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't gonna lie. Like, that's how I be thinking, even like my nieces. By the time, with my mama, with my nieces, my mom was tired at that point, for real. The older kids, and even speak about that, they the ones who, now I'm the baby of the family, don't get me wrong. But they know, just like with my grandmama, people could see us as mean, but no. But it's usually be the younger ones that be doing all the complaining. Oh, please. By the time, when I heard this, I was cracking up. Because, I couldn't help but think of certain younger people in my family. Like, now, shoot. My mama was tired by that time. Shit. Grandmama, too. Shit. But don't be the main ones want to be complaining.
Got the blunt of whatever it was.
And a interpretation of the way they were raised that doesn't have. You could have the same situation and interpret it a different way.
Yeah, that's true. Me and Jackie probably and Jermaine got the blunt of whatever it was that we, in about time Michael, Marlon, and Randy and Janet came along, he was pretty tired.
It ran out of wind.
You spent all this time with Tito ass. You got to lay down a little bit.
Yep. So he could never hit Michael. He swing over here, Michael's over there. So
all of this stuff. And
it's interesting because they said that Michael was kind of actually the more rebellious one, against Joe. That's what's interesting. Yeah. I'm not saying he wasn't strict and didn't whoop his behind, but, they kind of put it like actually, like I think of my one uncle had Down syndrome. He would get away with saying stuff. My grandmama, shut up, old lady. Ain't no way we could get away. My grandma was with the GI generation, born older than Joe Jackson. My grandparents were older than Joe Jackson, born in 1920s. And yeah, my grandmama, people saw her on my mama's side, particularly saw her as a strict, mean woman. But I remember my one uncle, he would get away with stuff because my grandma had two families. And, she had children even into like her 40s, and she had a son with Down syndrome who was close to my siblings in age, born in the late 60s. He just passed away not that long ago. He had Down syndrome. But she would let him, maybe because he had Down syndrome. But he would be clowning me. Shut up, old lady. Just stop. Ain't no way that we could say. The rest of us could say. Well, yeah, anyway.
We have to talk about all this stuff.
Yeah, that's how Tito was doing music and stuff. That's how, I wonder what would he have approved of this film and the depiction of their dad.
What's going on with Michael? How does that make you feel? What do you
it makes me feel really bad because Michael could never hit Michael. He swing over here, Michael's over there. So
all of this stuff, and we have to talk about all the stuff that's going on with Michael. How does that make you feel? What do you
it makes me feel really bad because Michael is probably one of the most different type of people. Growing up, his life is basically who he is. He was a kid all his life, and he never got things to do that most kids do, play outside. And
you thought that hurt his development?
Well, it makes him want to do things longer, I think. He still was enjoying Mickey Mouse and Disneyland movies and things like that. So that's basically where he was as a person.
When you see all the things that are said, are there some things you just patently just disagree with? Are there some things you see inconsistency in?
Well, totally wrong. I think the world has him wrong. He was a very loving person. I think he's kind of the persons that felt that when he was growing up, he wouldn't want a kid to get spanked the way he was, right, or whatever. Or he's very giving. If a kid needs help in the hospital or school or needs to go to college, he's there, man. He was.
Then why do so many?
And see, I think also Michael is, even though my mama was an older baby boomer, born in the late 40s after World War II, Michael's a younger baby boomer. And they're kind of in common with my mom and Michael. Because, that was the thing with my mother. My mother was one of them baby boomers influenced by like Dr. Spock. And my mother was trying to be so different from her mother. She was actually really trying to be different. And that was kind of the problem with my mother, that people felt that she wasn't strict enough. But my mama did, whoop our, she tried to avoid it. But when she did whoop it, it would be when her anger would be built up, which is not healthy. But she really didn't want to whoop her kids. And people used to criticize my mother. My mother was, because you did have them baby boomers in the generation where they were trying so hard to be so different from their parents. And I think that my mom mistake was she was trying to be so different from her mother, who was very strict. My mother also made the mistake of, you know, like smoking weed with, and I'm just being honest, and I've talked about this before, with my older siblings and stuff. And she didn't understand cocaine. My mother didn't realize that the marijuana would be a gateway with her children to cocaine, but she didn't understand what in the world could make you do cocaine. She didn't understand that, but she felt that it was okay because she was influenced by a lot of those people of that era, the Timothy Learys, and you understand what I'm saying? And you know, you had them baby boomers, young and old baby boomers, who were influenced by the counterculture. So I wouldn't say that my mother was a hippie. She was definitely Black nationalist, but a lot of those, she was definitely like on the Black nationalist tip. But I do feel a lot of those who were on that Black nationalist tip, they were still influenced by the white counterculture and this communist, you know, this and Marxism and all of that. And I definitely think my mother was influenced by that. And I think she was trying so hard to be different from her mother, who she saw as extremely strict. But even in my mom's latter years, you know, she ended up passing before her mother. But, you know, and I had to assure my grandmother that she did respect her, you know. My mother, she also reminded me of Robin Givens' character in The Women of Brewster Plays, with Cicely Tyson being my grandmama, except for my grandmama had a very Southern accent, unlike Cicely Tyson. But yeah, that was the dynamic with my mama and my. They were kind of enemies, or at least it's seen in they were enemies. But even before my mom's passing, she had an understanding of her mother. A lot of times we had this misunderstanding. Yeah. No, not Dr. Spock. Dr. Spock, he was this, you know, I don't want to go all into it, but no. I'm talking about the pediatrician Dr. Spock. But then you find out, Benjamin Spock. And who knows? You never know. Maybe these Star Trek characters named after, because when you find out a lot of these people, like, hold on, Benjamin, you'll find out that, in his books, my mom definitely read, but you'll find out these people who are extensions of Sigmund Freud, you'll find out they were all part of Illuminati. if we're going to put it that way, you'll find out that a lot of these people, and like, he was widely known as Dr. Spock, was an American pediatrician, Olympic athlete, and left-wing political activist. His book, Baby and Child Care, 1946, is one of the best-selling books. Yeah, and see, my mom was into these books, and she was into, and he, you know, who was against the idea of physically disciplining your child and all of that. And I do think that some of those of that generation, of the silent generation, and definitely baby boomer generation, were influenced by this guy, okay? Now, I'm not saying that we can't learn certain things from people like this, but I question a lot of these well-known doctors and stuff of this era, like of the lost generation, of the, you know, and all these people. And you find out that these people may have been influenced by the Aleister Crowleys and may have even been Satanists and Luciferian, as you find out. Yeah, oh, definitely. My mother was, you know, of course she would never say she was like a commie or anything like that. No, but my mother, she was born the same year as Fred Hampton. My family lived only, and she was affiliated with the Panthers at the time. Now, whether or not she never talked about these things with us, but we were only 15 minutes away from where my grandmother's base, from where Fred Hampton was taken out on the west side of Chicago. And my mom was born the same year as Fred Hampton, also in the west side of Chicago. She was definitely influenced by liberal counterculture, whether she realized this or not. And it definitely more left-leaning, my mother. And the idea, especially back then, of, well, at least with her generation, of a Black person, definitely by the 70s, 80s, voting Republican. I was like, oh my gosh. So of course, I was a young kid. She was teaching me again, you know, Reaganomics and very early age. And you understand, I'm not with either one of these political parties. Yeah. So, yeah. So these people did have a somewhat influence on my mother, and I think, and that's the thing. I think that was the idea of the counterculture. Was to part of the counterculture was to split children from their parents. Like there was not really this term teenager like that. There was no such a thing as a teenager at one time. Either you were a child or you were in dope. But in them tapping into teenage culture in films like Rebel Without a Cause, or Rebel, Jimmy Dean and certain that was their way of tapping into teenage culture, a way of dividing children from their parents. Do you understand? And this was all part of the satanic agenda. And I'm not saying, don't think that I'm conservative leaning. Hell no. My mother refused to talk about certain things. I asked my brother, so she didn't talk to me. I had to learn from others on certain things. And when I asked my brother after my mom's passing, like, why she never refused to talk to her about her affiliation, well, he said something about codes. But I just know that she was no longer affiliated. By the time I was little, she was no longer, or even perhaps by the time I was born, she was no longer in affiliation with them. However, she still was very much influenced. She was still very much pro-Black. By the time I was born in the 70s, she was no longer with the pen or in affiliation even. But she would not, I had to learn more from other people. Interesting that you mentioned Herb Cole. I was just ironically looking up something on Herb Cole very recently. Yeah. That's the, and people would criticize. Thank you for sharing that. Oh my gosh. Thank you for sharing that. It's like the Most High is calling me for something to speak on, and I'm kind of confused. It's like he don't want me doing the Lashifi refined shadow. That's how I feel. But I'm kind of like, what exactly am I intended to be talking about? But it's so ironic that you mentioned Herb Cole, and just yesterday I was looking up Herb Cole. That is just too ironic, TKC. That is too ironic. Yeah, they really started around the late 50s, tapping into the teenage culture, and see, with the counterculture and the sexual revolution, the drug revolution, which all contributed to the women's liberation movement, the gay liberation movement, and all of that. And they tried to tie it all in with Black liberation. And that's on purpose. That's why when they say woke, they use terms like commie as a way of grouping. Yeah, it's just so ironic. How ironic that you mentioned this. But yeah. So it's brilliant. People didn't understand. As brilliant as my mother was, how did we still end up in the ghetto? How did, but yet my family that was not so pro-Black, was not so this, not they, it seemed as if they were, had more stability, because my mother did not come from a poor Black family. She didn't, but we ended up. Now, how is that? So I'm really looking into things, and I'm not saying, that I'm really looking into the, I guess if you want to say, flaws of pro-Blackness. This ain't about dissing our people. Understand, it's not about that. But in examining things, but again, I understand my mother's intentions. I understand. I have a better understanding of my mother. I have a better understanding of what happened, and yeah, and that's why I'm kind of passionate about this. And passionate, and I'm trying to, I feel I have a somewhat understanding even of Joe Jackson. And going back to, now Joe Jackson is the early silent generation, so a generation before my mother. Now my mama's parents were of the GI generation, before the silent generation. Joe Jackson represents the early silent generation, borderline GI generation. But going back to what Tito was saying,
he's very giving. If a kid needs help in the hospital, he was.
Right.
Or
patently just disagree with
as a person.
When you see all the things that are said, are there some things you just patently just disagree with? Are there some things you see inconsistency in?
Well, totally wrong. I think the world has him wrong. He was a very loving person. I think he's kind of the person that felt that when he was growing up, he wouldn't want a kid to get spanked the way he was,
right.
or
okay, obviously talking about Michael.
Whatever. Or he's very giving. If a kid needs help in the hospital or school or needs to go to college, he's there, man. He was.
Then why do so many people have a different opinion?
Because people make their own speculations. Number one.
Remember, Michael was a baby boomer, and baby boomers also were the ones initially. Like my mom was a baby boomer. She was an older baby boomer, born 10 years before. My mom was born in 1948. Michael Jackson, born in 1958. Just a 10-year difference. All of the Jackson kids pretty much are, besides Janet and maybe Randy. No, besides Janet, maybe Randy. They all, the rest are baby boomers. And yeah, you definitely, the baby boomer generation, they were the first to really be raised off the television, where the television was very influential. And they were definitely targeted by the television and the media. And you'll see that, you know, this split with the baby boomers. That's when you first really start seeing that split between parent and child. I mean, we could take it back to the Bible with Absalom rebelling against his dad, Absalom against his dad, David. But the silent generation, they kind of, and I'm not taking it all out on them because the silent generation actually was, but then we got to think about, they were kind of targeted too. Many of them were targeted too. But they actually did more of that dirt though than the baby boomers. Baby boomers just get all the blame because you got, see, now the Gen X, my generation, is so dang on angry today, where the disdain for the parents is obvious. Definitely with the white kids. The only place in the city to live in the 40s, 70s was the West Side and parts of the South Side for Black families. Yeah. And Martin Luther King was actually, he was on the West Side actually being protected by what was the Black P Stones, gang members. Well, they was actually like, also in a sense, Black national, but some of them street gangs derived from Black nationalists. It's a long story. But so Martin Luther King, during that time, he was on the West Side, where my family was. Yeah. And my mom actually, she said Minnie Riperton for a short period went to her school. My mama went to Marshall High School on the West Side of Chicago. That's where she went mainly, Marshall High School. But she said Minnie Riperton was there for a short period. That's not where she primarily went, but for a period. She just said Minnie Riperton, they were born the same year. She said she could really dress. She said she would dress really nice. Yeah.
And a lot of us just can't perceive that type of a person. And they just...
When you say that, I don't know what you mean.
Well, they can't see nobody that would pay for some other kid's operations or this or that or want to play with children like that. They just don't understand. I understand it because Michael never been into a bar. Here's a person.
Have you ever been to a bar too?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, but as you can see, Tito defending his father. Michael defend his father. I don't know, would Tito have been okay with this film and the way that they have Joe Jackson, their father, the black father, and the black father representing that generation? And let's not front. I don't know why that black people, especially us older black folks, who want to front is, oh my gosh, they got a whooping. And I'm not saying that we should be I remember when we watched that Jackson American Dream back when it aired. I remember we was like laughing. I'm not saying we should be laughing at what y'all see as abuse. But back then when Tito was getting his ass, that scene, he was hollering. I remember we were kind of like, because we as black, we know about getting ass. Just like that scene on Good Times. We wasn't seeing James Evans as evil. Now, no, you shouldn't whoop your son over touching the tire. But back then, if your parents said, don't touch this, and you touching it, and you being hard-headed. But now, oh my gosh, oh, this is so horrible. And the way that they did it, and see, with this film, they want you to see him get beat. At least with the Jackson film, you know, they just close the door. You hear Tito hollering. And I'm not saying we should be laughing. I'm just saying, because you know there's a lot of black kids, we laugh about it, our own whoopings. Okay? And some people say that, well, that's terrible. That's horrible. How could you? How could you laugh about, you know, this idea? Yeah, shoot. We be telling jokes about like Richard Pryor talking about he had to go get find his switch. But you know, like these very same people, they will justify the unaliving. I see how cold they were reacted to Trayvon Martin. They will make excuses. I'm not trying to hear shit from you about abuse. I'm not trying to hear a damn thing. And I know that I know that does not necessarily make them more loving parents, because I've been in girls' homes. I've been with more so my generation. This was going back to the 80s, but I remember I used to think them white kids hated their parents, and I didn't understand it. Now, yeah, you got more black folks talking like that. But back when I was like a teenager and junior high and teenager, I did not understand why white kids hated their parents like that. And many of them supposedly didn't get whoopings. But yet, we still had more of a love for our parents. So please explain that. Since y'all don't believe in whoopings and all that. And it's so abusive. And I'm not saying you got to do that. I'm not trying to, but even so, let's go on. Since y'all think it's so bad, any sort of physical discipline, whether it's spanking or, we don't use the term spanking. Black folks usually say whooping. Since you think it's so bad, well, okay, well then where did we even get the term whipping from? Where does that, it said they don't want, Politics News, Politics, uploaded 16 years ago, with Michael Jackson, Joe Jackson, I never beat Michael. Beating started with slavery. And white folks don't, here we go, blaming white people again. Blaming the white man again. So that's another thing too.
Have any at all bad feelings about the way Michael was raised? I know you're denying the stories about violence, but as you look at it, were there any mistakes you made?
I didn't make no mistakes, Larry, because Michael...
the only father always being questioned. Why is he the only father always being questioned?
Michael was raised properly. He didn't run the streets like most of those other kids that was in his neighborhood. Michael
why did he say that you
listen.
Cut his ass off. Sorry for me cutting off. But you got to think about it. Them Jackson kids, they didn't go to gangs. They didn't go to, now I don't approve of everything because they end up not passing down their legacy to their own people, marrying within their own people. But you got to think about it. Yeah, and that could be just as bad. But they didn't go to gang. They didn't, his kids, for what we know, they weren't drug addicts, and Michael included, okay, despite what they want you to think. They didn't become drug addicts. So could he have been that bad? Yeah, there are things we look at, like with Latoya, but for the most, could they have been that bad? I feel the bigger mistake is just in not putting the Most High first and putting career over the Most High. And you can't have that that can't be out of order. But like he said, a lot of them people, that were the Jackson boys' age that was in Gary, shoot, by the time they was like probably 50, 40, a lot of them people, like he said, were dead in Gary, Indiana. You got all them sons in Gary. Oh, you gotta do something to get the air.
No, you gotta understand me. Don't cut me off here, Larry. Michael had claims that he had a dual life. Michael never had he had his own brothers and sisters to play with. And that was the other, but most of those kids, that was Michael.
There's something too. It ain't like he didn't because that's another thing too. You do have some of these families where they don't really associate, like, especially considering a Jehovah's Witness family, but they did have their siblings and stuff like that. But I understand, I came from a lot of siblings, but like Michael Jackson, I did still feel loneliness, and that my siblings were so much older. There was an age difference. Their ages were closer, where I was this baby that came along years after my mother stopped having kids. You know, there's like a 5-year gap between my siblings and myself, where their ages are more back to back. And so I did feel, and I still felt a sense of kind of loneliness, and also with it being a bunch of boys, and I'm like the only girl, and my one sister who wasn't really, didn't really play with me, wasn't really in my life like that as she could have been, and she was much older than me. So I did still feel that loneliness though, but I can't say that I absolutely had no one to play with. Because my brothers, they did still play with me, but it is different when you have boys playing with you, and that's probably why I became what they called a tomboy and stuff. And
Michael A's during that time, and that was the other. But most of those kids, that was Michael A's during that time. They're not living now. So you know.
So when he didn't he once say that?
You know why he say that? They probably didn't. Went to drugs, selling drugs, gangs. And I'm not saying that this is the result of all Black families in the hood. I'm just saying you're at high risk in that type of environment. So it's kind of required. It is definitely needed that you have a father. And, like, even when you see, like with Everybody Hates Chris, he was also in that type of environment, but he had his mom and he had his dad. And I'm going to assume to some degree that Chris Rock's dad was strict. Like MC Hammer, he was from Oakland, from the hood and Bay Area, and he was in the same hood as a lot of his Black peers, but MC Hammer had his daddy in his life. And you got to understand, Black fathers, they cannot, in those circumstances, they couldn't just be like Greg Brady. They couldn't, or Mike Brady, or the Cleaver, Leave It to Beaver father, or Father Knows Best. You can't just be this loving father who just basically goes to work and comes home and with your pipe and slippers, and your wife make you, and then the kids come to you and they want to ask for advice, and that's basically all you do as a dad. No, and those in circumstances like in the hood, and also just being Black, knowing you got to deal with discrimination, this and that, yes, a Black father, I'm not saying that they can't be loving still, but you gotta be a little extra strict in certain environments. And even with this idea of physically disciplined, like my mama, you say you don't get your ass whoopings at home, and my mama wasn't even really for whooping kids. But it is true. You don't get your whoopings at home, you're gonna get them on the street. Because the same people saying that it's wrong to physically discipline your child in any manner, if your child out here caught stealing, and let's say if they rebel, the police are given the right to billy club them, and they'll make justification for that, or even shoot them, tase them. And you got to understand, they were now kids. Now, Michael Jackson was 10 years old in 1968. They were kids in Gary, Indiana, is 68. This is after now, this was around the beginning of urban decay. The effects of redlining, urban decay. The riots, which I believe were purposely triggered, the riots of the 60s and stuff, to destroy Black businesses. And that's it's kind of a theory behind the whole burn, baby, burn promotion. Excuse me if you hear my husband laugh, he's watching something. Yeah, you feel me, TKC, right? You the youngest in your family, right? Exactly, the only child syndrome, definitely. So I did still have a sense of loneliness, although I had a great, if it wasn't for certain things. But I did have this kind of sense of like I was, the rest of my siblings. And there were certain things they did together. I'm kind of glad I didn't participate. Like, even if my brothers got high, smoke weed, I could not participate. They were very protective of me. I could not join them if they got high together, if they did this. Now I'm glad. I'm grateful for that now. But like, they were watching it, a dope movie or something, you know, I couldn't participate. And also they were very protective of me. But I'm grateful for that now. At first, it was like, oh, why can't I, you know, be a part of? Like, even my older siblings, they would curse with each other. You know, like, they'd be mad at my mama or so mad at. But no, I couldn't be in the baby. I couldn't do that, though.
You were physically, emotionally abusive to him?
That was Michael A's during that time. They're not living now. I never had he had his own brothers and sisters to play with. And that was the other, but most of those kids, that was Michael A's during that time. They're not living now. So you know.
So when he didn't he once say that you were physically, emotionally abusive to him?
I've never been abusive to him. Never have.
But did he say that? Did he ever say that?
Yes, he said that. I have said that on my mother when I was younger. And I'm not saying that my mother there were things my mother did that would be considered. A lot of us, especially with Black, a lot of us can say, but anybody can say now that would be by law seen as physically abusive. When I was initially, like when I ran away and initially talking about my mama giving me a whooping, I wasn't even talking on to tattle on my mother. I was just talking about what happened at home, or if, because my mama she didn't even want to whoop us. But when she did, it would be worse than anything my grandma, because she would let her anger build up. But I wasn't even like trying to snitch on my mother. I was just talking about, and I remember the white folks in the counselor, whatever, the group home, whatever, they'd be like, no, that's abuse. That's abuse, Lashid, even though that's not real. But that's abuse. And I was like, because I didn't see it as abuse. Like, I thought this was just something, but they were putting in my head that that's abuse, yeah. But now, it's just like now, what could be seen as sexual harassment, if a man say, what's up, beautiful, gorgeous, how you doing, sweetheart? That could be seen as sexual harassment now. So by law, if it's unwanted.
To your knowledge.
Well, I don't know whether he said that or not, but I hear the media keep hollering about abusing him. I never abused my son.
Larry, can I say something, Joe? Larry, do you
wait.
Man, he didn't see it as abuse. Also, it's about the time this is what I was also, but I left it alone because I don't want to be seen as somebody be trying to say I'm offending or defending pedos. Now, in the case of R. Kelly, he is of a different time. Okay, he know that 14, 15 is wrong. Okay, but I have to say though, there was a time when, like, there are a lot of you that may have grandparents who actually got married at 15, 16 years old. We do have to look at the time, the place, you know what I'm saying? The demographic, the time period. We have to consider that. If this is accepted as a cultural norm, and I'm not saying that it's right, but does that mean that necessarily the people are wrong? Like in our culture, we were not taught that, let's say, if you get a belt to the hand whooping, as we would call it, we weren't taught that was abuse. So if you're not told that you understand what I'm saying? We were not told that this was abuse. What I feel Tariq, he needs to just stick to all that Tariq know is roasting. Okay, that's all he know is roasting. All right, but if Donald Trump told Tariq Nasheed to turn against, he's a flip-flopper. So if Donald Trump told Tariq Nasheed to turn against Joe Jackson, he would do it. He's a flip-flopper. Just as this is the same guy who wants us to see Marcus Garvey as evil, but he don't want to, nobody's supposed to look into his past. He wants you to believe that Marcus Garvey directly linked with the KKK or whatever mess he playing. So I'm not even trying to hear Tariq Nasheed, okay? Because if let Donald Trump tell Tariq Nasheed that he needs to speak against Joe Jackson, and he will, just as he's flipped on on certain quote unquote Pan-Africanists. You know why? Because obviously, what I believe, his so-called conservative puppet masters are telling him to flip in a certain direction. That's only because he can have Joe's back. And this is about his own ego as a black man. This is not about his sincere love for his people, period. With me, it's about my love for my people, period. Not just male and female. And not just what he would see as FBA. I love my people, period. Okay? And not just conditionally. Not just when, because Tariq Nasheed, I see how he could flip-flop very easily. I'd rather listen to Umar Johnson. In fact, I'll play a clip. Because I bet you that I saw that when it came to Eminem. He didn't say a doggone thing in defense of Melly Mel. He didn't say a doggone thing in he may speak in defense of Joe Jackson. That's just about his own pride. That's not about, but he knows how far to go with it. But he would flip so easily. Just as he's got people up in here now hating on Marcus Garvey. And I'm not saying that these men are perfect. Right, it's about intent. Exactly. That's what we were looking at. Intention. There's a difference between somebody hidden, like a lot of these, you do have more of these parents today, and I'm talking black even, where they'll just hit their child. Sit your ass down because they mad at them. There's a difference between when you're doing this out of love and discipline and when you're just knocking the hell out of it because you're pissed off. Now, no, there are things that our parents may have done. I feel, I don't think it's like I've gotten whoopings with, by you know, and I'm not just talking my mom. I've gotten whippings with extension cords. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think you should do that. And I've heard some stories of, you know, people, them older people putting knots in cord. I've heard that from people, older people in my family. I've heard from like a person from the West Indies, they parent putting a belt in the freezer, making all that stuff. See, that's that slavery stuff there. These, you know, that's when you know it's more directly linked to when you're being a bad Negro, you get a whipping. That's the, you know, so I don't agree with all of that. I don't think it's necessary, you know, to use ironing cords, as we call them, like ironing cords, extension cords, you know. I don't, you know, I'm not one for the idea of you hitting a child in the face or popping a child. Or, like I had an auntie who would pinch us, you know. Yeah, that I would never do. And I'm not trying to say that it was the intent on the people who did do that, like to me, to be abusive. They probably found that as norm, especially if you're doing something like, you know, caught having sex in the home. Now, that's something I never did, but, you know, that's one thing I never understood. Like with certain aunties and uncles who I knew got certain whoopings, they're like, why? And knowing the way that my grandmama was, why would you be stupid enough to bring a boy or girl in the house? And I just question you even risking that. I know that we are Yasharel. Yes, I know this. I know this. I know that we are Yasharel, private banker. I wouldn't say fictional characters, but because, you know, that's what we were labeled at one time. But I know that we are, what I know is that we're of Yasharel. Yeah, and also this is, you're right, this is passed down trauma. Okay? But there need to be a better understanding. And you see, Joe did not see what he was doing as abuse. And he may not have even he may have just been using a belt. I survived belt whoopings. That ain't nothing. Okay? Belt whippings ain't. I've had my ass whooped with belts, iron cords. Okay? I've survived belt. I come from a time when teachers could whoop your ass. I got one of my earlier whoopings, one of my first whoopings. This was in the late 70s. kindergarten teacher. I was chewing on the rate. I kept biting on the pencils, and she kept, because I had a problem with biting my fingers and biting and chewing on things. And she gave me an ass whooping in the school pantry with a ruler. She was a black woman. It was a black school, South Chicago, Sherman, my first school I attended. Oh yeah. I'm gonna speak on it. We're trying to go in that direction, private banker. I know I'm way overdue. But yeah, the cable cords and stuff, yeah, that's unnecessary. But the thing is at the same time, I'm not going to say those who did do that, like that they were abusers, because it was a different time. And these are things that are taught. But I do know that those things are definitely directly linked to slavery, whether people want to admit it or not. Okay, but it's not to say that physical discipline is necessarily bad, in my opinion, because it's like this. A child, I don't care how young, they can still feel pain. And if we are questioning it, and then we got to question the Most High, why even allow us to feel pain, period. And we are not one to be calling ourselves questioning the Most High on such things. Because in that case, why should a child feel pain, period? It don't matter how young you are. A child can feel the pain of a fire just as easily, just as bad, intensely as an adult would, as a full-grown, healthy adult. So we feel pain for a reason, to warn us to, like, for instance, like I said, a child is touching something hot or messing with an electrical cord. You can't sit a 3-year-old child down and give them a lecture on why they shouldn't be messing with an outlet, why they shouldn't be touching when they're only 3 years old. You can't lecture, oh, you shouldn't do this, and give them a timeout. No, if you see them going near or close by an outlet, you got to smack them on the hand, because they need to associate that with pain. Because, coffins, they're not just made for adults. Okay? My sister at 3 years old, before I was born, of course, she was electrocuted, and that affected her the rest of her life. It caused her to lose her hair. She was electrocuted at 3 years old, playing with a cord. And that traumatized my mother. And it also had a big effect on my sister's life. I believe that's also what it to a degree contributed to her, having, biracial children. She had her choice, but I do think my sister had she was definitely hung up on her hair and how she saw her hair and just perception of, because she had to all her life pretty much wear wigs and stuff. And that's another reason why I'm sensitive about that subject and people being critical, and you don't know the situation with everybody, because what my sister went through, that was her biggest insecurity, her hair. But yeah, see, and I've been shocked before. I'm not gonna lie, when I was a kid, my mother never knew about this, but because my mother worked nights and I was messing with her, and I got shocked, and I could still very clearly remember what that felt like, even though this was back in the 70s and I was only 5 years old. And I remember it felt like waves. I remember exactly. I think I've been shocked maybe more than once, but I definitely remember that at 5. I remember exactly what it felt like. It is a horrible feeling. I never told my mom about that. I can't even imagine. That probably would have made my mama faint. And things back then were just more dangerous. Now we got outlet covers and all that stuff, but I know what that feels like. So when a child is 3 years old, you can't have no lecture or just put them in a time. You gotta, when they go on for something like that, they got to associate this with pain. They need to. We have pain and every feeling and emotion that we have for a reason. We have fear for a reason, and fear can be a healthy thing. Why are we told to fear Yah? We should have a healthy fear of our parents. It is not bad to have a healthy fear. There's a healthy fear and there's a fear that's unhealthy. Like when you're worried about what your peers think, that's an unhealthy fear. But there's a healthy fear. I used to didn't understand why it says that we should fear the Most High Yah. But there is a healthy fear. Like a fear and reverence that you have for your parents when you love, honor, and respect them. A fear that is associated with respect and honor. Yeah, there's no excuse for excessive, you're right, physical discipline. But like you have a young child and they're going to mess with an outlet, would you rather feel them? They need to associate this outlet with pain, that this is associated with pain. If you go near the outlet, what is a smack on the hand in comparison to them having bolts of electricity going in their body? That's nothing. So they need to associate that. And then when they get older, hopefully you won't have to physically discipline. But kids need to understand that certain actions are associated with pain. There is a reason why if you touch a hot stove, your hand is going to burn it. You're going to feel pain to tell you to move. I remember learning years ago, it was like an Inquirer, one of them magazines. I learned this like late 80s or early 90s, one of my mom's magazines. There was a child who had a disorder where he could not feel pain. And his mother was afraid that he was going to die laughing. Like, I guess it was just like a tickle sensation for him, where he'd be laughing. And one time they caught him, like something was happening to the child and didn't know that he was being harmed. Because he didn't feel the pain. And the parents worried that, he would just laugh. Like it would just, I guess, give like a tickle sensation. And they were afraid that their child gonna die laughing. Like, because if we didn't feel pain, imagine the damage that would be caused if you didn't have pain telling you to move your hand or move your body or get out of that situation. We have a fight and flight response for a reason. We have fear, healthy fear for a reason. So you need to understand that certain things are associated with pain. And the worst pain is emotional pain. So I'm okay. Like when I shoplifted from a store and got my butt whooped, I'm okay with that. Because the pain of, there's the pain of if I would have, you know what I'm saying? Let's say if I would have got arrested and taken to an Audi home or something like that, that's pain. I remember when we were young and we used to have a choice of punishment or a whooping. Punishment being, like what white kids call grounded, not going outside. We used to be like, I prefer the whooping, get it over with. It was actually worse if you were punished and couldn't go outside back then. Kids probably now wouldn't care. But back then, it was a bigger punishment not going outside. So trust me, if me getting, what was actually worse than me actually getting the whooping was when they had caught me stealing at that store. And they had me in this, it was Dominic's on the north side of Chicago. And they was interrogating me and scaring me. If I don't give them my mom, I was so scared to give my mama's number. They're going to take me to an audio. They're going to take me, like kitty jail. That was actually more terrifying. Because I was not giving them my mom. Oh my gosh. That was actually the more terrifying part, though, the fear itself, but I needed that to happen. And after I went through that, them having me back there, interrogating me, scaring me, they put me in a scared straight program, just taking me to the back of the store, what they put me through. Yes, I didn't make that mistake again. I sure did not. And that broke because I was at a young age, was getting in I had witnessed one of my siblings, my sister, and she got away with it. So you kind of get a rush when I was a kid, little pokey in the hood, I got away with it. So the first time I got away with it, and who knows, I would have probably developed into a bad habit if I hadn't got caught, if I hadn't went through the little interrogation, if I wouldn't have got my butt whooped, Now we say, well, if black kids getting whooping, well, how come so many still do this and get in gangs? Look, there's a difference between a parent, when it's discipline, and when there's a parent who just beating their kid because they mad at them. That's the problem now. You got more of these parents, when they mad at them. But that same parent, you tell them that their kid is bullying somebody at school and they, showing out and they making all kind of excuses. They only get mad and want to physically discipline their child when their child offends them. And that's just basically a thing of them whooping their ass because they mad at them, not to discipline them, not to correct them. So it's not out of love. Like when I one time had to, now I rarely had to discipline my daughter because she was a good girl. She really was. But one time when she was still there, and I sure didn't want to. I didn't want to discipline. I didn't want to do that. I did not want to, and it was just basically, on the hand, on the palm of the hand, no iron cord, anything like that. But I didn't want to do that. But I knew I had to correct this. And it was a day that I had treated her out and she could have got anything she wanted from the toy store. She could have got anything. I didn't even understand. Like, why would you do this? Why would you do this? And then just something fell out of her pocket, I realized she had stole. Yeah, I had to nip that in the bud. And I never had that, at least as far as I know, that problem again. But that was purely out of love because I absolutely did not want to do that and give it because it was a great day, the mother-daughter date day. And I was like, why would you do something that stupid? Well, trust me, the palm of the hand, okay? Like some people think the booty got a cushion for a reason, but no. I don't know. I never really like on the butt or anything really. But yeah, it was just like a palm of the hand with my daughter thing. Yeah, I don't think that we need to iron the cords, but I sure got whoopings with iron the cords. But my mother, she was one of them. She rarely whooped us. She just wait till she was. That was a problem. My mother would wait until she built up with anger. But I don't want to go into all that. But they used to get at my mama because they felt that she didn't. My mother was trying to be so different. They felt like my mama should have whooped us more. That's what they felt. And my mother, she let us run wild, but we weren't bad. There's a difference between you being wild and tearing up the house and stuff, and you being bad and devious. We weren't no bully ass kids. We weren't no bad, devious, talking back. It wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? We were just wild as hell, tearing stuff up. But my mother, but anyways. Yeah, and let me go back to Joe Jackson, what he's saying. So you gotta understand he's of a generation, where they did do, physical discipline, and he understands. And people gotta understand certain circumstances, especially like you think of that episode on Good Times where that boy, remember what's his name? He brought. Hold on, can we find that clip or would I get it? Yeah, Joe, little Michael Evans, he had this friend that was kind of like a little thug out there, probably didn't have his daddy in the home, and he brought him home, and the boy didn't want to do no homework. And James Evans was like, oh, hell no, we do homework up in here. And he was trying to be, yeah. And people think that's just TV, but no, you could tell them kids that had their mom and dad, and they disciplined them right. I know kids in the straight up ghetto. Like I was just talking, this girl we knew, Miss Ott daughter Nadine. I knew that she was gonna grow up and be somebody. Yeah, I'm trying to. It was a Good Times whooping scene. Oh gosh.
Man, this is my Old Spice. My cologne infused Old Spice.
Think you're going? Hey man, Mike's studying. I don't want to bother him. Yeah, well you get back in there and finish, man. Hey.
Well, see, we need more daddies like this.
Where do you think you're going? Hey man, Mike's studying. I don't want to bother him. Yeah, well you get back in there and finish, man. Well, see, in this house, people study when they're supposed to. Good thing I'm not a member of this house. Oh, you are this weekend. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you heard of the extended family? Well, this weekend you part of one, which gives me the right to extend this belt to your behind if I feel like. Oh, I'd like to see that. Oh, you would, huh? Well, anything to oblige your guest, mister. Man, you gotta be kidding. Come on in here. Oh, you must be crazy. I don't believe this. I'm gonna make a believer out of you. You know the boy got it coming. Get your behind.
See, he was talking that smack. He talking that. Oh, this ain't the whole scene though. He talking that smack. But you see the kids obedient. For real. We know what's up. We know what we witnessed. We know what we witnessed. Okay? That same boy be out here, you know. And the mama just, you know, she knows she gotta. They know what's up. He's walking back, talking about what he ain't gonna do. I'm telling you.
Oh, I'd like to see that. Oh, you would, huh? Well, anything to oblige your guest, mister. Man, you gotta be kidding. Come on in here. Oh, you must be crazy. I don't believe this. I'm gonna make a believer out of you. Huh? No, you know the boy got it coming. Get your behind.
He said, you know that boy got it coming. Okay, like go see Florida know only so much you can say. Right. And I'm not talking about these parents that just, you know, like I don't like that you got some of these ones that's doing these videos, they showing out, want to show you them whooping they. No. That's just well, let me see. So read your comment before that. Let me see. Let me see. The older they get, the more exactly when they get older. See, his kids like Michael, they probably beyond that point of, even though this is a TV show, but you know, Eric Monty based on real things. Yeah, the older they get, right? That's how it was when you get older. When they get older, hopefully you don't have to, you know, get, you know, whoopings like that. The discipline should be age appropriate, right. That includes excessive physical discipline. See, Michael probably by that time probably didn't really need the whoopings no more, you know, but this boy had it coming. Because obviously nobody whooped his behind when he was younger. Right. It shouldn't be, you know, because really you shouldn't have to be whooping no teenage kid anyway. It shouldn't even be at that point no more. You shouldn't even have to. Yeah, I agree. That's that trauma. There were times they did take things too far because they either knew they could or were projecting their own hurts. Right. That's about that trauma passed down. Now, there are certain things, like I said, I don't agree with. Like, you know, I've heard, you know, things that like our grandma did, or I heard like it was this, who is it? Jamaican in-law of mine. In-law, I said. Yeah, they talking about their parent did something. No, it was my one. I think it was my brother's ex-Belizean wife, black though. They put the belt in a freezer and like what, you know, and even certain things my grandmama said. Now my grandma was of the GI generation, born in the 1920s, where she said, you know, like tying a sack or something. And yeah, that's that stuff that's passed from slavery, very directly from slavery, obviously. You know, yeah, you say whooping somebody else's time. Yeah, that's something we kind of stopped doing that. But it was a time when your neighbors, you know, that whole community takes it where, you know, they could. I sure got a whooping. This is back in the 70s by a teacher. My kindergarten teacher whooped my behind. She was mean though. That was unnecessary with her. Oh wait, hold on. Let me go back. to Yapo. Okay. Now people put physical discipline in the same category. A 5-year. Wait, let me see. There's something before that. People put physical discipline in the same category. A 5-year-old will understand the swat on the hand to not stick a fork in a light socket. Right. You know, right. Not a scientific explanation of how electricity works. Right, exactly. They're at a certain age. You can't really talk with them. Oh, well, the electric Bolton, 1.21 gigawatts. You can't have those discussions like with a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old, you know? And I don't even think, no, a timeout now. I was one of them kids. You couldn't put me in no damn timeout. I was too energetic. I was very, I wouldn't say hyper, but I was very active as a child. Timeout would never work for me. Not as a young child. I was jumping in bed. I was jumping all over things, you know? So that wouldn't have worked for me. Okay. And like I say, the older they get, the more you can reason with them. The discipline should be age appropriate. That includes excessive physical discipline. Right. And there is no excuse for excessive physical discipline. Yeah, you're right. You know, I just want us to understand. I'm not going to automatically call people abusers. So I'm trying to consider the time period, the genre, what was taught, what was passed down. I'm not saying that makes it right. You know why he said that. But yeah. It's just like there are things, yeah, there's the good and bad, like with soul food. And a lot of that is about from slavery, you know, we shouldn't be eating the swine and we shouldn't be eating intestines and all that stuff, chitterlings and stuff. But then there's also that good, you know, because there's a lot of vegetables in soul food. There's a lot of good protein, black eyed peas, and you know, we some may see that it's poor people food or whatever, but black eyed peas, collard greens, all that stuff is good for you. Okra, that stuff is good. You know? And you know, our people, that's why you know we're Judah, like what they may have intended to just humble us or just, you know, tame us. And yeah, this is also a part of mind control. And yeah, but I don't see nothing wrong. The Bible do say, you know, spare the rod. So, you know, it's not necessarily saying that we should. There's a point where we also use our discernment, and we can also look at past and present. Like I said, there's a big difference between somebody sit your ass down and just, you know, because they mad, and they only because some of these same parents that are proud that they physically discipline their kids, when you confront their child about acting out in school, they making all excuses in the world. But yeah, they'll smack the hell out their kid or something because their kid pissing them off. That's not about discipline. That's just you pissed off. You mad at the child. That's what that's about. And also I would learn you're not supposed to, you shouldn't whoop your child while you're still angry. If you're angry, don't whoop in anger. Don't discipline your child in anger. Let yourself calm down. Yeah. And I understand there are some parents who are totally against physical, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that you're a bad parent. There are people who have been able to raise their children without using any form of physical discipline, you know, and that's all good. For me, however, you know, I didn't really have to really whoop my daughter like that. But yeah, if I see if there was something like, for instance, like I said, I had to whoop her the very few times when she was stealing, because that's a serious thing. And I know that is something that can become addictive, like shoplifting, especially when you feel you got away with it. And that's serious. And I don't want my child ending up in jail or, and you know that our people are more at risk. We cannot afford to do the thing, think we can get away with what the white kids get away. I remember when we first moved to the suburbs, right? I remember how these white kids I was with, they were just casually walking into this mom and pop like store owned by this old white couple and just stealing like it wasn't no thing. And I'm like, y'all ain't scared? And the way that they were just stealing like it wasn't no thing. Like, yeah, no, you want this? You want these white friends I had? Where I still had that fear from what happened to me in the city. These white kids was just stealing like it wasn't no thing. Like they didn't have no fear. And I guess, it was this white couple owned this store in this suburb of Chicago, west of Chicago. And they would just go to the back of the store because I guess they also lived there. And just the white kids just coming in, just grabbing stuff. No shame. No looking over the shoulder. They was just grabbing stuff like wasn't no thing. They were like, you want this? And I had that fear from what happened to me when I was 10. And see, and I know when them white folks with that Dominic's that used to be in Chicago on the north side, they took me in that back room when they snatched me up and took me to the back room, and the way they talked to me, like they gonna take me to an Audi home, all this, they was scaring the hell out of me. And this white man even looking, you know what this is? This is soap. You should use soap. You're dirty. He talking to me like I was just a little trash, little ghetto kid. I'm crying like, you know, they put me through hell. But yeah, you know we can't get away with the stuff. We got to be sober. We got to straight up fly the stuff they may be able to slide with. We can't afford to be messing up. We can't afford to be little shoplifters. And, you know, we can't afford that. I know that Bill Cosby was too harsh in how he put it and talking about with the pound cake, and I didn't approve of that either. That's not a reason to, you know, but he was saying you end up getting your head piece of your head blasted off over some pound cake. Yeah, he was too harsh with that. But the reality is that's how stuff happened. You had a brother just playing with a toy gun in a store, and some Karen called the police, and he ended up having his life taken. So, and you got to understand, James Evans, good times, he represented that black man. Now, supposedly he just had like a 5th grade education and didn't exactly finish school and stuff, but he represent that black man coming from the South, from Mississippi, migrating to Chicago. They got to live in the projects, trying to do the right thing by his family. Don't want his family to have the struggle that he had. He's in this environment in the projects where all the gang influence, the influence of gambling, the influence of all this stuff. So he has to be extra strict. That's what they don't understand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need to find this whole scene. That's what they do not understand. And I defend Florida Evans' character. People say, well, she was all keeping them, but you got to understand, she couldn't cave into. One time she went on, gave in, but, you know, to the gambling. One time she went on, let it slide and act like she didn't know, but she knew. But on one episode, but you got to understand, you needed a mother. Like what I liked about that, even though people criticize Florida Evans, but I liked the fact that even though they were in the ghetto with all this temptation and all this, you know, to do bad things, to make money or whatever, they still, the family, the Evans family, they still had morals. They still had ethics. And you got to understand, you can't, I know people, my mama's daddy died, and her, my mother had a boyfriend killed because of shooting dice and gambling. There's a lot of black people in the ghetto. Yeah, my mother had a boyfriend, called him Snoopy. I guess he was good at they claimed that the gun, it was an accident, him get shot. No, that's what my mama believed. My auntie told me the truth. No, he was killed because he was, you know, like, I guess if there's a such thing as being good at gambling and shooting dice. My mama witnessed her daddy, you know, shot, blood in it because of gambling. This was an issue, a problem in the community that people don't realize. Gambling, shooting dice and all that, just like that scene in Harlem Nights. There are people dead because of that. The Bible warns about gambling. So whether it's in shooting pool or whatever, the reason why the Bible warns, and gambling is an addiction. Gladys Knight, she realized she had addiction. What she said, she had $70,000. What she said? She said she realized she had an addiction. I believe that Michael Jordan's father had an addiction to gambling and may have something to do with his untimely passing. This is rumor. I'm not sure. But yeah, there's too many things, temptations, slick ways of making money in the hood. Ways supposedly to get out the ghetto. Whether it's selling dope. You know? Yeah, and I'm just so tired of these people trying to, act like they have this concern for our people. Oh, Joe Jackson being abusive, this and that. Of course, and you see, I've been very open with what I don't agree with about. It was more, I actually have more of the issue of the self-hate and how they, calling them ugly and all that. But him getting a whooping, please. If he's like, oh, children, they need to have a childhood. Man, you gotta understand enough situations. Yeah, just like you had them foreigners, like the one family, the Jets. Their parents had them working at an early age, making sure. I'm not saying, of course, it'd be great for children to have this full childhood where all they do is play and this and that. That'd be great. But it was once upon a time, and kids ain't supposed to be a burden. It was once upon a time having extra children in your home. Having more children, that meant more people to work the land. That actually meant wealth, especially if you had a lot of sons, like in biblical times. Shoot. Just like you had them people living on farms, they training their son at a young age. I love what I see with the Watchman Report online ministries, Watchman showing him, got his son putting up drywall, teaching him that. Oh, let him be a child. No. I wish, that's one thing I regret, that I'll regret it later. I wish my mama would have made me, as a young female, stay in the kitchen, just as it was with my aunties and taught me to cook soul food and stuff. Because that was one of the things I later regretted that I didn't, I'm not saying I can't cook, I cook. But I'm just saying I had later regretted that in getting in a relationship. The man who wanted soul food. And I didn't know how to cook it. But I'm just saying, I wish my mama would have made me, because see, that's the thing. My mother, I was what was called a tomboy, and my mama allowed me to. But see, her mama was the type that made her stay in the kitchen, learn how to do this. That's how it was with my aunties and all that. They had to learn how to, and at an early age. Now, my mama did teach me sewing, basics of sewing, and those things I appreciate. But yeah, you got these young men now don't even know how to use a hammer and a nail. They ain't never even held a drill. They don't know what a drill bit is. They don't know the basics. If you need it, it used to be back in the day, if something needed to be fixed, my mother didn't have to call a professional. I had an uncle or a boyfriend or somebody who knew how to fix it. Now, a lot of times, there's guys, they go to a car shop. I love that my husband's learned how to fix things on the vehicle himself, because you always go to these cars and they're always finding something wrong. Don't know the basics of just carpentry. See, the Jets, that family from the Pacific Islander family, he had them, and they were looking at the Jacksons and the Osmonds, had them kids at a young age performing and stuff. Let me see, Selena's dad, don't get me wrong, there's a price. The problem is and what's interesting, Selena's father was Jehovah's Witness. Weren't they Jehovah's Witnesses? Selena Quintanilla Perez? Now, I do believe that there is a price that may be paid when you put fame before the Most High. That is the problem. I don't care how successful, if you don't put the Most High first, none of that will matter. That's where there's a problem. And I think Joe Jackson, you're putting fame before the Most High, or before Jehovah or Yahuwah. Because this industry, the thing is that them being a part of Hollywood, there's going to be a sacrifice. And the wolves couldn't wait to get a hold of Joe. And I've heard certain things. Now, this is what I hope is not true. I hope that Joe did not allow for his son to be, that could have just been rumors or lies, sexually taken advantage of. Because I remember hearing something. I don't want to go into it. I don't know if it's true that he allowed a manager, but that could have been just a rumor. I really hope that's not true. And I hope that, I'm not, but I'm just defending on what I believe I know in regards to Joe Jackson. I've heard certain rumors though. I hope it's not true. I remember hearing that the reason that Michael Jackson's voice was really high, his dad giving him pills so his voice could stay sounding like a child, because it did seem like when he was a child, his voice was a normal vocal pitch. Well, all of them kind of have these soft voices they kind of got from Catherine, not so baritone. They all kind of have voices that aren't so deep. But, I was hearing all kind of rumors. We've all heard them rumors about the Jacksons from the time, we were very young. We've all heard different rumors. I remember a friend, now this was late 80s, and she was swearing up and down to me that Janet Jackson got a baby. She was like, nah, we were in the girls' home. This is late 80s. I was a teenager. This is like maybe 1989. She was swearing to me that Janet Jackson got a baby. I guess James DeBarge. She's like, I'm telling you. Nah, kind of maybe my friend might have been right about that. I don't know. But there's so many rumors that we heard with the Jackson family, because there was always just kind of a mystery, certain things about them. There's just so many different rumors. But yeah, going back, sorry, Joe Jackson.
Well, I don't know whether he said that or not, but I hear the media keep hollering about abuse him. I never abused my son.
Larry, can I say something, Joe? Larry, do you
wait, Ro, let me handle this right here. Let me handle this.
Hey, yo, is this black man, is he being used as a mouthpiece?
The media keep hollering about saying that I beat my son. That's not true. You know where this beating started? The beating started in the slavery days. They used to beat the slaves, and then they used to torture them. That's where this beating started, at these slave masters. And that's where that come from. But hey,
they don't like him saying that. They don't want him to say that. Oh, blame it to white man. But that's funny. They want Michael Jackson to look at his past with his daddy. But since y'all think that beatings, or what y'all call beatings, or what we call whoopings, if y'all think it's so horrific, okay, then why don't we go back to the origin? Where did this? How did this even become a part of our culture? But see, nobody want to go there. That's past stuff, though. See, now Michael Jackson, in his interview with Martin Bashir, he didn't want to blame his dad for all that. He got over that point of blaming his dad for everything wrong in his life. He wanted to take on his own responsibility, his own decisions. Like he said, I know myself. But no, they want him to look at his daddy. Okay, well, why don't we look at Zaddy? Okay, since y'all want us to look at daddy, blame the black daddy, why don't we look at white Zaddy? Since y'all care so much about,
There's a lot of people in America, Larry. A lot of people in America spank the kids, if they say they don't, they're lying.
Okay.
They're lying. And Michael was never beat never beat at all.
You're on record.
Right, and I remember, we can even talk about these white people. Because one thing I noticed when I had moved to the suburbs in the 80s, my family moved there in the mid-80s, they were doing something. Now, this was something they didn't necessarily do at the black schools, even though I did have a black teacher to give me a whooping. But this was something that they were doing at the white school in the suburb. They would paddle kids. Now, I never had that done to me, but I heard that they would actually have them pull down their pants and paddle them with a paddle. I never heard of this at the black schools in the city. But y'all ever heard of that, where they used to, with them white schools, paddle kids, like literally, I believe, even have them pull down their pants? But if we were to talk, no, that wasn't abuse. And that's another thing too. Many of them are lying. They had parents doing them spankings and all that stuff. And then, but that's different. It's different with them. It's different. And it's from Black Planet, uploaded 16 years ago exclusively. Joe Jackson's full interview. Obviously, he was still alive at this time.
Those early days.
I was born in Arkansas, and went to school in
I believe I got it sped up a little bit.
Arkansas. Later, my mother and father separated. Then I went to Oakland with my father, and my mother went to Indiana. My father went to Oakland.
Do you always want a large family?
No, I just wanted a small family, but I was the type of guy that when my wife started having kids, most of the guys was still doing away with the kids and stuff like that.
I stuck with every one of mine. You know,
Remember, they baby boomers. All them baby, like them baby boomers, that was common. That's why they were called the children were pretty much most of them, baby boomers, the Jackson kids. Yeah, younger baby boomers, some older, but for the most part, younger baby boomers. But that's why they were called, baby boomers. It's very common. A lot of us who have baby boomer parents who were born from 1946 to 1964. A lot of them had like 5 to 15 siblings. That was my mama had like 10 siblings on my mama's side, and my daddy had like 9 siblings. So that was common. Them big families like that.
I worked in the mill. I was an crane operator. You know, you see, the operating big cranes. I believed in if you have those kids, you would stay with them and raise them. You know, like some of the people in those days, or some of the guys in those days, they had one baby, and then they would run off. I couldn't do that. If you have them, you work for them, bring them up the right way, and then that's it. I was taught to stay with the family and be a father to the family. I was wish I was a father. After I think it was the 5th kid, I knew I needed another job, so I took up a trade. It was a welding trade, a local trade.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I took that trade up and finished that trade and got another job as an art welder. I used to do that too. So
that's good. That's how I'm also for, taking up a trade. And, brothers understood that back then. Even if they weren't the most educated, they understood they take up a trade. Yeah. That's what I think more need to be doing today. Yes, even today with all the technology.
That made me have 2 jobs to deal with. I worked 2 jobs almost 10 years. Well, they had a lot of problems at that time, with a lot of crime and stuff. And that's one of the reasons that I was able to keep my kids at home. I know Mike always complained about he never did have a childhood. He had a wonderful childhood. Why I say that? Because his childhood, he was there with his brothers and sisters. He always played with them. I just didn't want him out there playing with the kids and stuff that always in trouble. And then,
yeah, that's another thing too. You got to remember they were a Jehovah's Witness family, and that was something common. See, and I know that's how it was also with my grandma, and who was a Jehovah's Witness. My mama wasn't, because they didn't become Jehovah's Witness until my mother was fully grown in the 70s. But my grandma in the late 70s, I believe, and my auntie, my mom's sister, they became Jehovah's Witnesses. And that was the thing too. They didn't really want them, associating with like worldly kids. That's another thing too. What was seen as worldly. Yeah, but yeah, and then in their case, you gotta understand too, with their kids, many of their kids were children in the 60s and stuff. And these areas like Gary and Chicago, they were not quite the same in the 60s. It wasn't the way it was in these Black communities, like let's say in the 1940s, perhaps when he was a kid. This was a different time now, a time of urban decay, a time when you really saw the effects of redlining and urban decay and money being totally taken out of communities, Black businesses being destroyed, communities had been destroyed. Yeah. There weren't as many entrepreneurs or Black business as there were prior, decades prior. So when you really started, witness, I guess, like the ghetto, the Black ghetto, that is, not the Jewish ghetto, but the so you got to understand during that time period that the Jacksons were kids in Gary, Indiana at that time. It wasn't the 1940s.
They were some of those kids are playing with he was there with his brothers and sisters. He always played with them. I just didn't want him out there playing with the kids and stuff that always into trouble. And they were some of those kids are in prison. Some of them are dead, and mine never was that.
Some in prison, dead. Like Bootsy Collins talked about before, James Brown scooped him up. He said he was out there, the stuff he was doing. Bootsy Collins, like baby boomer, I believe. Yeah, he talking about all the stuff that they were doing. We kind of find it hard to believe because, that was back. No. Like I tell people, they understand. Like people are talking about crowd today. Actually, it was worse in the 80s with the gang. Actually, we talk about black. Trust me, it was worse during the time when I was a teenager with the crack cocaine epidemic, especially. And people don't know also, during that time, like in the 60s, how it had became in certain urban areas or predominantly black areas, how it had became. And of course, racism and, it's just like there are a lot of those of my generation kids that were like, and those of the 70s and stuff, affected by lead paint being used, what we now know about lead paint that was used in the ghetto and in urban areas.
Raising those kids, I raised them close. They was able to entertain each other, and I thought that was good. They didn't have to go out there in the streets. They wasn't locked up like some of the other people or robbing people. They never did none of that stuff.
And I ask you a question. There is a difference between a beating and a spanking.
A spanking, you just spank them a little bit with your hands, something let them know that's wrong what they're doing. A beating come from the slavery days, when they used to beat the slaves, because when the slaves tried to run for freedom or something, they grabbed them and beat them and tortured them, and they beat them with just about anything to get their hands on, put scars on them and all that type of thing. And that's the difference between beating, and that's where it came from in the slavery days by the slave masters.
Tell me, when did music become a part of their lives? Was that a dream?
So you can see the rest of this. The thing is, I understand why Joe Jackson is pointing this out. He is saying he is just like Hogan trying to claim he's a product of his environment, whatever. But I was supposed to talk about that too. But he's saying that, obviously he's saying that he is also, we do have to understand, and not to make excuses, but that Joe Jackson is also a product of his environment. He's also a product of his culture, and a culture that we cannot deny affected by slavery and white racism. And this whole idea, and it's not to, I don't think it's just to pass off responsibility, but this is something that don't nobody want to address. They want to look at the outcome. They want to look at the effect, but they don't want to look at the cause. Okay, if we are traumatizing our kids in such a manner that y'all claim, where does it derive from? Nobody wants to talk about the root of what they see as an issue. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. And see, his kids were kids after a lot of this you were really seeing the effects, the riots, Yeah, I definitely believe so. In fact, I showed this around 2015, where black on black crime had actually, what they call black on black crime, had went down over 60%. I showed the stats. Now I can't speak for today. Last time I did a report on that was like 2017, I believe. That went down drastically. While they keep saying, what about black on black crime? We're actually in what is considered white on white crime is actually rising, definitely. Okay, but they were kids in the 60s, and you got to understand. You eventually had with the riots and different communities, and I feel that some of that rioting was planned and plotted to destroy certain communities, but that had been established by black people who migrated to these cities. That's just my opinion. I'm really even questioning what was really behind the whole burn baby burn. Not to take it out on the black DJ. I'm just really, when I look at things, even with these more recent riots, now I know his father wasn't perfect. There are definitely things I disagree with, and I just really hope that certain things aren't true, that certain claims that had been made, like even by a Charlites member or a Charlites member's son. Now, I don't want to go all into that, but I saw something with unplugging with something. So I don't know about that. But just going by what I do believe, I do know, and I know this, that Michael Jackson, in his latter years, he had forgave his father and came to an understanding. And you don't have to agree with a person and what they do to understand why they do it and why they may have done it. And it doesn't mean that Joe Jackson may not have certain regrets himself. Okay? You said when Michael Jackson, his father tried to, I don't know about that. That was tacky as complete. I don't know. Oh, now don't get me wrong. The issue I have more so with Joe Jackson, calling this overly humbling of the kids, calling them ugly, things like that, and also you not putting the Most High. That's the thing. I think he was so driven where you end up where your priorities are out of order. I understand the drive that he had and what he put in his children. He, didn't have tolerance for slacking in any sort of way, whether it's in performance. I totally understand that. And that's another thing too. We want to criticize Joe Jackson, but do you know, like, even if we look at other cultures, like with Asian kids and their parents and how they are very, they're not settling. Yeah, there are some of us now as parents, as long as our kid got a job, long as they got a job. No, there was a time, and there are cultures still where they don't just settle for that. And just like there are parents who they ain't about their kids just marrying for love. That's another thing too we need to talk about. There was a time when people didn't just marry. It wasn't just about based on you falling in love. No, like you look at these other cultures. They want to make sure the children are secure. It ain't just about, and I'm not saying that should come first. Like you see these other countries, like with India, and they, where they may still even have these arranged marriages where the parents set up. And I remember watching, and that showed me a different perspective that I hadn't considered before. But this was like on 20 or 60 Minutes, one of them shows, and it was an American family. They were Indian American, like East Indian American, American of East Indian descent, and they allowed their parents to choose their spouses, something that was part of their tradition, the East Indian tradition, right? And they were defending their culture and their choice of arranged marriages or whatever. They said, they were like, well, look, our marriages tend to last longer, not to put down American or Western culture, but they were like saying, they trust their parents. They think their parents would know who would be best for them to marry. Now, even though I'm not really with that, the idea of arrangement, and, it was kind of like that in biblical times where your wife was chosen for you, your wife, your husband, and especially as a woman, I couldn't imagine. It's hard for me to accept that now, but I can't. It allowed me to see things a little differently. Okay, I can't trip over what they do, and they, as long as it don't go totally against the Bible. But they made a good point. Your parents, if they love you, and they should know what it would be better for you. It wasn't just about, in the Western world, it's just, who or whatever you fall in love with, you marry, not looking at how you will fare out economically, not looking at, they used to really consider that, and they still do in certain cultures. They still do. Like this one person said, there was an African female, a female of the African continent, I can't recall what country, but she was speaking to the passport bros, right? Those, like you got these United States promoting the whole passport bros, and that had became popular, a lot of that rhetoric. And so this female, I don't know what country, but she was speaking, I think maybe South Africa, but she was saying, you don't understand African culture. You can't you thinking you just gonna come over here. Like if you're gonna marry one of the women, saying they have it where the fathers, where you gotta pay the father something to marry, like something like it ain't just like that. And I noticed watching like these films, whether they're South African or Nigerian on Netflix and stuff, and I've really gotten into them. I noticed that they seem to have definitely a respect for the father. They have this more of this like respect for the father. But basically, Rosa, it's not that it ain't just about love and all of that. You definitely have to go through the father. Okay. Yeah, I forgot what country exactly she was, speaking on. But yeah, it wasn't just her country she was speaking on, Oh goodness, yeah, we don't even talk about that. And these other, yeah. See, the thing is, these same people in the United States, these people of like Japanese, Chinese descent, we see them as model citizens in America. Model their children. We see them as model idea, but we would not dare be, attacking their parents for being too strict. We respect their culture. We don't attack their parents for being too strict or not allowing their children to explore their childhood or be a child. And I am all for, and that's one thing I do say I love about my mother. Yes, my mother was influenced by the Dr. Spocks. She did, as a child, she did want us to be children. So she let us be wild and tear up the house, because she was still influenced by the Western world, the Dr. Spock and stuff. But people were kind of right. It's like you had to balance it out. I love the fact that my mother let us be free, but I do think to a degree she was a little too free. I see. That's why it was good that I did also live with my auntie and uncle who were strict Jehovah's Witnesses. I hated living with them. See, with my mother, there was no bedtime. We had no bedtime. She didn't even tell us to curse. We just knew when to be at home. With my auntie and uncle was strict Jehovah's Witnesses. My auntie definitely being influenced by my mom's mother. She was more influenced by my grandmother, who's very strict. You had to be like 8:30, get ready for bed. Then be asleep by 9. And I was so not used to that. If I hadn't lived with that auntie and uncle and really seeing how my uncle was, and it gave me an idea of what a father was. You understand what I'm saying? I probably would not have had that, at that understanding and appreciation like that for the Black father, even though he was not my biological father. But I witnessed, and they had a very traditional family, very old fashioned. The mom still sold the kids clothes. They were almost like Amish people. They're very old fashioned. That's why I don't. Yeah, they mom. It was just about them being obese. That was the only thing. But they were very old-fashioned. My auntie didn't even learn how to drive. My uncle, he worked in it, but she made sure the dinner was made. And I don't remember them arguing one time. Not one time, but he didn't want his. They met on the job, working at Spiegel or something, I heard, in the 70s. But in the early 70s or late 60s. But once he married her, my uncle he would not have wanted my auntie to work. He was against you did have them Black men who didn't want their women working outside the home. Then that's how it was with some of my uncles. They didn't want their wife work. Definitely with that uncle. Now, that wasn't my mama's sister. I mean, my mama's sibling. He was, uncle by marriage. But, yeah. My uncle, he was one of them. And he sure was not for Black people feeling sorry for themselves. He was never pro-Black. My auntie and uncle, they were not at all like my mom. But he was he didn't believe, Black folks feeling sorry for ourselves and stuff. But he was definitely a man. He definitely totally took care of my auntie. And he didn't go to college. But by the time he died, he owned property in Chicago. He passed away a year after my mama died, 2004. But I got to see what, of course, it's not the same because I wasn't actually his biological daughter, but I got to witness and experience what a father is really like. And I'm glad that I had that experience. I hated living with him still. I like the freedom of being at home, but, I'm glad that I needed to witness that. I needed to, witness because I didn't get to know my father like that. So I did need to witness, and also with uncles of mine, my mom's brothers, my mom's actual brothers, and what I witnessed. Even with them, you did have Black men of that generation who were, they weren't like the way a Cynthia G would describe them. That's why I defy what she said. But what happened? That's the question. What happened? What happened? Where did we go wrong? Do you think that us taking on the pro-black mentality? Because I'm telling you, when I watched that one series, what was it? Was it Black on Black? It was that 1968 docu. That's what really. And I was listening to the brother that was like a black nationalist, and he was sounding so hopeless. And this really started having me look at things really differently. And one thing I noticed too, and maybe this is something that my mama noticed, a lot of those who got more so into black nationalism, like even when you look at, like, there's the Nation of Islam, and then there's the 5%ers. You notice a lot of them brothers that, unlike those of the Nation of Islam, them 5%ers, they're less likely to be married. This is something I noticed. And it's the same, like I used to roll with certain, in the early 90s, it was these brothers I was rolling with, they were like pro-black, I guess you could say represent like kind of 90s militant in a way, but doing nothing militant. But I noticed, like, there was one I had a crush on, and I noticed that none of them, they weren't really settled down with a woman like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, marriage was something not even in their mind. Marriage and family and all of that. Whereas at least we could say with those, like, for instance, who were more spiritual, or more, like, for instance, comparing those of the Nation of Islam to the 5%ers, at least they were still about marriage and family. Whereas a lot of these ones from that black nationalist era, especially when we're talking about like from the 1960s, especially the latter 60s and on, they don't have, although they come off as if they're more conscious and more aware, they don't have that mentality when it comes to family and even spirituality. You understand what I'm saying? It's like they begin to see themselves as gods. They have this pride, but is it really pride? At the same time, they're talking hopeless. And when I saw that documentary, it you know the one I'm talking about. Y'all know I've been to it. It really started having me think about what happened when we began to embrace black and ourselves as black people, even though it seemed like it was an uplifting thing, but was it really? And I never thought I'd go there, but I'm seeing things very differently. Yeah, it was a Black on Black documentary. This is when we became black. And remember, I shared this with y'all.
How come you got our people?
And it was like, listening to this brother right here. You got to understand, this is more than likely he's a baby boomer, probably an early baby boomer.
He would have put our people where we wouldn't have to be struggling for something all the time and begging and asking for them.
That identifies black people. This man has blue eyes, he has blonde hair, he is the white man. This is what you see. And
I understand, we know that Yahushua HaMashiach the Messiah wasn't this blonde hair, blue eyed man. But what I'm saying is, listen to just how hopeless he talking, period.
this is the way America has made it. This is the way America has made their God to be. Like them, like white people. Because this is white people's God. So naturally it's supposed to identify with them.
I don't need Jesus because Jesus hasn't done anything for me. If he had done something for me, he would have created us all equal. He would have put our people where we wouldn't have to be struggling for something all the time and begging and asking for somebody to give us something. If it was a Jesus, how come he didn't make everybody one color? How come you got our people begging? How come you got had our people in slavery for most of the time? See, that's why I believe that there's no Jesus. There's no Jesus. Jesus is just some.
Now, he ain't just talking about what he perceives as Jesus. He talking like there's no creator, period.
That the white man led the black man to believe in. And now that the black people are now aggressing the way they are, they know who they are, and they all know that they are God. And I think that I am God. In fact, I know I'm God, because God is somebody that can do what he wants to do, and I'm going to do what I want to do.
See, you see what I'm saying? Was that really about black pride, or was that accepting the curse? I'm black, deal with it. And hip hop was birthed from this. Do you understand what I'm saying? And when I first watched this a couple of years ago, I seen clips and pieces from this documentary before, but now that it's in YouTube, I was able to watch it in full. I said, wow, these were the people that my mama was rolling with. That's why my mama stopped going to church. She believed in God, though. But I realized, so of course she was now seeing her mama, who was a person who went to the church. Of course she was seeing her mama as different. And I can understand why people were turning against the church. I totally understand why they were turning against Reverend Chicken Wing or whatever you want to call it. I get it. But denying the creator altogether and saying that he is God, but you are God, but at the same time, you got this hopeless kind of mentality. See, this pride that the Bible warns about, this is really about insecurity. This is really about, and that's what Tariq Nasheed and this whole FBA movement, they're tapping into this false sense of pride. And yeah, and when I was listening, and I'm like, man, these brothers kind of, now I'm assuming they're like early baby boomers, late silent generation. But this is, a mentality definitely different than, now my uncle, the one I taught, he about the same age as that brother, but he had a different mentality. No, he didn't in any way come off as pro-black, but it's interesting. He still married a black woman, a dark-skinned black woman, in fact. He wasn't with my mama in the way my mama was all the pro-black. He wasn't with all that. But he was definitely a man.
Soul is it's in us, and we're born with it, and it's something that we respect most highly. We respect soul practically before we respect anything. We respect.
When you listen how he talking, even though he sound cool, but there's like a, kind of drag and almost like.
So, soul is it's the way a person talks, the way a person walks. It can be the way a person carries itself. It can be in everything that's more or less.
We've lost that soul, because you got to understand, we are children of the Most High Yah, and you connect off. We have always been a spiritual people. Okay, even those who don't believe, and I'm not trying to sound new age and promote any God or deity, but quote unquote black people, whether we're talking Africa, we have always been. That's crazy for any black person to be straight atheist. That's crazy. And say that you're in tap with, because Africoid people have always been spiritual, but who is the true creator though? But I heard that. Say it again. You said I am head over heels. Hold on, let me highlight that. Yeah, so I think about it, and that was the thing when, because it was a guy in the 90s, and I actually had a crush on him. No, of course, no disrespect to my husband. He didn't. I didn't say anything, but I began to realize that these guys, they're not trying to be settled down with a woman. And that guy that I knew, he probably still just single, but and they'll talk all that. Oh, the black woman is the beautiful. They talk all that, but they wasn't thinking about settling down with a woman and creating family, and even if they got kids, and almost like that idealism. Because when you start thinking that you're a god and thinking you can control your own destiny, you can do whatever you want, and you have no laws, and you have no. And if you notice, even when you compare the 5% as the Nation of Islam, and I'm not promoting the Nation of Islam, but if you notice, at least with the Nation of Islam, there's more discipline. There is still some sort of idea of family, and And that was an issue that I initially had with Tariq Nasheed before. Now I just see him as a grifter. But initially, you know, because I felt he wasn't about family enough. But it looked, at least the facade of him supposedly being married to Peanut, you know. But you got to understand, yeah, my mother initially got married, but even with her husband, they started, you know, being influenced. What led to her, you know, separating. It wasn't about her being a bad wife. He wanted to do things and end up being taken out in New York City. While they, you know, was separated, she allowed him to do things. So I can't say that my mother did not try to do the right thing and being, you know, but eventually she got, after he separated, and supposedly he even knew a certain musician, the Commodores, you know, even though he was living fine as an accountant and everything. My mom stayed in Chicago. He went to New York City. They separated, although they were never really on bad terms. She just let him do his thing. But eventually my mom got influenced with these, and she never remarried again because she took on the philosophy of a lot of these guys. My mother was one of them types, always had great relationships with men, where men liked my mom. They liked hanging with my. She was very much like Afeni Shakur. I mean, Tupac's mom, brother. Yeah, Afeni. She was very much like that. But a lot of them guys, I'm gonna just tell you, a lot of them brothers who were part of that, they when it came to family and selling, they wasn't about it like that. They may have came off as if, you know, they were conscious and all that. Now, I hate to say it. See, Joe Jackson, he represents a whole different, you know, we may see that as, and I'm not saying he wasn't perfect, at least going by the Jackson movie, they still had it like he cheated, but I'm just saying, and I'm not saying I'm not okay in that in any way. Don't get it twisted. But yeah, when I saw this, the black on black, it's just the way.
Why this and why that? If they understood soul, they know the answers to a lot of whys. You feel soul. See, you don't just.
But it was certain things he said in his documentary and these brothers, and it just. And you got to understand, of course, in the 60s, there's things changing. Of course, you know, the welfare, the government assistance, this and that. And when you watch this whole documentary here, yeah, see, and even the way that he talking, this, yeah.
It's just something that the white man led the black man to believe in. And now that the black people are now aggressing the way they are, they know who they are, and they all know that they are God.
In that case, you believe that the Bible originated with the white man. That's why I had to tell Cynthia G, you need to stop giving the white man so much credit. If you really believe the scriptures originated with the white man, that's giving the white man too much credit.
And I think that I am God. In fact, I know I'm God, because God is somebody that can do what he wants to do, and I'm going to do what I want to do.
Well, who wanted to marry? That wasn't actually my father. I came along during the time of the separation. My mother never actually got a divorce. She just separated. He, you know, and basically letting him do what he wanted to do. And it ended up leading to his death. But right before his death, I was, you know, my mom stayed in Chicago. He went to New York. They found her husband, you know, he was shot to death in New York. He said it was a hotel full of money. He was obviously, I don't mean to be telling on family business, but it is what it is. He's obviously doing things on the side, and he didn't have to. But he had, you know, bigger dreams. And see, why do y'all think I'm defending a Florida Evans? Because my mama was Florida Evans, or she tried to be. But the thing is, and that's why I speak on behalf of the Florida Evans character, and my mama was very affected. That's why I don't like when people make fun of that damn episode, because I remember how that affected my mother being a widow herself, and how she was very upset over that good time. She was like, they just couldn't see a black man in the family. They just couldn't. She was very upset over that, and yet now people just laugh about that episode, you know. And so many brothers that passed unnecessarily. There's a lot of Black women experience that, and with my mother's husband was unnecessary, and I can imagine the bitterness and the anger that she felt about that. You know, like that could have been avoided. And that's it also gave me a bad taste. We had a bad taste for New York. My mother had to go all the way to New York. Yeah. Yeah, it left us with widow's benefits, but yeah, it was a thing my mother let him do. Unlike Florida Evans, who, tried to talk her husband out of doing certain things. My mother tried to be the subservient, okay, you do your thing if that's what you want to do. They separated. But and then my mother just never remarried after that. But she always had a cool relationship. My mother had a cool relationship with men. She actually had more male friends. But yeah, neither him or my mother, neither one of them came from like these poor families, But yeah, my mother was rolling, eventually rolling with, even before that, with, I guess, during the time of their separation, Black militants, but even before that,
God,
I think they both were influenced. Her and her husband were both influenced, but I think he may have taken on. Maybe he felt being an accountant is the white man work. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, he was an accountant. Yeah. So that was a good thing that she was able to, there's no good thing in death, but her getting what she got, that was a thing from Social Security. It was a good enough lump sum, but we couldn't get welfare. We were not, and her working. And so it's just her working, but we were still very broke. There's a lot of kids still, but yeah, it's a lot to it. And I've listened to my mother cry on these things, and
God is concerned, God can be you. God, I feel as though God is me. If anybody's gonna do anything, it's gonna be me. God ain't gonna do nothing. Even at a time of death, if it's time for you to die, man, you're gonna die. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If it's your turn, you're going. If any bad luck hit you, it's just bad luck. It's no, like you committed a sin, so and so's gonna happen. It's no, I don't believe it's any of that. I believe if anything's gonna happen, it's gonna happen.
You see, that's that mentality. Now, when I think about it, yeah, and this is the mentality that birthed hip hop. That's the breaks. That's the breaks. These are the breaks. It's like that, and that's the way it is. Like, accept it. It is what it is. Right. Thank you. Just because we're lied to about the creator, right? Everything's been manipulated. Doesn't mean that the creator doesn't exist. Right. And see, the way, believe it or not, even though it seemed like it's a great way to live and do your own thing, this is actually a hopeless mentality. And that's really sad. That's really sad. If you just believe that you're here, you turn to dust, that's a really sad way of living. So yeah, you're going to do what you feel for the moment. You're going to just be living for the moment. You're not going to be thinking ahead. You're going to be, and I think that's what happened, this living for the moment. Living, do what thou wilt. Do it till you're satisfied. Whatever it is, do it. I'm satisfied, And with also, you got the influence of the sexual revolution, drug,
And this God, man, this is a way, it seems like to me it's a way of scaring the people. If you tell somebody, well, look here, you do wrong, you're gonna die, you're gonna burn forever. This cat gonna think, I don't want to burn forever. And he's gonna believe in this God, man. It's a way of just taking a person.
You see, that's the thing too. A lot of us is now we could debate on whether there's a literal lake of fire, but a lot of us, we've lost that healthy fear. We've lost that healthy fear. Although we think that we're living fearlessly. you know. It's really hopelessly, but we lost what was a healthy fear. Just like we can't call ourselves soul. We can't say, if you know, they don't even say soul music today, because if there's no spirituality, the soul music derived from gospel. And if there's no spirituality, if we don't have a connection with our creator, how can we still be calling it soul music? And you notice they don't even say. That's what's really been missing from our music. I said this before, Treating Sheet, the soul. The connection with our creator, made in the image of the Most High Yah. So how can we say that it's soul music? If you notice, they don't even use, when I was a kid, they still use the term soul music. If you notice, they may say R&B still, but they don't say soul, because, and that's what's been missing. Yeah, you may have people that can sing impressively and hit notes and all of that, and may still even have rhythm, but that's soul. You don't feel the music like you used to feel it. If you've noticed, you don't feel it like you used to. But yeah, anyways, you see, and we could go on and on talking about the Black father. And so you guys say he's probably a late silent generation, early baby boomer, as my mom was an early baby boomer. Now, Michael was kind of more of a late baby boomer, but he came to a realization about certain things, because you got to understand too, a lot of them baby boomers, especially as you went on and on, they ended up being even more so influenced by the white counterculture than they realized, you know, especially when you consider those born in the 50s. Now, my mama was born in the late 40s, early baby boomer, but then you got those born in the 50s and early 60s, but I'm thinking of those in the 50s, like Prince, and well, they were definitely, Michael, they definitely influenced, even also by they were influenced by the Sly Stones, but they were also influenced by the Beatles. They were also influenced, do you understand what I'm saying? And then eventually the David Bowies. And the, what's it do? Walk on the Wild Side. Lou Reeds and the Iggy Pops and what they saw them as representing freedom, in a sense. And y'all know I did, well, the original upload had, of course, more views, but on Michael Jackson's, now I'm not going to go.
When's the last time you ate? They said, no, they're poisoned.
Oh, yeah. And the main thing, this is another thing. Okay, this is what pissed me off with that movie. They had John Bronca. That's when I was like, that did it. They had John Bronca when he said, like, who is this guy? And, you know, something, and maybe they're going to demonize him. But no. Who is John Bronca, y'all? Okay. Who owns Michael Jackson's estate? The AI overview. Michael Jackson's estate is managed by executors John Bronca, who is an attorney for him, and John McClain, an accountant, who oversee, what was that brother's name? What happened to him? Who oversee the Michael Jackson Family Trust for beneficiaries. Under his 2002 will, assets are allocated to his mother, 40%. Now, remember, there were things, remember when the family was coming together and trying to go against the wicked powers that be. That's when they pulled that little stunt claiming that they kidnapped their own mama. Remember that? And they claimed that Janet Jackson slapped Paris, you know, which was a lie. But remember when that blew up, and I was going to do a video, but I lost but I fell back on it because I was involved this Tommy Sotomayor crap. Because there's a lot that people don't know. Yeah. And when the family was questioning that will, that was supposedly Michael Jackson, because I was feeling like the family is standing up and fighting now. But yeah, because they claimed that Michael Jackson signed that will in California, but he, at that time, when it was supposedly signed, he was with Al Sharpton in New York, right? So soon as Randy Jackson them started to question that, that's when this whole thing with TMZ and they supposedly kidnapping their mama. Remember that? Yeah. Well, the people that own it, John Bronco. I've talked about this for years. So they showed John Bronco in this movie as having more concern. Now, John Bronco is a white man, supposedly said to be of the Ish ethnicity, if you will. You know what I'm saying? But what was the other guy? One guy that looked like mixed with black. I forgot his name. But yeah. But anyways, they made it like John Bronco and Michael's bodyguard. He almost looked like the real man, though, the bodyguard. Like they care about him more than his daddy. And they was okay with Barry Court. But still, they had it like, okay, they're gonna show like Joe Jackson, will he be able to perform again? Like that's all he cared about. But then they showed John Bronco looking with these sentimental eyes. I was like, oh hell no. This is wrong. And I'm just tripping that the family is totally okay with it. Now, if there's thing they don't know, this thing they don't know. But I think there are things that they do know. Now, I know that now, as you know, Janet Jackson, she didn't really want to have a part in this film. Although she does, support Jafar Jackson and, his performance of, wish him well and all. And they're going to try to make Janet Jackson look bad, like she's just jealous or I don't know. But now I don't know with Paris Jackson, because there are some people saying, oh, she believes the allegations, the molestation allegations against Michael Jackson. There's nothing really solidified on, his quote unquote daughter, Paris Jackson, supporting that. Okay. There's no, supposedly those are lies and they're just saying because they seen her with the Caskios or something, like she's been talking with some of the accusers or something. So I don't know about that. And I don't know with her, However, I have learned that Paris Jackson has been, going against John Bronco and the estate. Okay. But let me just, now understand, like there's the secret. Do y'all know that John Bronco was actually fired by Michael Jackson? And there, you can look it up. There's different articles. They even talk about it in Wikipedia. As you can see here, there are different articles on it. If you don't believe me. Okay. But this is John Bronco. They had him depicted in the film. And sure enough, he's also behind this, this Michael movie. Interesting. So he's making tons of money right now. Okay? He's making a lot of money. Hold on. In 2003, Jackson fired Bronco based on private investigation on behalf of him suggesting the flow of funds from Jackson through Sony Music CEO Tommy Mottola. And you know how Michael felt about Tommy Mottola. But, supposedly they got a little friendship. And Bronco into offshore accounts in the Caribbean. In 2006, Jackson and Bronco's relationship deteriorated further, leading Bronco to resign due to conflicts between Jackson and Sony over Bronco's 5% stake. Now, this is Wikipedia saying, which complicated Michael's financial situation. As a part of the settlement, Bronco sold back his estate for a substantial sum. Bronco reached out to Randy Phillips, expressing interest in rejoining Jackson's team shortly after Jackson concluded the press conference for This Is It in early March 2009. Frank DeLeo, Jackson's manager, acted as an intermediary between Bronco and Jackson at the request of Randy Phillips. Bronco was rehired by Jackson. Now, this is what they claim. They saying that Bronco was rehired. Do you think he was rehired by Jackson on June 17, 2009, 8 days before the singer's death? Do y'all believe that? Do y'all believe that? But anyways, let me just share with y'all. Yeah, supposedly Paris Jackson's been going against. Now, whether or not she believed the allegations, I don't know. But it's just, I'm just tripping over his more immediate family, his siblings and stuff. Now, I know that Katherine Jackson's like 95 years old, so she may not even be totally coherent, But the siblings, I'm just kind of tripping. I'm trying to. Because once upon a time, but it seemed like they got LaToya back under, just give us some reality shows. Like she's back a Manchurian candidate, if you will.
Facts that are not correct.
I remember I did this video, even though I got it all privatized now. But was Michael Jackson's death an accident? I actually did this it's just real in 2012.
I do know that today I have listened to 3 or 4 reports. Wrong information, wrong dates, wrong times, wrong addresses, wrong everything.
No, I believe that he was taken out and that Dr. Conrad, whatever his name was, I believe he was just a fall guy.
And people are listening to this and they're believing what they are hearing yet again about Michael Jackson.
Just because it's in print doesn't mean it's the gospel.
I truly feel that Conrad Murray is simply the fall guy. This was definitely something that was premeditated, that they had planned to do, and they planned to take my brother out, and my brother knew it. And that's why he told me repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly that this was going to happen to him.
Oh, I didn't want that to play.
But I understand in 2005 you were with him and actually took him to a hospital at one point, correct?
Yes, that's right. That was the last week of the trial. And when I got a call from Joe and a message from his mother that I needed to come out and just take a look at him because they was worried about his demeanor. When I get there, I go to the trial. From there, we go back to Netherlands. And he asked me to come upstairs, and he grabbed me and started crying, said, please don't leave me. They're trying to kill me. And I said, when's the last time you ate? He said, no, they'll poison me. I said, well, when's the last time you drank water? And so one thing led to another. So I have a friend of mine that has this huge machine in L.A., Global Cardia Care. I said, if you can bring this machine down, Michael's agreed to get on it. And they clamp you and they squeeze you and it'll print out everything in your body. And the only thing that it printed out was he was extremely dehydrated. Nothing wrong with his heart, nothing wrong with his lungs. And so the next day after we left court, I said, I need to take you to a hospital. He said, no, they'll kill me. And I said, well, let's do this. Let's let nobody know where we're going. Let me drive you up to San Francisco to a hospital that don't even know we coming. He agreed to that. And then I said, look, 20 miles away from here, let's go to one of these hospitals. And we went to a hospital and they examined him. And at 5:30 or a little bit before 6, they started intravenously putting liquid in him. At 6 o'clock the next morning, they were still putting water in him. And the doctor said to me, had he waited 12 more hours, he would have been dead.
Relationship with that information.
And so
anything else. I saw somebody who was always engaged and obviously run 18 months. I know.
Did you see, if any, of Michael and drug addiction?
I will tell you that when I was representing him, and it was off and on for about 18 months, I did not see any evidence of disabling drug addiction or anything else. I saw somebody who was always engaged and obviously in his defense and frightened to some degree about what was going on, but I didn't see any evidence of what's almost become, I think, in a way, a caricature of who he was. I think a lot of it is speculation, and I'm not so sure that a lot of the people who are out there saying certain things are actually telling the truth as they know it. So the only people who I think would know are people who are in his inner circle.
Wow, this video's aged badly.
Leave you with the impression that we're suggesting that he was abusing prescription drugs or any illegal substance for that matter.
Did Dr. Murray think or know whether Michael Jackson was addicted to any kind of narcotic?
No, he didn't know he was addicted if he is addicted. I mean, let's not presume he was addicted, first of all. It's not fair to Michael Jackson and his family.
Michael asked me, well, what do you do? I said, well, what's going on with you? And so he started telling me that I'm just tired. I've just been a little fatigued. And I said, okay, well, why don't we just...
Now, that was a nurse. Yeah, understand. A lot of his original staff, they got rid of his original staff members. Yeah, it seemed like some very dangerous people came into Michael Jackson's life.
Set up and do. Anyone with fatigue, if
Well, he only needed to get some rest. Yeah, this woman was originally, not by the order of Michael Jackson, though.
if they present in a clinic, we do complete blood work. He said, fine, that's great. I'd like to know. So he asked me, can we do it that day? And I told him, no, I have to go back to my office and I can schedule to come back later. He said, well, can you come back tomorrow? I said, sure. So you need to fast tonight and don't eat anything so I can draw your blood tomorrow. So he said, okay.
And what did you learn from all that?
Yeah, I didn't find anything other than just a little low blood sugar.
I mean, my client...
This idea, he was all addicted to drugs, and I believe the same thing with Prince. Yes, he did talk about, and some people felt he just did that for sympathy, having an addiction at one time to painkillers after having the burn, and developing an addiction to painkillers. And that's the thing, that you got to be careful of things you say publicly, okay? Because then if they want to take you out, that can be used against you. Oh, well, you did say this. You did say Eazy-E that you don't believe in wearing condoms. So we could easily say, and people easily believe, that you pass away from HIV. Yeah, he talked about, at one time having like an addiction to painkillers, but that was something that he had overcame. I do not believe at all that Michael or Prince were these addicts anymore. They were actually, perhaps like in the case of Michael just needing some rest and needing more, maybe overly worked.
Did some blood tests. He did some physical examinations of him, just as you would expect any doctor to do. Mm-hmm. And he came back within range. He seemed to be fine. He had no heart condition, nothing that would have, evidenced a red flag that there needed to be some special precaution.
As part of the business proposition, Michael had to undergo a medical exam to get insurance. Right. Do you have the results of that exam? Was there a drug test for that exam?
The insurance carrier sent a doctor out from New York named Dr. David Slavitt, I believe, and independent of us, we had nothing to do with it. He examined Michael for about 5 hours at his house, and I think they went somewhere for some other tests, and I'm sure there was a blood test. We're obviously not privy to the patient-doctor relationship with that information, but the insurance broker told us that he passed with flying colors.
Former defense attorney Tom Mesereau says despite appearances during the 2005 child molesting trial, he doubts Jackson had a serious problem.
I was with Michael for almost 5 months in the trial of his life. He was always very conscious, very articulate. He always understood what I was telling him, and he was very intelligent in his responses. I never saw any indication that he was overly medicated or drugged.
Have you worked with addicts?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so you pretty much
music rights, real estate. This wasn't Stormfront, okay? Something about this catalog. Jackson had amassed nearly $400 million in personal
Brian Monroe, Huffington Post, 2009.
Debt, but still controlled billions in assets, future royalties on music rights, real estate, and other holdings. His lucrative Sony ATV catalog, which contains 250 Beatles songs, music from Elvis Presley and Little Richard that he bought in 1987 for just $47.5 million, is easily worth 50 times that today. In fact, the catalog is set to make even more money when the interactive video game, The Beatles Rock Band, hits shelves in October.
Yeah, he admitted to I'm sorry. Let me see. And Yapa, you said, yeah, I hear you. Okay, let me address what you're saying first. I feel bad for today's youth. At weddings, we got you and I. Right. Rivet in the sky, stone in love with you, etc. What do they have to walk down the aisle to? WAP, right. Or even we could go even earlier. So it kind of started with songs like Wifey, like we could play Wife, or we could play House. And now we just got to the point of WAP. Yeah, you said you don't. Yeah, now he said that Michael himself. Now some people say he was just doing that for sympathy because of the whole, but he admitted himself during that time, getting somewhat dependent on painkillers after the whole burn incident in 84. And he did, there was that time period he kind of disappeared, if you remember. And I'm old enough to remember. It was like he was kind of, definitely by the summer 84, like after the whole Victory tour, and it was now kind of Prince's, you know, with the Purple Rain, he was shining just a little more. Yeah, and yeah, so you didn't even really see Michael Jackson except for with We Are the World. And that's where he appeared somewhat lighter, and then you just didn't see him at all until like it, or at least it seemed until the Bad album in 87. Yeah, so there was that time period. Something about, I also think that's why I also feel that we need to fear wicked spirits, because I don't think he should, now when I think about it, shouldn't have done the Thriller video, because sometimes too that can bring demonic like energy, and like with that incident with his hair catching on fire. Think about it. When the Thriller video was released, even though, you know, the album, yeah, it was released in 82, December 82. It took over the year 1983. And but around the time we saw that video, yeah, that was like the Thriller video, because the album, you remember albums used to span into like 2 years, it seemed. But yeah, it was around 84, the Thriller video. Most people saw it for the first time, I believe. Yeah, and that's when the song had really hit big, around in the video, around early 84. And it was after that, I mean, doing the Pepsi commercial, that you had the burn incident. And that was kind of like right before the Victory tour, right around that time. Yeah. Even though he had great success from Pepsi, it was like something, like he kind of almost like disappeared. He did the Victory tour. You only saw him again with the We Are the World. And then and it was during that time, like 85, 86, it was the Minneapolis artists, Jesse Johnson, of course, Prince, The Time, and all of them. Maserati, you know, they were kind of getting a lot of the shine. And he come back, like, what was it? Like, was it fall of 87 with the Bad album? I'm going by my memory now. Yeah, that's probably during that period, but I don't think it's the way that it's being exaggerated. Definitely not before his death. But it did seem like when he was talking about This Is it did seem like something was a little wrong, like right before his death.
Jackson still co-owned, although it was heavily mortgaged, the infamous Neverland Ranch and surrounding 2,600 acres in pristine Santa Barbara County. And his own My Jack music catalog contains much of his personal music from Off the Wall, Thriller, and his other solo projects, plus an estimated 150 unreleased tunes, and will help contribute to the more than 200 million in record sales and other revenue for the estate by year's end.
Michael was a wise young man when he bought.
Fight your feelings on Farrakhan. That's just here it is, what he's saying.
For $35 million, I think.
And Michael did become friends with Farrakhan.
The master recordings of his own music and half of a 750,000 song catalog that includes music by the Beatles, Elvis Presley, Bob Dylan, the Staples Singers, Neil Diamond, and the Jonas Brothers. That means anytime they play any of those songs, he gets paid. That catalog that he had is worth more than $1 billion.
You see, you got to understand white supremacy.
That's right.
Now, not this stuff that most black folks and white folks, not these old Ku Klux Klanners,
Right,
these old ignorant.
Right.
You know, the problem is the president of Harvard, Yale, okay,
Right.
Wall Street. Those are the ones determine public policy. That's white supremacy. That's what got Bill Cosby in trouble when he said, I want to buy NBC.
That's right.
But you know, now I don't even just say it as white supremacy. I don't even really like using that term. I know that it's even beyond that, but anyways.
The Beatles was that special white occult thing.
That's right.
So they had to make a deal with Michael that he couldn't refuse. I didn't realize that ABC owned 98% of all country western.
Mm-hmm.
So Michael, with that half, owns 50% of all country western.
That's right.
63% of Dolly Parton,
That's right.
which pays him an annual $800 million
That's right.
every year.
Right.
Okay, so all that broke stuff they put out there.
Bunch of lies.
See, everybody told him not to buy the Beatles.
Right. Yeah, you said that in the final call back in 2004, of course,
And
when
he
you
bought
purchased
that for $48 million. It's worth $1.9 billion now.
That's right. It's 750,000 songs in that catalog.
Michael is one of the nicest, was kindest folks on the planet.
That's right. Yes, sir.
He didn't know when he bought it that the Beatles owned all of Little Richard's stuff.
Mm.
He made one phone call
Right.
and gave that back.
That's right.
To Little Richard. And Little Richard makes about $6 million to $9 million every year.
Mm.
That's why you saw how evil he used to be. Now he's just so happy. I saw him on TV one day. Oh, I'm so happy I might even stop being gay.
Yes, sir.
And so that was Michael.
Right.
They're trying to kill me.
So after learning about that catalog and its worth, I began to see why you had those white folks. So
Okay. So this is Michael Jackson. Okay, wait a minute. I know I put.
So now there was a total conspiracy to bring Michael down or just get him to lose money and be in a position where he would have no choice but to sell that catalog. Because ain't no black man supposed to.
Junior, the tradition of great performers from
He appeared to be an addict, rather.
Sammy Davis Jr. to James Brown to Jackie Wilson. The story is usually the same, though. You know, these guys work really hard at their craft, but the story ends the same. They usually are broken, torn, and usually just sad. And the story is very sad in the end because the companies take advantage of them. They really do.
We've come real close.
Now, of course, I didn't expect this Michael Jackson to be shown in the movie. I expected that. But for them to try to glorify John Branca, who may have something to do with Michael's demise, I'm like, wow. And I don't understand why the family. Okay. I guess they just, as long as it gets people to love Michael. Okay. All right. Hey. And you know, it's helping. I'm not saying that the family just about money. No, I'm not saying that. But
I was amazed.
I'm disappointed. And I do feel that they've kind of folded and they're taking the safe route. Even if they decided to just not focus on any conspiracy, well, why you allow for your father, if you're going to have a bad guy in the movie, why did you let that be? Since obviously there was a need for an antagonist or a bad guy, why did they just allow that to be Joe Jackson? I'm very disappointed. Because there was a lot of, if they needed a bad guy for this film that bad, otherwise they could have just focused on Michael the artist that everyone loved and could have kept it safe like that. But no. And not only do they have Joe Jackson as the devil of the movie or the evil one of the movie, but then they have John Branca almost like he kind of rescued Michael Jackson from his daddy. I don't like that shit. I'm sorry.
How brilliant he was with a child mind.
That's right.
You know, being the artist that I am at Sony, I've generated several $1 billion for Sony, several billion, and they really thought that my mind is always on music and dancing and it usually is, but they never thought that this performer myself would outthink them.
Yeah, they just want this simple, they want you to just see the simple Michael Jackson who just want to heal the world, you know, and he has no conscious, no awareness. You know, he's just a great entertainer, a soft, gentle entertainer. They don't want you to see this side of Michael Jackson. Either they want you to see him as like, you know, just the entertainer, the childlike entertainer with a gentle heart, or they want to just have you see him as a PDF, a sneaky PDF. It's either one or the other. A sneaky PDF who hates himself and want to be white.
And it usually is, but it's always they really thought that my mind is always on music and dancing and it usually is, but
that's all they had in the music and dancing and it's great that, you know, they show his charitable contributions and everything, and, you know, the whole We Are the World. But there was more to Michael. He was, you know, a little more intelligent than this movie is portraying him at, and not just a victim of his dad.
Never thought that this performer myself would outthink them.
Yeah.
No, I'm a free agent.
Yeah.
I just owe Sony one more album. It's just a box set, really. It's with 2 new songs, which I've written ages ago. I'm leaving Sony a free agent.
Do you all know? I believe that he would have had, by September 2009, if he had not died, have ownership of Sony. They had to get, that's what they felt, rid of him, I believe, within a certain time period.
Owning half of Sony.
Owning half of Sony. And like I said, could an addict be such a shrewd businessman? You got to think about it. And he said owning half of Sony. He would have had half ownership of this conglomerate. That could not be allowed by, I believe, September 2009. But he didn't make it to September 2009.
So I own half of Sony's publishing, and I'm leaving them, and they're very angry at me because of it. But I just did good business, you know.
When you stop and think about, you know, all at once they came in, here's the deal they made.
You see, now they love Michael because he's just like Tupac. They're no longer threats of any form. They're always when they're dead. And they still try to slander their legacy even after their death. But at least he's, you know, ain't got to work. But notice how before he died, every joke, and there's black people participating, just like they're doing with Bill Cosby. If you believe, and that's the thing, I'm just tired of the lies. I'm tired of these liars. And now there's so many mouthpieces up in here. You know, Tariq Nasheed, don't talk about Joe Jackson. Don't talk about, because, you know, you're another one of these ones. Just like you're trying to get us to see Marcus Garvey. Anybody could tell you that it was obvious there was sabotage on Marcus Garvey. Okay? Even, and it's not saying that I'm this total follower of Marcus Garvey or any man. But I definitely believe he had intentions. Or if we good intentions, there was obvious sabotage on Marcus Garvey. So I don't even care what you have to say with Joe Jackson, because it's not sincere. You're speaking on behalf of Joe Jackson because you're allowed to. But if they need you to turn against him, you will, just as you have against the quote unquote Pan-Africanness, even those who have supported you in your Hidden Colors series.
We will loan you whatever money you need against your stuff here.
Catalog.
We will give you half.
To hear what a Tariq is saying, which is going to keep it safe and just play on your pride, so that you don't hear persons like myself and people who are really, while they have been totally blocking and banning people like myself. Do you hear what I'm saying? They want the buffoonery, the coonery, the buffoonery, the roasting. That's all they want up in here. That's why you can have it where, oh, and now you got with the Corey. And if I didn't know better, I think this whole thing with Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb was scripted. And you see, this I'm looking at what the hell? You a monkey. And y'all thinking that shit's hilarious. This is what's become of YouTube. While I'm losing channels and stuff, this is what is getting promoted.
Of the ABC catalogs, all of them. Your stuff here.
Catalog.
We will give you half of the ABC catalogs, all of them. If you go with this deal. He signed it, but there was little clauses in it.
Right.
One, if you died before this money was paid back, we get it all and determine what we're going to do with the proceeds. They didn't care about paying off the estate as long as they didn't have to give that back.
Right.
Or if morality, something happens, it diverts to us.
Right.
After they signed that, now they got to implement it. So that's where the first child molest thing came up.
That's right.
Like 12 years ago.
Right.
We got to settle this one out of court.
Mm-hmm.
So they settled it. They put $30 million up in bank, and they got the interest on it.
Right.
Well, it didn't create a violation of the contract because he didn't get found guilty.
That's right.
So they couldn't recoup that.
Right.
So it took them 11 years to sit him up for the second one. And the reason why is because they had to change the California law. Now, the politicians didn't know nothing about what I'm fixing to say.
Right.
They decided that if your sister said, I slapped her, raped her, or robbed her,
and
then somebody come and pay it off or convince her you can't mess up this icon,
right,
and she drops the charges, they got the law changed that even if she dropped them, they can prosecute me anyway. That's what that second trial was about.
That's what that was about. Right.
Well, he beat that one.
That's right.
So now I got nothing left to do but kill you.
Absolutely.
See, what you don't understand about the enemy, when they fear you, the first thing they must do is destroy your reputation, then destroy your wealth. And if you're still alive, we can have him then, because he's no more, has no more money. He's a broken man. You can have him now.
Yeah. And I remember when I heard that the Thriller 25 was a success, even though there wasn't the promotion, they were doing everything. That's why they raided his home when he had the one album release. And, you know, they knew exactly what they were doing in trying to break him. That was the initial plan, to get him totally broke. But, yeah. They did their best to, you know, to keep the Invincible album from being promoted, even trying to tell radio stations and stuff. And when they couldn't go, then, and I remember when I had that, the Ebony magazine, they were talking about Thriller 25, and I remember I was thinking, oh man, what they gonna do next? I remember saying that to myself, what are they gonna do next? But even though I was saying they're gonna end up taking Michael out. First they were trying to say, oh, he got 6 months to live with lupus, and remember, they tried to even use the lupus thing. In January 2009, they were saying he had 6 months to live. He died in June of 2009. But they were trying to say that he was in dying condition. But then people saw him performing with the This Is It. You know, he was able to perform and stuff, but he's, you know. So I had to come up with another. Oh, we can play on the whole painkiller thing. Same with Prince. Same with Prince. Yeah, I'm just so tired of the BS. And see, oh yeah, and let me just play this part of with Michael and okay, Michael speaking on black artists who were taken advantage of by the industry. Now, this was when he was supposedly, this was the time period when he was supposedly signing his will in LA. But the only mistake is that he was on the East Coast with Al Sharpton. So how did he sign this will? You see what I'm saying? Oh, and Prince, supposedly, there was no will left. Supposedly.
And created so much joy for the world and the system.
This is Michael, December 7, 2001. This was he's Al Sharpton on the East Coast.
Meaning the record companies totally took advantage of them. And it's not like they always say, you know, they built a big house, they spent a lot of money, they bought a lot of cars. That's stupid, it's an excuse. That's nothing compared to what artists make. And I just need you to know that this is very important, what we're fighting for. Because I'm tired, I'm really, really tired of the manipulation. I'm tired of how the press is manipulating everything that's been happening in this situation. They do not tell the truth, they're liars. And they manipulate our history books. The history books are not true. It's a lie. The history books are lying. You need to know that. You must know that. All the forms of popular music, from jazz to hip hop to bebop to soul, you know, to you talk about the different dances, from the cakewalk to the jitterbug to the Charleston to break dancing. All these are forms of black dancing. What's more important than giving people a sense of escapism? And escapism meaning entertainment. What would we be like without a song? Okay? What would we be like without a dance? Joy and laughter and music. These things are very important, but if you go to the bookstore down the corner, you won't see one black person on the cover. You'll see Elvis Presley.
This was the Michael, even though his skin had gotten whiter and all, this was the Michael actually that they were hating. His mind was, he couldn't turn back time on what, you know, with his, the way he looked. Can't turn, you know, I'm pretty sure, I noticed he'd be very sensitive when people did talk to him about his nose and everything, but he can't turn back time on that. But yeah, this is the Michael Jackson that they were definitely hating. That's why there was all the jokes and all of that in early. And after he died, then he can be loved again, supposedly. Even though they still even, you know, like the whole leaving, never surviving, or whatever the hell you call it, which has been debunked. And people are still trying to hold on to that. It's funny, they didn't find shit on him with the Epstein file. If he was, trust me, PDFs are not picky choosy like that.
You see the Rolling Stones. But where are the real pioneers who started it? Otis Blackwell was a prolific, phenomenal writer. He wrote some of the greatest Elvis Presley songs ever. And this was a black man. He died and no one knows.
Black songwriter Otis Blackwell, who died penniless. I don't know if y'all may have difficulty hearing this.
Buy his records and shop his shoes.
And I met his daughter today, and I was so honored. To me, it was on the same level of meeting the Queen of England. You gotta remember something. The minute I started breaking the all-time record in record sales, I broke Elvis's records. I broke Beatles' records. The minute it became the all-time best-selling album in history in the Guinness Book of World Records, overnight they called me a freak. They called me a homosexual. They called me a child molester. They said I tried to bleach my skin. They made everything to turn the public against me. This is all complete conspiracy. You have to know that. I know my race. I just look in the mirror. I know I'm black.
And see, this is the Michael that, see, when did it start? When you got to think about it, in the 80s, if I could go back in time and show people that this is how Michael Jackson ends up being regarded, and nobody would believe me, because you would have thought that white folks loved him. Like 1983, 84, Michael was like the most loved like celebrity, it seemed. He's with Ronald Reagan, presenting him an award, and it's always these ones that you felt that were safest with white people. Even O.J. Simpson once upon a time, and Bill Cosby. Yeah. But now, you know, some say they had a wake-up call, if you whatever. But yeah, but when did you start seeing, when I think about it, when did, because my mom used to get all those tabloids, and when did I start seeing the slander on Michael? And it did seem to be around the late 80s. That's when I started the rumors. Okay, I remember my mama had an Inquirer magazine. One of the magazines said that Michael Jackson suspected of having AIDS, and you know, because that's how he's skinny. There was other, yeah. The very first rumor was, you know, idea of him perhaps being gay. That was, you know, that little chant that they would say, "I pledge allegiance to the," you know. Other than that, yeah, but they really started. And then when I think about it, it was around the late 80s, like around 1988. And then ding, 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 it clicks. Now that I know what I know, he had purchased that Beatles catalog. And so I remember, and one of the first people to really attack him was Joan Rivers. You know, the same one that came at Michelle Obama calling her a man, her of all people trying to say somebody's a man. And she was also speaking on behalf of people thinking, oh, she was taken out for that. Oh, please, she's an old woman getting surgery. And if anything, what you skip over is what she was saying about what the Palestinians. Okay, she was talking too much on that. That part people didn't focus on. You're talking about like they got what they deserved, but, you know, from, you know, the Israelis. Joan Rivers was also talking too much, bringing attention to that when worldwide attention wasn't brought to that yet. And Joan Rivers was bringing attention. But anyways, I remember, because my mom used to get the magazine and stuff, and I remember it was Joan Rivers, another ish woman. She was referring to him as, she started calling him Wacko Jacko. So they started calling him Jacko for short. Joan Rivers was a very mean woman. But I remember my mom, okay, used to get like Mad Comics, and they had took the Bad album and called it Sad, and you know how, you know, Mad Comics, you know, make mockery. But that's when I first started hearing the slandering of Michael Jackson. Sometime, even though the Bad album was big and everything, but when I just started hearing tabloids attacking him, because they weren't attacking him before that, nobody cared about the fact that he had this pet monkey Bubbles. It was still all cute. You know, he loved him. Remember, he was with E.T. on the cover of Ebony or something, and you know, nobody cared that he wanted to hang with Emmanuel Lewis. Nobody was looking at the weirdness of that. But it was around that time, and then ding, ding, ding. Oh, now I realize he purchased that catalog around that time. That catalog. That's where it began. So eventually leads up to him having the 1988 video, Leave Me Alone, the song and video from leave me alone, because they were claiming that he was sleeping in a hypodermic chamber. It was claiming he had the elephant man's, all these weird rumors about him. Whereas before, nobody caring about any of that stuff, or nobody cared with that. Yeah. So you got to really think about it. But see, a lot of these are things didn't nobody know about the catalog and stuff. Not until, really until Paul McCartney publicly spoke about it. Why he was no longer friends with Michael Jackson because of him having ownership of his music. So yeah. See, and he talked about Tommy Mottola being the devil. And what happened to Nicole Speaks? Now, she came in YouTube kind of after me, but she was able to get, and speaking on Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby, the great thing with Nicole Speaks, and she gave me a shout out, she gave sister a shout out. But the great thing, she was able to get an interview. I'm glad that Tito's children, Michael's niece and nephew, they came to us YouTubers, like Nicole Speaks, remember? And they did the interview, and I was like glad. I was so glad because I didn't have the energy by that time when the whole Leaving Neverland or whatever came out. I just didn't have the energy. And I think about all the opposition that I had dealt with when Michael was still alive and when I was in social media trying to get people to see what was going on. And nobody, my own people, were not listening at me. They were calling me conspiracy nut. Nobody wanted to hear what I had, was saying on it. And so I was so glad because I did not have the energy by the time that the Leaving Neverland to go further and defended Michael. And I knew I felt I was going to be alone. But I'm glad that people stepped up in this case that claim to be Michael Jackson fans even. And no, we're not allowing y'all to get away this time. But sad thing is Michael being deceased now. So
Michael's murder. I felt
that
from the start, the 53-year-old said. Michael was killed by. I told them I perhaps to buy his next home. Artists hate when they say that though. Secrecy was also part of the life Michael lived.
Reading from
his close friend and attorney John Branca, who is also co-administrator of Michael's estate, recently recovered $5.5 million that the artist had secretly squirreled away with occasional financial advisor Dr. Tomei. I believe I hope I'm saying his name right. Money Jackson had wanted hidden away for a rainy day, perhaps to buy his next home. He said, "Don't tell anyone about this money," Tomei told the Associated Press earlier this month. But when he passed away, I told them I had this money and I gave it to them. Even his sister LaToya recently told London's Mail on Sunday that she feared Michael was killed by greedy hanger-ons who preyed on the star. "I believe Michael was murdered. I felt that from the start," the 53-year-old said. Not just one person was involved, rather it was a conspiracy of people. He was surrounded by a bad circle. Michael was a very meek, quiet, loving person. People took advantage of that. Less than a month ago, I said I thought Michael was going to die before the London shows because he was surrounded by people who didn't have his best interests at heart.
I truly feel that Conrad Murray is simply the fall guy. This was definitely something that was premeditated, that they had planned to do, and they planned to take my brother out, and my brother knew it. And that's why he told me repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly that this was going to happen to him. He explained it to me. He explained it's because of my catalog, which is my publishing, and they're after it, and they want it, and they want their hands on it, and they want to take it away from me. So Michael developed this love-hate relationship with his catalog. I don't want it because it's going to destroy my life. No, it's mine. I'm going to keep it. I'm not going to let them rip it apart and take it from me. This went back and forth. I began to see his personality change. Michael had notes in his house saying how he hates John Branca, he hates Randy Phillips.
He hates John Branca. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This is what she's saying. Do you believe her? Well, he was John Branca, so why is he being glorified in his film? And why is LaToya okay with it? I've noticed that LaToya has become very tamed, as if she is under some sort of mind control once again herself. It's abnormal the way that she's looking. She's been with these reality shows and stuff. What is going on with LaToya once again?
In his house saying how change. Michael had notes in his house saying how he hates John Branca, he hates Randy Phillips, he doesn't want them around, he'll never fly with them. He just went on and on expressing how he felt about these people. These people were all involved. Mind you, the will, I truly believe it.
These people are all involved. She's including John Branca. You heard her say his name. So what the fudge? Why are they working with, so what, they're convinced that he's a good guy? What's going on? That's why I'm disappointed. I don't understand it. With this Michael, why are y'all, and then allowing for him to be glorified even over your own father? What the fudge? What's going on? Jermaine, it's somebody. I could say the excuse with Latoya, maybe she's back, became a monarch once again. What's going on? Because even if you're not right, even if this is what you suspected, I don't understand that.
I know that the will is fake. Because Michael was in New York, not expressing how he felt about these people. These people were all involved. Mind you, the will, I truly believe, and I know that the will is fake. Because Michael was in New York when the will was signed, and they say he signed it in LA, and he did not. And they know this. But yet they put themselves as the executors on this estate. There was another guy that was in the will, Barry Siegel, but he pleasantly removed himself from it. Why would he do that? Because he knew that it was fake and he wasn't going to get involved in the skullduggery. That's why.
And do you know that right after his death, Paul McCartney was on Jay Leno when he was supposed to be talking about his memories of Michael? Once again, he felt the need to rehash that tired-ass story about the catalog. And
I've totally lost respect for Paul McCartney. And see, so do you understand? And just to, I tried to give it quickly. Team Michael Jackson. Okay, this is shared by Team Michael Jackson. Yeah, there are people, see, but videos like this is 3 years ago. Even I've been talking about this years back. Says Michael Jackson fired John Branca, and this person said that he never rehired him, even though Wikipedia puts it like days before Michael Jackson's death, he rehired John Branca, and they got him in the movie, almost like he's a savior, rescuing Michael Jackson from his father and giving him independence. Now, David LeGrand, by the way, he was an attorney that was working for Michael Jackson, and it says here, in case, because I know people aren't watching videos like they used to, they're more so listening. In 2003, and perhaps I should have focused on this right from the beginning of the stream, because this is what got me even angrier. In 2003, David LeGrand hired a firm, Interfor, I guess the name of the firm, to launch an investigation around. John Branca was also investigated. Upon this investigation, he was fired by Michael in 2003. Now, this is confirmed also with, at least with Wikipedia, at least that part. Here's testimony, just like a lot of us, they didn't want us to know that Jerry Heller was fired by Eazy-E. The only reason that got out was because with the Foxhole, who was that? The member of, was it Lazy Bone and Bone Thugs and Harmony? He leaked that. We had no idea that even after his death, that Jerry Heller was actually fired by Eazy-E. And I don't think it was intended for us to know that. Jerry Heller and I believe his family members were fired by Eazy-E. But Jerry Heller continued to do interviews, not making it like he was still cool with Eazy and everything. But it was that dude, Lazy Bone. So they had to play that off. And okay, here's testimony from a 2005 court by David LeGrand, former MJ attorney. Questions are asked by Michael's attorney, Mr. Mesereau, Tom Mesereau. Okay, question. Sony ATV catalog was owned 50-50 by Sony, Michael, and Michael Jackson, correct? And he said yes. At the time you began an investigation into some of the people around Mr. Jackson that you were concerned about, one of the people you investigated was Mr. Bronca, correct? He says yes. Question. At the time, Mr. Bronca had been an attorney in LA doing music work for Mr. Jackson, right? He said yes. Okay. Just to clarify, Mr. Bronca was a partner at the Ziffrin law firm in LA, correct? Say yes. That firm also represented Sony, correct? Yes. Remember Michael Jackson said Tommy Mottola was the devil. And he talked about how, even though he didn't go too much into it, he talked about how Mariah Carey called him in the middle of the night and was telling him he's an evil man. Because remember, Tommy Mottola, head of Sony at that time, he was married to Mariah Carey. And obviously he was doing some very evil things. But I guess because, Mariah didn't want him to tell him too much, but he kind of stopped at that. But basically he was perhaps doing some really evil things to Mariah Carey. But it's believed that John Bronca and Tommy Mottola were friends with each other. Okay, that firm also represented Sony. He said yes, correct? And you were convinced that Mr. Bronca and that law firm might not be representing Mr. Jackson's interests properly because of their connection to Sony, correct? And the prosecution yells objection. The court says sustained, okay? So you can't go further on that. Okay, question. Was it your belief when you started this investigation that Al Malnick, Tommy Mottola, John Bronca, and people at Sony were trying to find a way to get Mr. Jackson, they're going too fast, get Mr. Jackson's interest in the music catalog? And he says, I'm not sure that I would include Al Malnick in that group, but I certainly was concerned that Bronca, John Bronca, and Mottola in particular had set the stage, so to speak, for Sony to be able to obtain Michael's interest in the Sony ATV joint venture. And it says, question, were you concerned that Tommy Mottola and John Bronca were working together to defraud Michael Jackson? And answers, based on the suspicions that were expressed to me and my partner, we asked Interfor to look into these rumors. Why did you investigate Mr. Bronca? He says, because Mr. Konitzer indicated that he was very concerned about Mr. Bronca and that Mr. Jackson expressed concerns about Mr. Bronca's loyalty. And it says it's kind of the other way around. Okay. He said, again, he goes on, it's kind of the other way around. We asked Interfor to investigate Mr. Bronca. They indicated to us that, and the prosecutor, objection, the court sustained. So, okay, I got a re-question. Isn't it true you were trying to investigate an offshore account owned by Bronca and Tommy Mottola? He said yes. Question. Why did you want to investigate that account? Answer. If there was an offshore account in which money was being deposited for the benefit of Mr. Bronca, that would indicate very serious violations of Mr. Bronca's responsibilities to Mr. Jackson. Question. The investigation indicated that Bronca was involved in that account, right? And answer. The investigators' report so indicated. Okay, question. And the investigators' report indicated that Sony was involved in that account, right? The investigators' report indicated that Sony transferred money to the account. Question. Sony transferred money to that account for the benefit of Bronca, John Bronca, right? Answer. That was indicated. That's what was indicated in the report. Question. Do you know why there was a decision to clean house at this particular juncture in Mr. Jackson's business? Answer. Well, I know what Mr. Jackson told me. Question. Why don't you tell me what Mr. Jackson told you? Answer. Mr. Jackson told me that he no longer had confidence in John Bronca. The following questions were objected. Now, the following questions were objected by the prosecutor and sustained by the court. But Mesereau got his point and Michael's suspicions on court records. Question. Did you think that Sony was paying Mr. Bronca to sell out Mr. Jackson? The prosecutor, objection. The court sustained. Okay. But he knew it, as long as he got them questions out. Okay. Didn't you investigate So re-question, didn't you investigate Mr. Bronca because you were concerned that he and Sony had set up an offshore account to funnel money to so they could defraud Mr. Jackson? Objection, sustained. After this investigation, Michael fired Bronca with a letter dated February the 3rd. He asked Bronca, okay, now they had it in Wicked, what year was that exactly? He asked Bronca to comply with the request in the termination letter, which Bronca failed. Okay, quotes. I have asked Mr. Legrand to obtain all my files. That's an attorney that Jackson had at that time to obtain that did the investigation. Okay, I have asked Mr. Legrand to obtain all my files, records, documents, accounts for myself and all companies I own or control, which may be in your possession. You are to deliver the originals of all such documents to Mr. Legrand immediately. He'll arrange copies to be returned to you. So I guess this is what Bronca was supposed to comply with. You are commanded to immediately cease expending effort of any kind on my behalf. So I guess this is Michael Jackson's. You're further directed to transfer control over any and all files of mine or any business of mine. You are to have no further discussion with Barry Siegel with regards to my legal affairs. Barry Siegel no longer represents the interest of me or any business I own or control. Unknown to Michael, John Bronca failed to follow those instructions, returning originals of documents, including a possible 2002 will, and resigning as an executor as Barry Siegel did. This is John Bronca. John Bronca remains obligated to comply with the instructions in the 2003 termination letter. Bronca and McLean conducted themselves in a fraudulent and deceptive manner. That's what the video says here. Their veracity should no longer be trusted. The executors have an obligation to tell the truth, the court the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, in quotations. Okay. Despite your tremendous accomplishments in fame and money, you spoke greatly with respect to others. Okay. So, disclaimer, for the matter, I state that I have no affiliation to the Jackson family or the estate. Okay, whoever this Team Michael Jackson channel. Let me see if they have anything. This was from 3 years ago. Now, understand, see, these so-called fans of Michael Jackson, see, they're not doing these type of videos. And, you know, I noticed that whoever this person's channel is, their last video 1 year ago and saying rest in peace to their son. My condolences. My condolences. But I'll bring attention to this channel and some of the videos. And these are the videos that they hope stay buried and don't want you to see. But understand, Randy Jackson. So I don't understand what's happening
here. Randy, look, tell me why you took on this cause, why you decided you wanted to help Little Treasure, and get beyond, look, I'm driving back home and I stopped.
Yeah, remember it was Randy Jackson who was one stepping to the forefront also in questioning the will. So think about it. Do you think that Michael Jackson would be okay with this movie? Now, it's supposed to be a continuation. Maybe they'll continue and show things in a different light on John Bronca. But I really find it hard to believe that, I find it very hard to believe that, okay, now they can't deny that John Bronca was fired. They can't deny that. Do y'all honestly think that John Bronca, as it says here in Wikipedia, was rehired by Michael Jackson June 17, 2009, just 8 days before the singer's death? Do you think he was rehired? They're basically saying that he ended up right before his death, you know, right back in his life. Maybe so, but I really find it hard to believe he was rehired and by Jackson. And do you think it's possible, considering that he would have, I believe by September 2009, if he had lived, he would have owned definitely half of Sony. Is it a possibility that this John Bronca person, yeah, okay, just sharing that Bronca was rehired by Michael Jackson, June 17, 2009, 8 days before the singer's death. While this guy is being glorified in the movie, even though this could be a person that has something to do with Michael Jackson's demise. Also, I believe there was like a Swiss bank account. Well, anyways, so I couldn't believe this. And I know that the family has suspected this because LaToya spoke on it. And you heard her say John Bronca's name and how Michael Jackson said he hated him and didn't trust him and all that. So what the hell is going on? I'm confused. Now, I said the family had absolutely nothing to do with this film. And I'm going to tell you, they're going to try to make it like Janet Jackson is a bad guy and this and that. I noticed that Janet usually keep her feelings to herself on certain things. She hasn't even been as outspoken as LaToya. But LaToya, I noticed that in the last couple of years, this is something I noticed about her. Even from the time of the so-called kidnapping of Catherine, it's almost like she's been tamed. Something, yeah. Like, now, just for the knowing, okay, vulture.com, Michael Jackson's estate executors want to make Paris Jackson pay. Now, they're trying to say that Paris Jackson believes that her father is guilty of molestation. I don't know if that's confirmed or they're just trying to get Michael Jackson fans to hate her and not trust her. But supposedly, she's going against the estate, against John Branca. Now, or maybe she's, but I can assume, I can guess why I think Janet Jackson. I could pretty much guess. Now, and remember I said, look out for Salt, Cheryl, aka Cheryl James, or aka Salt of Salt and Pepper. And I felt that even the whole thing with Chili, it wasn't really about Chili. It wasn't really about Chili. I think that was more about Salt and Pepper. And they were trying to keep them from making some money. And it's more specifically about Salt, even more so. Because you know that Salt and Pepper have been pursuing their masters and they have been unsuccessful in what they've been trying to do and get ownership of, their masters. To them, songs like, Pushing and all that. And they've been unsuccessful. And I think that they use this whole thing with Chili. Just like I told y'all, remember when Ari Spears and Tiffany Haddish and the whole thing, the scandal with them? And I don't approve of Ari Spears and Tiffany Haddish and what they did with the little skit. I think that was gross and disgusting. But I don't think it was about Ari Spears. It was about certain moves that Tiffany Haddish was making. Do you understand what I'm saying? Tiffany Haddish was making certain moves. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even got to make you question Phyllis Hyman's untimely passing. I'm just saying, these are things. And like I did a video not that long ago. Even, I'm going to tell you, the one dude with Milli Vanilli, the one who happened to pass away, yeah, he did live a reckless life. So it's easy to believe that he OD'd because he did, have some issues. But know that Rob Pilatus, he was also very mouthy. He was a little more outspoken than Fab. And he didn't hesitate to call out Clive Davis even. And see, a lot of times it'd be these lawyers and managers, but they want you to believe that daddy's the enemy. So who is behind this film? When you look at the Michael movie, who is behind this film? The Michael 2026 film. Who's behind it? Or who's making money? Directed by Antoine Fuqua, written by John Logan, but produced by two of the producers, John Branca and John McClane. So he's getting even more money. And I know my husband, he wanted to see it. I get it. But And I'm sure my husband didn't expect that, but and I knew that it wasn't gonna. But I went on also, okay, if the family is okay with it, I guess I can give it a chance. If the family's okay with it. But I didn't think that the family would have their dad. Well, and at the same time, having John Bronco look like a good guy who kind of almost like rescues Michael Jackson from the clutches of his controlling evil father. So my husband and I, we didn't expect that. So I am very disappointed. I'm very disappointed. Oh yeah, I was supposed to have talked about Hulk Hogan. I'm about to take that out of the title because I already talked over. Yeah, I just wanted to, I was watching it. I couldn't help but feel bad. It was kind of sad with the whole thing on Hulk Hogan and Netflix. But I'm gonna tell you this. Yeah, no doubt, Hulk Hogan did become the most famous wrestler I think ever, or most popular to go. He went very mainstream, went very commercial even. But really, we got to take it back to Mr. T. And when you think about it, when Hulk Hogan started blowing up because he represented even more so a real American, if you will. And 85, that was that year, white folks. That was the year white people. So, Reagan is now back. He's doing his second term. He's supposedly making white America great again, so they thought. And Hulk Hogan was definitely, the hostages, Iran, and Hulk Hogan symbolized a real American, and he knew to play on that. Just like he used the excuse of with Trump and the assassination attempt, he used that to play on the public, the white American public, because he wanted that love and that he wanted to be. Let me tell you, brother. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What's happened? I think they didn't got to old girl. They didn't offer her some reality show. I know that she's been on quite a few reality shows, not just The Apprentice. And because Trump was also so-called friends back in his more so businessman days with Michael Jackson and I know she was on Apprentice, but it just seemed like over time. I knew something was funny when Randy Jackson was stepping up and LaToya wasn't a part of that no more. Like, what's happened to LaToya? Like, they didn't, and she ain't looking right. First, I was giving her props. She's in her 70s and still got a waistline. But now I'm seeing how skinny and almost like I think she because it was obvious she was under mind control with that handler. That dude she was married to, that manager. He's dead now. The one she said was forcing her to say stuff against her family. But it's like they got her back under some sort of control. It's like, what's going on? LaToya was definitely speaking up and making up for. She's saying, I'm looking at something. What's this, on Twitter or something? I can't really share it. What's his Twitter? And, she's just... So I don't understand. Why is she...
Perfect. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So what did you think when they came to you and said, we want to do a biopic about Michael?
I said, this is wonderful. Just make sure it's true to life. And it was good. It was great. And it is.
How much fun was it being on set and seeing Jafar?
Oh my gosh. I have to tell you that Jafar was absolutely fabulous. I'm sure you've seen the movie and you...
No, I expect her to support her. I'm not mad at Jafar. I'm not mad at the kids. I'm not mad at, I got to look at the siblings though. I got to look at, I'm not mad at Catherine because she's an older woman. She's probably not even, but I have to question LaToya and the rest of the siblings. I'm going to say myself, LaToya is she's a monarch once again. But
how wonderful he is, how we all forget and think that we're watching Mike. And it's like, oh, I forgot, this is Jafar. So he really delivered, and he did a fabulous job.
And obviously, the movie had some bumps and bruises along the way. Were you ever nervous that it might not be released?
No, I wasn't. I knew within time it would be. Sometimes it takes time, and yes, of course, here we are.
Have you started consulting on the sequel or the third movie?
I'm not sure if there's going to be a sequel. That's up to the producers. I hear there might be. We don't know. So, no, I haven't been contacted yet. So,
did you miss?
Even with the way they played her in the movie, you know, I noticed that the sisters. I'm like, where's Reby and stuff? But they just went on allowed to play her, let hers be shown, and then next thing you know, Joe Jackson telling her to get out of here. You know, it's just there's no Diana Ross. They just had like, what was it? Only woman that even could shine. Only female in his life that was maybe Katherine Jackson. And then the way that they had her talking to Joe, like, you know, you can't beat anyone anymore. And what she say? We have everything because of Michael. You know, it's not the family. It's not, you know, his parents. It's not all that was instilled in him. Like, I don't think Katherine Jackson would have said something like that. I don't think so. So this is all obviously what John Bronco wants you. And I'm sure that, you know, the family to some degree is getting paid. And I'm not saying that they just about the money. Of course not. But I think they just, as long as they don't show him as a pedo. No, there's more to y'all know that I don't think, Michael would not be cool with this. Especially the way, how they got not only they got the daddy as a demon, but, what was I going to say on Mr. T? And I wanted to kind of watching the Hulk Hogan thing, even though Hulk Hogan is getting all this glory for helping the wrestlers and going mainstream and being popular, but actually before Hulk Hogan really was shining, it was Mr. T. A lot of us forget that, Mr. T, who also had been into wrestling. But see, he wasn't as steroided up, obviously. I'm not saying that he probably never took steroids, but you could see where Mr. T's body looked a little more well, Hulk Hogan was abnormally tall than being like 7 feet. But that don't mean he was tougher. But yeah, Mr. T actually, it did seem like he was kind of like a mockery of Muhammad Ali in a way with the I pity the fool. My mama used to didn't like that about, she had nothing against Mr. T, but she didn't like all the I pity the fool and, you know, almost like it was taking, you know, like the Muhammad Ali persona and now making it more of a caricature. You know, kind of like a caricature. That's how my mom kind of saw it with Mr. T. But Mr. T is actually really cool. Also from Chicago. Went to the same high school one of my brothers went to, Dunbar High School. He actually was more representing Robert Taylor Holmes, though. But but Mr. T actually, when you really think about it, Mr. T, when Hulk Hogan really started blowing up, after 84, it was more so in 85. That's when, if you notice, the popularity of Mr. T. Now Hulk Hogan got his cartoon. He had everything but cereal. Because remember, Mr. T had his cereal. And even, and I had found something where Hulk Hogan, but I can't find the video no more, where Hulk Hogan is admitting to, on how Mr. T changed, even though in this documentary he's taking the glory all to himself, like he changed wrestling forever. But once upon a time, Hulk Hogan was speaking on, Hulk Hogan was speaking on how Mr. T changed wrestling forever. But the video is no longer available. Pro wrestling has been a staple in rap lyrics for years. Artists range from Ghost to Kid. Okay. Hulk Hogan, the biggest wrestling star in Mall, sat down with Arsenio Hall and talked about how one man changed wrestling forever, Mr. T. Check out what the Hulkster had to say, and he's still alive, to say about. And if you ever really listen to Mr. T, despite, you know, the I pity the fool and all that, he cool as hell and actually way more articulate than we realized. Check out what Hulkster had to say about that and Mr. T being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. But I can't find the video. But yeah, Hulk Hogan ended up taking kind of the shine of Mr. T. Earlier, but see, Hulk Hogan was a better representative of the Ronald Reagan America. I am a real American. Him taking on the Iron Sheik, and he had to look. And that's what because I was wondering how he get the name Terry Bollea. Come to find out, his father was Italian. So I wonder, like, did he dye his hair? Do y'all think Hulk Hogan? But they show younger pictures of him, and he had like kind of blonde hair. Like, that's my wonder. Did Hulk Hogan dye his hair to, look even whiter? Like old Blue Eyes Frank Sinatra. But that just tells you it was official. Definitely by the 80s, white Italians were definitely white. But yeah, and Hulk Hogan, he knew how to play on white Americans. And that's why I couldn't find myself, even though I was very much into WF at that time. I couldn't be a Hulkamaniac. And it was just something about all the chanting USA. Even though I was a kid, I could see the propaganda. And with the Iron Sheik, and he knew to get the popularity once again, to get the love of white America, he jumped on the whole Trump thing with Trump being taken out. Yeah, but they're seeing the results of how Trump is supposedly making America great again. I just saw something about white Americans now living in their cars and their vehicles in the United States and really going through a lot of suffering and poverty right now. But anyways, again, he's making now actually it seems as if Donald Trump is going to be used to actually he's going to be the person used, it appears, to bring down what was referred to as white supremacy. See, they were crying by the end of Reagan's presidency, his 2 terms, but and ended up where the children making grunge music. But they really thought they were hit by the Reagan era. They're going to really be hit by the time that Trump concludes his little time. They're gonna white America they're gonna really feel the effects. And I'm not saying to go Democrat, I'm not saying to go with either one. But y'all, I can't say because I was doing very well outside of YouTube. And every time I step into YouTube, I am disgusted. Every time I peek in and check out what's going on, I'm so disgusted with it. And I see what's getting promoted. I see what everybody's talking about. I see the fake concern over, I see everything is just so fake now. And persons like myself and I don't mean to sound condescending or as if I'm better than everybody up here. Let's see what I want to know what Nicole speaks. I want to know my sister Nicole speaks. If she's or what was her name? Nicole says, Nicole, you know who I'm talking about. Wait. Y'all know who I'm talking about. She with the Bill Cosby and the Nicole's View. Okay, Nicole's View. Yeah, this I want to see. See, we were people who actually cared about our people up in here. Sometimes people see us as mammy mules or whatever. And see, we care about our people, male and female. See, she's another one that they were coming after. And we were all that was left. We were of that last, you still got my sister Radical hanging in here. We were the last of that, it seems. That's how I feel in YouTube. Sisters who really care about our people and not just trying to tickle the ears of men so that men can high five us. It's really about us having a real love and concern for our people, I feel. And you do still, of course, there's the my sister Deborah Yah. And we've even had brothers coming at us, so-called brothers coming at us, like my sister Deborah Yah. We weren't just doing this to get cash outs with, men, what I'm saying? High fives from the opposite sex to make ourselves look better than other black women. No, we truly have a love for our brothers and our sisters. Because you got some of these up in here, all they want to do is sit around talking about how evil black women are, and they're just basically phone sex operators. No, we ain't. I'm not the Crimson Cure. I'm not. But there were really people up in here. We weren't with this red pill or none of these pills. We ain't on drugs up in here. There were people up in here that really did care. Really, and there's still some of them. And if it wasn't for those ones who are still going, like Watching Reports and stuff with their channels and Truth Unedited, that brother and people like that, who have found, I guess if you want to say, some sort of monetary gain or whatever in YouTube. If it wasn't for those persons up in there, I would want all of this to be shut down. But I have to be considerate of those who have been able to, and they've been reaching people through YouTube. But like this sister here, my sister Nicole's View, and she one time went on, gave me a shout out because she know I've been up in here for a minute as well. You know, and people didn't understand. I fell back on certain things, even with Michael Jackson, because I have to think of where they may have also made mistakes that the Most High disapprove of, and why these things may have been allowed. I have to think of the errors that were made by my people, Joe Jackson and Bill Cosby included. And so there may be a reason why the Most High allows things. I even kind of look at it with myself, you know, and sometimes get frustrated. Yeah, but this sister's she has 74,000 subscribers. Why was a year ago she averaging out 3,000, 4,000? No, we were supposed to have been beyond that. Okay, she was able. Remember when she was able to get interviews? I was like, yes. When they came to her, since, you know, CNN didn't want to interview Tito Jackson's children and stuff, check out her channel. Now, I'm not saying that we agree, now R. Kelly, that's where I draw. I can't find myself. Not saying that she defended necessarily, but I understand the intentions. Now, I'm not saying she defended. I don't know. I'm just seeing that here. But yeah, they make sure, because you best believe you got 74,000 subs, you would be getting way more than 3,000 views. All right. But, and I remember they started coming after her, claiming homophobia, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, they silencing us. And they got who they want in YouTube. They got who they want. But I was like, I'd be a doggone fool after what just happened to me and losing the channel if I just continue to be up in here. And all it is, then you have these people, they'll be looking at what I'm talking about so they can take what I'm saying, twist you know what I'm saying? And nah, I've been dealing with that. Like, so why am I even? So I just said, let me just privatize my original channel. I was supposed to be only talking about Bible-related stuff on this channel, but that's why I was like, tell her, see, this is why I did not want to see this movie. This is one of the reasons. I did not know they would show that, though. I knew they were going to keep it safe. But I went on, hey, because the family is behind it, right? Okay, she's active on Twitter. That's good. That's good. Because I am curious. I want to know what she's saying. Because you know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe YouTube's just dead. Maybe it is just need to. I can't find myself at Rumble if Tommy's over there. Hell no. I'm sorry. just the fact his presence is there. It's Oops. Because I want to know what I'm just tripping. Like, because I'm going to tell you that YouTube purposely, they promoting the videos they want you to see. Notice how when you do a search on a topic in YouTube, and remember how they used to show, okay, if you wanted to see something by upload date. Now they don't have it by upload date. They just have it, what was today or this week or this month or this year, because they don't want you to even see something that was like 5 years ago. Do you understand? They want you to forget about certain gems from, like, let's say 5-10 years ago. Definitely from that time before 2019 when they really took over. And they felt, because they saw how we were taking full advantage of social media. So they had to get control of social media, from the message forums The only one, if you notice, with the message forms that is allowed is Lipstick Alley. Because they know they ain't got to worry about, I'm just keeping it real. Lipstick Alley is mainly just gossip. Let's just keep it real. I'm not saying they ain't thick, I go there to, for Survivor, to talk about, the season of Survivor. I mean, I don't talk about it. I just read their comments because, they be funny, but they know they ain't got to worry about nothing with Lipstick Alley. You know what I'm saying? They want us to just be talking about color. And this is another thing I noticed too. Like I noticed on my phone, this bi-relate, all these wig things popping up. This is why also, I even realized even with these exotical channels, some of these people might be set up in here. Notice how they're focusing so much on black women hair. Don't you wish you had 3C hair? Don't you wish you? Now I realize they want black women. Some of this stuff might be set up because they want black women to leave the natural movement altogether. They have been making too much money from black women, black people, and all the money we spend on hair. Like I had found out in a report I did around 2010 that black people spend more money on hair-related products and services, whether it's going to a barber, beauty salon, hair products, wigs, whatever, than any other product or service. Can you believe that? That was like 2010. I still, went back to college and did a report. And I had found that. So there's a lot of money. That's how they think about it. One of the first self-made female millionaires became, Madam C.J. Walker, tapping into the hair. There's a lot of money. And us getting these wigs and even with the box part. Because remember, when the natural hair movement was really popping off, by the 2010s, they were talking about how they was throwing away, how a lot of these stores were throwing away box perms and stuff. Because it was like either people were on a lace front tip or they were going straight natural. Because it was being so, and they had to tap into that with the shea butter and all that. And that's not good for the business. They've been making money off of us paying for bundles and weaves and wigs and all of that, and the chemicals and the. So I think that they're doing and I'm noticing that people keep putting the spotlight on these females who talk about how they hate 4C hair, they hate, and I'm not tripping if you decide to still wear a wig. I'm not even want to be tripping like that. But why all of a sudden we hearing as if that's something newer, like female talking about they can't control their 4C. I think they want us to believe that, okay, this is played out, and all these people talking about even the natural hair movement. I understand, but I think that too much focus is being put on this now. Because I'm seeing it's like crazy. They know I'm a black woman, obviously. On my phone, every time I pop up, there are these wigs, these curly haired wigs. They're not necessarily all straight hair wig, but they're trying to entice you to want hair that's at least like 3C. You know what I'm saying? And I think they may even be using some of these exotical channels, like that undercover one, to kind of promote the idea that we should want to have hair like this. When there have been black women totally content in going natural. I think that they are purposely trying to convince, okay, deep down, you don't like 4C hair. Deep down, you don't want hair in 4s. You want your hair like this. You're supposed to want your hair like this. It's unruly. It's Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, like I said with Sister Radical, usually I have to search for a video. I have to be like, let me see what she's talking about today. Now, I saw something with her recently. But usually, her videos do not be showing up to me. And you see how they got rid of all 5 of her channels. Usually with certain people, it's like if I don't do a search for their name and see how they do, it's like a thing I have to check on them. Even if I press notifications. They know, I'm telling you. And it's obviously all these bots. There was a movie I watched, a South African film on Netflix, 180. It was too sad, but I get it. But I was noticing all these unnecessary negative comments. I'm like, wait, like this worst movie ever? Like, okay, wait a minute. And I realized, are these real comments? Like, what's going on? They want us to be talking about the whole Anton versus Corey thing. They want us to be caught up in all this. Right. That's how it used to be. And these were genuine subs. These were genuine subs. It used to be we all had a fair advantage to be seen and heard, and that people chose. And see, in that case, with your 800 subs in about a month, that's what the people chose. Right, and then it just stopped. I remember Sister Radical showed this, and I had to look into it myself, where she had a view when she did that they're coming for the children of Gay Men's Choir, and she addressed it, and she had showed how it was skyrocketing in views, and then it stopped at a certain number. And then that caused me to kind of investigate and look into it, and I saw what she was saying. Yeah, it was a video. Okay, like for instance, I was yearning because I really didn't want to come up here talking about it. But yesterday I was just itching because I just feel like ain't nobody speaking. So I said, anybody like the way that Joe Jackson, anybody filling me on how the depiction of Joe Jackson? So I typed in, I said, let me Joe Jackson, Michael movie. And it was a movie, the movie did Joe bad. It was a video up, right? Just uploaded. And it did pop up. And then I noticed when I went back to show my husband, I noticed that it was like I couldn't find it. I had to go in my history, like they purposely, after the video was initially getting views, then they almost like they stopped it from getting views. Like this is not the narrative that they want you to see. There are people who may have like 5 subs, and they'll allow for that video to show up when you type in a search, and they may have. I'm telling you. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm looking foolish now, though. That was embarrassing, me coming up in here and saying I lost another channel. That's very embarrassing. So I'm like, oh, I see. Let me preserve this other channel. And even though it may seem like I'm gonna keep it safe in just talking about the Bible, that's what I really, intend on doing on this channel, because I'm trying to go along with whatever the Most High is calling me for. I'm trying to get an understanding. It's just, this is totally, I just couldn't hold it. That's why I really, really, really didn't want to watch the movie. I didn't think they would, I didn't expect that. Like, are they really? I did not, because I looked at, okay, all right, I could watch this if the family's behind it, if the Jackson family's behind it. But I am highly disappointed. I'm very disappointed. No, I mean, it's embarrassing. I can't explain it. It's kind of like humiliating coming up in here. Oh, I got a strike. Only reason I bring attention to it because I want it to be recorded and documented. And the thing is, a lot of little shorts I had that I liked, I wanted to keep for memories. Now, those are the things I'm not going to usually save unless I just didn't erase it from my phone. Because I'm like, usually now, if it's a video, I'm going to save that. But yeah, so all that stuff on it, you best believe I still got all them videos. But I'm going to let them move on. We all know who Exotical, and we all know the Golden State, all that. But there's nothing, unless they go there with me again. But yeah, I'm like, so I just, maybe the Most High, maybe it was distracting me. Maybe I was like feeling, did I do something wrong? Was that maybe I was being too vain on that channel? I don't know. Like, did I do, but when I looked at the reason circumvented, but I looked into it, I said, oh, I don't even think this was about a flag. I don't even think that this was about Exoticals Unite anymore. They needed a reason. They just came in, and I may even have to change my name from Lashid for you. Like, as if I'm supposed to be permanently banned from you. Like, wow. So y'all putting me in the category of Tommy. This is bullshit. And then for me to recently peek in here, it's somebody saying stuff going on. And I'm seeing this with the choreo. Like, this is, oh my gosh. And this is what people are talking about now. Like, this is some straight bullshit. Like, what? I can't keep complaining. I'm gonna turn into those 2 old men in the balcony on the Muppet Show. They were always complaining and cracking on the Muppet Show, but they were there for every show. Person, grumpy old person that's complaining, but they still, and then have to say that there is that pride side. Now we gonna get something out of this. And this what also bothers me. This happens after I decided to pay. Because remember, I said ain't no way I would pay YouTube Premium. And now I'm, it's just the ads. Oh my gosh, YouTube ads have gotten out of control. I could, so they say, free child. I said, okay, let me try this. Now I can't. But I'm telling you, if it wasn't for certain people up in here who I want their channel to keep going, I want them to keep doing what they're doing, and they've reached so many people, like Benai Israel, Watch Report, the Truth Unedited. If it wasn't for certain people, I would want this all to be. I would be talking y'all all of this. The black folks, let's boycott, let's leave it. If it wasn't, but then that would be wrong, because I'm thinking of those who have had, I wouldn't want people like even my Froggy stuff, her crafting channel and her success. That would be selfish of me. People who have even been able to make a living off of this, I wouldn't want to. That would be wrong of me to do. But if it wasn't for that, I'd be doing everything, talk us into to boycotting you. Because like I said, I was embarrassed. My channel, this is really like, can't stand YouTube. And when I'm seeing it's just, I'm just tired of the lies. So I showed y'all what Latoya Jackson said on John Bronca. I showed y'all that Michael fired him. I showed y'all the proof. So why are the family supporting this? And he is a producer. What's going on? I'm boggled. I am boggled. What is happening with our people? Why are we just folding? They just, hey, I'm not, obviously they're going to get a piece of being that their names are on. But as you can see here, look, they just see that's how they got us, by making us, okay, because we see it's Jermaine Jackson's son. That's how they got us, by making us feel that, the family support him. So we can trust it. That's the only reason I watched that Judas on Fred Hampton, because of Fred Hampton Jr. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have given that a chance. And that, I'm telling you. So they want you to think, but see, produced by, this is about this state. So you think John Bronca is going to show himself as, it's just like, even like with that, oh goodness, that NWA, they weren't totally telling you the truth of that NWA film, but that was outside of Jerry Heller's control. However, I question Eazy-E's widow, who was said to have married him on his deathbed, because they weren't totally telling the truth. She wasn't the one that exposed Jerry Heller. They didn't tell you the real truth of that. But see, people like Ice Cube, they didn't mind, even though they know that wasn't really how things went down. But hey, being popular all over again. And see, this is the thing. I'm just tired of us settling for liars and accepting, I guess you can't bring Michael back, so can't beat him. Might as well work with him and try to. Yeah, he is the co-executive of the state of Michael Jackson, even though he was fired by Michael Jackson, even though this man may have had something to do with Michael's untimely demise. So what do you think Michael Jackson, for those who believe that he's rolling over in his grave, you best believe. And I do not believe that he solely wanted his father to be depicted as a demon like that. I'm going to get back. I don't know when I get back. Y'all, really, I wasn't even really supposed to be doing this live, but I was just so irked. I was so irked by this, even dreaming about it. And if I didn't, but I was doing just fine. I'm gonna ask my husband, please respect that I don't play with me. Don't play with me. I told my husband, if there's a Prince film, don't play with me, Antoine. Don't play with me. And you see, I'm in angry face mode. I'm very angry, and it's like nobody cares on that no more. It's like there's no shame. Nobody cares no more. No one cares. Like, so why do I still care? If the family ain't caring, why do I care? Why do I care? Why do I still care? You know, they just, as long as you love Michael, and see, they knew what they were doing. They wanted you to feel that, oh, this was all the family put together. No, it wasn't. They just were okay with it. They're all right with it. As long as they don't show them as a PDF, they okay with it. As long as it can get the world to love the mainstream, to love Michael, even if it ain't all, you know, it's the Michael that they felt safe with. They ain't even show him with the dancing machine. Automatic, systematic. Yeah. You know, notice how they skipped over that part of him with the Jacksons. They ain't even really get it, bro. But because it's about Michael. This was safe. Maybe this is the way Prince is, quote unquote, son Prince sees Michael. It's just like, I'm telling you, don't support anything on Richard Pryor. It's like that widow, who I believe was a MK handler herself, as well as a monarch, Jennifer Leach. Anything coming out on Richard Pryor is going to be from, like what's they said, like who is it? Paul Mooney's son. It's going to be about Richie, not Richard Pryor. It's going to do how she knew Richie. Don't trust it. Yeah, I saw it. I seen it. I wish I hadn't, because I wouldn't be up in here right now. Instead, I'd just be doing what I've been doing. I'm telling you, life is so easier, much easier and cooler outside of social media. And that's the truth. Because, and I had asked my husband, I really didn't want to watch that. I really didn't want to watch that. I think he wanted to see what I was saying. Now, he didn't talk, you know, and then he gonna try to say to me something like that, made me so impressed. I'm like, why are you doing this to me? Why you? And first, you know, I tried to roll, and then it got to what, you know. But no, he started like where I'm interrupted. I'm trying to stay quiet, and I'm like, John Buck. I'm like, I was trying to, you know, be considerate of others viewing, but yeah, y'all. So see, I was doing fine. A sister was doing fine. I was doing fine. Doing fine. You know, went to gym. And now I'm at a point where I'm just trying to listen to gospel music. Instead of, you know, listen to Slave and all the stuff I've been P-fucking all that. I've been trying to, you know, I was doing fine. Cause man, yeah, they're gonna have people up in here. Yeah. Ooh, Morris World. Let me see. Ooh, I'm checking on YouTube. Hold on, y'all. Ooh, Morris World TV got something coming up. Oh, I just clicked on this main page. Well, I'm about to come back tonight to watch this in YouTube. Ooh, goodness. Hold on, y'all. What am I seeing? What am I talking about, y'all? Bam, what is this? Ooh! Ooh, goodness. The jig is up. I'm tired of these. I'm tired of these fakes and frauds that y'all think of. They don't care about us as a people. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of these phony. I don't care if they male or female, just happen to be now predominantly male. But they do got this one, they had to find a female equivalent for the FBA. Somebody I saw with that Neferkari Desaline. Now, I hadn't seen her, but some female be having the titties all out, cleavage all in videos. She talking to FBA. Come to find out, she used to be a damn divester. I'm like, these are phony up in here. Come to find out she was promoting white men. That's because at first I was asking the black woman, what does FBA do for, you know, when you considered a lot of these voices for FBA, they were all red pill and part of the manosphere, putting down black American women. So what do you get out of this whole, you know? So, of course, they got to balance it out and find a female equivalent with this FBA stuff. And you'll see these people pop up and they blow up overnight. And see, it helps that she's attractive. She's pretty, and she got a cleavage all out in every video. And you never know. These people probably actually were sex workers and stuff. Want to play trad wife or whatever. Yeah. But come to find out that Neferkari, yeah, so they gotta give you a female, because the only female they had representing FBA was the first lady. The one they called the first, some trans person that Tariq B, who says the first lady of FBA. That right there is questionable. So they had to have a female. And come to find out, it was exposed that she was a dang on divester. I'm like, if y'all don't get the hell out of here, I'm telling you. They have planted up in here these fakes and phonies. Like even with Morris Ruddy's, what's that old girl? Is the one? Is it Dr. Ma'at? She ain't standing firm on where she supposedly stands on Pan-Africanism, and then you find out many of these people got criminal records and all this stuff. And not just this, it ain't like they were just caught with some weed or something like that, but like they really participating in frauds and all that. Like, what the hell is going on? I'm telling you, yeah, oh goodness, I am so irked. I wish there was an alternative that could tell us that. I can't say I trust Rumble. I don't feel comfortable. But of course they had to get control of YouTube. And y'all got to understand another thing too. They got the few people they want planted, and the rest is gonna just be bots, where they just still making money. It was too many black folks also taking advantage of this, making their little money up in here, making their little change. They don't want too many Negroes up in here trying to grow their channel, taking advantage of the free enterprise, of social media. So why would they have that? Like I noticed there was that channel, Celebrity Underrated. They talk about deceased people who died before their time. They got a bot channel that's copying off that channel. I'm like, do this brother know that there's a channel that's copying off his channel? That's like straight up taking off his channel. And it's a bot channel, probably just set up by YouTube. Why would they want all these brothers and sisters, all of these people up in here making a little money? And they'll take directly from your idea. And either they got somebody they set up. No, they don't want you to hear somebody like me and what I got to say about the Michael Jackson and Bill Cosby case, but they'll set. And that's really what people like Tariq Nasheed did. And the Cynthia G's. They were taken directly from the information that those of us like me up in here were presenting. And then these people have a little more charisma, perhaps, a little more polished than us, and they want you to hear it from them. But see, like you had William Cooper, but then, they get rid of the Bill Coopers and they're going to give you Alex Jones, who they set up. Don't you see? That's with all of us. You best believe there's a replacement for Sister Radical. There's a replacement for you and Yapo. Everybody up in here, they got a replacement for all our asses up in here. You best believe. Now, see what's going on? But a lot of people don't care. Hey, yo, these people are entertaining, right? They get you laughing. And see, Tariq, no, all he got to do is, But I said I wasn't going to talk about these people no more. I'm trying to, But if y'all, at the same time, I'm also hearing that we have to be ministers to some degree. We can't just, because I would like to just sit back and just feel like I'm doing y'all's will and just living my life. But you ever feel like you're being told you're supposed to be speaking on certain things? So I feel like I'm supposed to be like, you think you could just walk away and the Most High got you back your channel for a reason. You are going to be talking about this. So it also got me on that tip too. Like, because eyes be tired. I'm tired. Now, even if maybe I ain't supposed to be talking about these celebrities, but I do feel that, and then with my brother just calling me recently and talking on song, like, like I'm supposed to, it ain't that I'm not supposed to be talking, it's what I'm talking about. And I was tired. I was tired. But I'm so glad I talked with y'all. I think I've gotten over it. Yeah, because it just frustrates me. I just be hoping, I be looking at YouTube hoping that there's somebody else talking about it. Not Tariq Nasheed, I don't trust. Because I used to look hoping that maybe he would be talking about it. So I wouldn't have to. Maybe he'd be talking about Eminem. But then I realized, oh, he ain't really on our team in the first place. So I'd be hoping that, so I just want somebody with more people listening to bring out this about John Bronca. So I'd be desperately hoping that there's somebody else talking about it that's got enough people listening. So I used to think that I used to be hoping that Tariq Nasheed would be talking about this because since he was so big in YouTube. But now I know I can't trust him at all. I knew he wasn't perfect. But I just feel like I had to talk because I feel nobody's pointing this out or they're not showing. Somebody got to be, hold on. Maybe if I type in John Bronca and by upload date, see if anybody, let's see if anybody's talking and let me search by upload date. I'll go this week. They don't allow you to see. And it's no one. No one. And if they are, we're not going to see it. No one is saying what I feel needs to be said. Years ago, it would have been people who knew, just like they got these channels, MJ fans, the real fans, I guess. I'm nobody is. So it's irking me. Somebody got to say something. I've seen one biopic on her. No. I think what Janet did was, I'm not trusting any of these biopics. I don't. Especially if they're not alive and they're not. But I'm really, see, they got us. Yeah, it's Jermaine Jackson's son. Because it probably, yeah, and if we see the family supporting it, especially those of us who are Black, then we may think we could trust it. Because if it wasn't for, there's no way. I mean, unless it really was a thing my husband just asking me. I believe this. I'm telling you, I just saw something, a film on Netflix, in the comments. It was just really weird, Penizoy. But I don't want to sound totally ignorant. But I'm telling you, some of these responses, they just seem unreal. Even when I look at this whole FBA and the way that people respond, y'all tell me nobody's defying this. Nobody, you can't tell me that there aren't some paid subs or bots and I'm noticing how these okay, there was this person, when you see three people back to back and they're posting comments that pretty much say the same sentence, that's telling you something. And I just saw all these unusual comments towards this film with a predominantly Black cast, and it just was really weird to me. Yeah, Alex Jones, I believe, is a misinformation agent. I believe he was set up, and Mark Dice, just to basically take on the rhetoric. Because they know that people are going to still be talking about these things, conspiracy-related theories. But they want, since they know that we don't trust this, they have to set up people to talk on these things. And it make it look like they're the real deal. And they're against the system. When they're really, it's all a part of Hegelian dialectic. But it's all a part of, and controlled opposition. And that's a big thing now, controlled opposition. So it's going to be a lot of people who seem like they're, why do you think Donald Trump start talking fake news and using terms that the truthers, the quote unquote truthers, to tap into that William Cooper truther, but conservative leaning truther audience? He had to talk like the people to make it appear as if he's not a part of the cabal. No, he's just a whistleblower who happens to be rich and happen to be connected to elite. But he's really one of us, you know, and he's calling out the fake news. And that's why he used her. Why do you think that's why he's in social media? To make it look like he's one of us. See, this is all controlled opposition. And I realize that I believe this is what's happened with Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed kind of come off like he's one of us. I'm telling you. Man, I'm going to tell you, when right around the time, right before Prince was, you know, said to be sick and ill before he passed, I was noticing all in Facebook, all this promotion of Prince and Purple Rain stuff. And VH1 was showing Purple Rain. Like they wanted you to, this new audience for Prince, or they just wanted you to, they wanted to rejuvenate revenue. Right around the time of his death, right before he died, I was noticing in Facebook, there were things, oh, Purple Rain t-shirt, all it is. That was telling right there. So as soon as they said he was sick on the airplane, I said, okay, here it comes. Here it comes. We're going to be hearing in a couple of days that he's gone. But let's not even go into Whitney Houston. And they're realizing that some of these celebrities making them more money. They definitely realized this after the death of Pac, how we're making them more money in our death. And so to a lot of people, Michael Jackson, just like Marilyn Monroe, he's just an icon. He's just an image. He's just a, you know, he's just choreography. He's just a, you know, he's not a person. But see, there are those of us who were alive and we remember. Now, of course, I don't remember Michael Jackson a child because I wasn't alive. But I do remember him even before Off the Wall. So I don't just remember the Michael Jackson that he's being remembered as today. You know, like I'm sure there are people, you know, there's Marilyn Monroe and there's Norma Jean, you know. Now these people, a lot of people, they just assemble. They're just a, you know, no, that Michael Jackson was a real person. And they're not, and he's not a god to me. I don't see him as I don't see him as an icon or any sort of idol. But he was a person that was very talented. And I definitely believe the greatest entertainer who ever lived. You know? Definitely. Although I'm more of a Prince fan. But overall, as an entertainer, I'd be lying if I was to take that away, Michael, even if I prefer Prince in music. And so, oh yeah. They were trying to get him to go broke. They were trying to break him. That's what they were initially. That was initial. But then, you know, they couldn't do that. We got to take it further. I didn't even think they would take it that far. Even though I said they would. When I was telling people in the message forum, they may go as far as taking Michael Jackson out. And I was saying this before 2009 even. But I didn't totally believe it because I was like, no, they wouldn't go that far. This is Michael Jackson. Come on, they wouldn't. But after my brother, who I used to argue with about Michael, he wasn't agreeing with me on stuff. When he called me and told me that Michael Jackson's dead, I said, you know what? Call me conspiracy nut all you want. Because I really did. And that told me this is a cold ass world. Just like I knew as soon as they said Prince was sick. Now he's dead. I knew that was coming. I said, so now I realize I don't doubt shit. I don't care if it's a child. This is a wicked world that we are in. This is one wicked world. And these conglomerates, from the Clive Davises, I'm telling you. And it's upsetting me that we're even supporting this. I'd like to support the family, but they folding. They shouldn't settle for that. They should not settle for that. Yeah, just because it's not showing Michael as a PDF, the family, they're still folding, and they disappointed me in supporting that. I'm not mad at Catherine. I am disappointed highly with the siblings. And Jermaine seemed to be very level-headed. I'm very disappointed, and in the siblings for supporting that, which could be pretty much supporting those who took out Michael Jackson, in supporting John Branca, and then allowing for your daddy to be the father of that empire. Yes, the father of that empire, to be depicted like the devil, whereas John Branca saves him, frees him from the devil. I can't believe that. But y'all, I'll get back with y'all. I don't know when. Don't look for lives, please. Because you see how when I do lives, it goes on too long. I'm so sorry. Also, there's been people leaving comments in my last upload. I'm so sorry I have not been responding. I'm gonna get around to it, and I was supposed to have uploaded the part 2. Yeah, well, Janet, she's just not being a part of it, and you can guess why, and I could totally understand. So, and they're gonna try to make Janet look like she's jealous or something. Don't be surprised on that. Yeah. But the only thing I will say, like in the case of Michael Jackson, he should have let the catalog go. And I understand that he had his right to own it. He purchased it fair and square. But just like I would say to Salt of Salt and Pepper, who is still alive, Cheryl James, you don't need to be doing songs like Push It and stuff no more. And Michael Jackson, even though I know he wanted to prove that they weren't going to break him that easily, it's not worth it. Some things are not worth it. Let it all go, as Vanity or Denise Matthews had to let it go. And she ended up living longer than she was expected to. But some things we have to let go. Just like with Prince. If it was something I wasn't, tell Prince and Michael, let it go. Let that music go. Let that, because we are children of Judah. Let that the old sexual song, let it go. He shouldn't have never shook hands again with Warner Brothers. Should have moved further in his ministry, what he was doing perhaps with Larry Graham and trying to go to the Kingdom Hall and all that, and should have just stayed in that direction, stayed on that musicology tip, if you will. I understand he loves to make music, but songs like sex music, dance music, sex, romance, shouldn't be doing songs like that no more. Just like Salt, Cheryl James, don't need it. You ain't supposed to be doing songs like Push It no more. Just it is, and and she know that. Just like myself, I gotta tell myself that as well. Especially too when these, because we want Yah's protection. We want Yah's protection. I understand that Michael Jackson, I should be able to keep this catalog, but you know what? It had wicked music of the Beatles and stuff. Let it go. Let it go. I know it's like, forget that. He purchased it fair and square. No, sometimes we got to let it go. It's not worth it. Even if it means me letting the channel go. Sometimes you do feel like, I feel that way too with YouTube. Like, sometimes we got to let it go. Especially, these wicked powers. And we know that people, and there are people, and this is what I would say definitely with Cheryl James. You shouldn't want to have nothing to do with this industry. You could still make music if that's what you love to do. Prince could still make music, but I was concerned when I saw that Prince was performing songs that I would not have expected him to be performing anymore. As much as I love them songs, but he shouldn't have been doing songs like Working Up a Black Sweat, and I liked it. It kind of took me back to the old Prince. But no, like songs like Lady Cadra, all that stuff, and Head, and no, them songs is no more. You can't, like, even Donna Summer, she understood she couldn't do songs like Love to Love You, Baby. Like, she couldn't perform that stuff no more. Like when Whitney Houston, she should have just continued. She shouldn't have, but see, that's also about Bobby. Shouldn't have did that reality show. She didn't want to do that. They were supposed to be, because Whitney knew that she was of Yasharel. She knew this. See, they set up Ray J. There's a point where you got to leave that life alone. You got to let it go. Denise Matthews understood that. And you say, well, she ended up passing too. But you got to understand, Denise Matthews, a.k.a. Vanity, she lived longer than what was expected. We've all still inherited death through sin. But trust me, she probably would have died years ago if she had not trained. Because she said she did pretty much die. Because that woman was living without like a liver. So actually she lived, and when she did pass, she pretty much talked like she was ready. You know? And we don't know what awaits her, especially if she feels she was doing God's will. So we got to think about it. Yeah, Michael was in his right. And I thought about that too with Nick Cannon. He folded. He folded. You know why? Because he was so busy. Instead of doing and standing up for what he believed in, he's so busy thinking about, no, I ain't losing. Wow, now I work for this. I get it. I feel that way too. And whether it's been certain jobs, I even feel that way with YouTube. Like I still, oh no, I'm gonna show them. But if there is something, content or so you gotta let it go. You gotta let it go. And if let's say you were talking in a way that most I don't approve or doing certain things, but see, these people, they are really under the radar. They got really straight devils. We're waiting to take them out. So it's very important they get the protection of the Most High. And it devils that want to take them out and make them where they're just icons that they can keep making money off of. But don't get me wrong, they're going to get theirs too. I just want to see it. That's the point I'm at. I just want to see it. And you say I'm wrong for that, but I can't help. Just like how David praying and talking about the enemies. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I'm tired of seeing these people get richer and richer while we do the work and bring, do the entertainment. Oh, goodness. And these lawyers and these crooked Edomite / Khazars. Yeah. But yeah, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. And it seemed like right after Nick Cannon folded, sad to say he ended up losing a child. And I'm not saying that that's y'all's, but it's almost like almost like you got to pay a price with these Holly weirdos, and no amount of money can make up for that. You know what I'm saying? No amount. You'll live forever. See, Satan lies. He'll have, just like what Unplug Him said in his, you'll live forever, supposedly, as one of the, as Marilyn Monroe, in a sense, live forever as an icon, as your star on Hollywood. But Norma Jean is deceased. You see what I'm saying? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You live forever as a supposed star. It ain't worth it, y'all. It's not worth it. So, y'all, I'll get back with y'all later. Enjoy the rest of your day. I don't know when I'll get back with y'all, but do look for with this channel. I have to consider whatever the Most High. I know He understands with me talking now, but I have to consider whatever it is that He is calling me to put more focus on. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure He understands right now how I was feeling. So, y'all, enjoy the rest of your week, and much peace and much love, family. And don't look for, I'm not doing another live stream anytime soon. So, peace and love, family.